And we are off with day 2, the SRAA National Championship Regatta. First event, first semi, the boys' senior single. Lane 1, we've got Germantown Friends, far right of your screen. FD Roosevelt, lane 2. St. Benedict's in lane 3. Traverse City, lane 4. Conestoga, lane 5. Winter Springs on the far left of your screen.
So, Jim, what were the times like these guys got in the heats? What are we looking at here?
Well, they were fast. So we'll just put it that way. So St. Benedict's won the first heat yesterday with a time of 5:45.8. Traverse City was in heat 3 with a time of 5:46.1. So only a second difference less than a second difference between those two. We had a time from Conestoga of 5:57. Winter Springs was 5:54. Germantown Friends was also 5:54. FDR was 5:56. So we have a lot of clustering of times here.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see, particularly in the heats and in singles. I mean, sometimes they might be basing a little bit lower, and then the semis, they're going to base a little bit higher. They could find some real speed there that, yeah, we'll see if it comes out.
Once again, circumstance is going to be the mother of all invention here when talking about speed. You don't know what you're going to find. Everybody's going to be trying to create the best opportunity for themselves so that they can move on to this afternoon. It's 3 to go here.
Yep. Right. Top 3 to go to the final. Remainder are eliminated. No petite final for this event.
So it looks like St. Benedict's has moved a bit. If it's no, I take that back. Looks like it's Traverse City that's been moving a bit.
Yeah, real fast start out of Conestoga. I think, again, trying to take the race to the race, be assertive, put yourself up there, put yourself in a position where you can hang on in the final moments of the race. And the only way to do that is to be there in the final moments of the race.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly, Chris. This is where I'm curious to see how St. Benedict's comes through. I mean, they're needs to work on his catches a bit as we see this better angle looking at the rowing, trying to find that rhythm and good technique we were talking about all day yesterday in this tailwind.
So you had to be in the top 4 of your heat to progress, top 3 of your heat to progress to today. And Germantown Friends came in 3rd in their heat over in lane 1 right now, and they are leading. So it'll be interesting to see if they're able to keep that pace going as we move into the second half of the course.
I'd say Traverse City has something to say about that right now. Certainly making a push here early in the second 500 of this race. This guy is massive. I saw him heading up to the start with his warm-up. My God, man, it looks like he could be playing tight end for the Lions. He's huge. Big fella, but nonetheless, grace and power right now out of lane 4.
Yeah, and you see like lane 1 catches. I love seeing that. I mean, that's why that guy's Germantown Friends is hanging in so well. I mean, the blade's right in the water there at the catch, really accelerating the boat beautifully. Let's see how if he can keep it up. Again, as you said, with at a certain point in a single, if someone's got a lot of power, it's going to be hard through the middle of the race to hold them off.
Yeah,
but look at St. Benedict's right now. That guy is starting to move now. As we come in to the last 500 meters here, he won. He was the number 1 seed in the event, won it with a time of 5:45.8. I bet we see a good sprint coming out of this guy.
Yeah, but then again, still just a semi. Just got to make it to the finals. How much do you want to save up? The finals coming up this afternoon.
Yeah, but John, there's only 3 going to the finals, and there are 3 boats bow ball to bow ball right now behind these front 2.
Oh yeah, oh for sure. I mean, the race for 3rd is.
Oh, geez, look at that.
It's going to be a great one.
Absolute banger right now. Look at this. I mean, maybe I'd say lanes 2 and 3 seem to be on the come up, on the surge right now, as opposed to lane 5. What do you got them at, like 32, 33?
33.
Yeah.
33 and a half for St. Benedict's.
250 to go here.
Here it is.
Do or die time now if you want to make it into the final.
Unfortunately,
So we have this progression of races here. We do heats. If there are enough crews, we do reps and semis and finals, and it's all about selecting the top 6 crews to be competing for that gold medal. So that's what the whole progression is involved in here. Now there's some strategy that goes into how you do that.
Here we got the sprint here, Jim, for third place. And it looks like St. Benedict's is laying it down. They're certainly trying to take the rating up.
But look at the guy in lane 2 from
FD
FDR.
Rose, yeah. I mean, they're battling. They are neck and neck right now.
Cleanliness and having your oars in the water at the right time is going to be the decision maker here. Looks like TC is overtaken lane 1. Calm row from both those gentlemen. Oof.
Wow, there's a great sprint there from St. Benedict's to just get it at the line. He did not want to be denied a spot in that finals.
So we've got progressing the top 3 to meet the top 3 from the next semi. Next semi is also very fast. We have in lane 4 from William Penn Charter, the fastest time from all of the singles yesterday.
But it looks like Holy Spirit's out to a little bit of a lead over Albemarle there in lane 1. As they're coming now through the heart of the race course. And looks like a pretty good fight here for third place between Frank W. Cox and William Penn Charter.
Yeah, I don't know that Holy Spirit's out there necessarily comfortable just yet. A good push right now from William Penn Charter. He's on his stern deck.
Yeah, I've got Holy Spirit at 34, almost 35 through the middle of the race. You can see it's not getting quite the length that I would love to have in the middle of this race if I were his coach.
William Penn Charter, he put down a time of 5:43 yesterday. The next closest time was 5:45.8. So expect to see some speed coming out in the latter part of this course from the gentleman from William Penn Charter.
Yeah,
Tell you what, though, I like out of Spirit here. Clean and zesty. Right off the front end there. Really gets the handles turned around, driving the hips really well. Makes good connection right away. You can see the blades through the water here, right?
Oh, yeah.
Clear, dark puddles. Big push coming up from William Penn, though. Things could get interesting here.
Yeah, he's surging right now. He's moving about 6 inches with each and every stroke here. We need a response here from Holy Spirit. They're gonna 3 to the final here.
Yeah, so the question
Pretty
is,
tight pack.
can Frank W. Cox catch Albemarle, looks like, and can Holy Spirit hang on for the last third of this race? Did he spend too much in that first 1,000 meters to stay ahead?
Bow ball to bow ball right now.
Yeah, it looks like William Penn Charter, though, is just coming right through him.
Yeah.
But
Lifted a bit there. Lifted a bit for William Penn.
a little bit longer strokes, a little bit more run,
Yep.
and that's really paying off now in this third 500 for him.
Good view there. You can really see how William Penn's grabbing the water right at the end of the recovery there, not allowing the boat to slow back down, just picking it up and sending it every single drive.
And just slightly more confidence with each stroke too here. He's now seen the payoffs from being a little bit more patient at the start. Just letting it run out.
I tell you, these single scullers are cagey. They are absolutely cagey. They will wait for their opportunity, lay in wait, and as soon as they get to the point in the race where they know they've got to put it down.
All right, we got a real fight over here in lanes 1 and 2 for that final spot in the finals. Lane 1 is still holding on. Albemarle is still holding on, but Frank W. Cox is pressing to see whether or not he could potentially sprint through. What's going to happen in these last 250 meters? Who is going to make it to the finals of this boys single?
The gentleman from Frank W. Cox turned down a very fast time yesterday as well. So I would expect that we see a strong sprint coming from Mr. Hayes there in the Frank W. Cox boat.
And William Penn Charter continuing to look great through the finish line. Holy Spirit looks like still holding on to second.
Do you have a view there of lanes 1 and 2, John?
I know Chris might.
I got to say it's surging lane 2 here. Surging lane 2.
Yeah.
Just got to be tight.
Oh, wow.
Man. Half a deck between third and fourth.
Good sportsmanship there
Yeah,
from
for
those
sure.
two crews.
Great
lane
race.
1 and 2.
Great race all all across the board. Really aggressive out of the first half from Holy Spirit, and still held on to get second place there. Great rowing from William Penn Charter, and just fantastic racing in lanes 1 and 2 there. Right to the finish line. So our final is set now for our boys senior single. And now it's time for the girls. All right, Jim, what do we have here as we look at heat 1 or semi 1 for the girls senior single?
So Gulliver Prep in lane 3 is the crew to watch here. She turned in a time of 6:12.7 yesterday. Basically blew everybody out of the water. Closest time was girls prep. It was going to be in the next semifinals.
Well, she's looking great so far. But again, that Episcopal Collegiate in lane 2 is also, looks like lane 2 and 3 are really going aggressive out. I mean, in this headwind that I have to say from the finish line here, the headwind is getting remarkably strong, or the tailwind is getting remarkably strong this early in the morning. I'm actually surprised that at this time we have a headwind that's this powerful. I wonder what that means for later in the day. Chris was saying earlier that we might get even stronger tailwinds today than we had yesterday, and yesterday could be pretty disruptive. So lane 3 is really going after it.
Yeah, you've got to have top 3 to progress to the finals, and right now we've got 1 and 2 a little bit out ahead of the pack, but then straight across 4 boats battling for the 3rd place position.
I have Gulliver 6. I have Gulliver at like 37, 38. I mean,
yeah, she's going for it.
She is really laying down a fast rhythm in this ripping tailwind.
So long as she can just keep grabbing that water at the end of her recovery, keep the hull speed up. Certainly the push of the tailwind here is going to be in her favor.
Yeah, she seems to be extending her lead now as she comes through the heart of the course. And we're shaping up to have a really interesting battle potentially for 3rd place here.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the issue is very much in doubt there.
Yeah,
but I don't know that 2nd place is necessarily comfortable either. I mean, there's a little bit of open water and still connection to 1st, between 1st and 2nd. Like,
yeah. Well, and the Episcopal Collegiate oarswomen and the Gulliver Prep oarswomen, they did not see each other yesterday. They were in different heats, and so they're feeling each other out. There's still some gamesmanship going on here as we move into the finals. Do you want to show your cards right now and show just what kind of speed you have, or do you want to hold back and maybe offer a little bit of a surprise in the final?
I have to say, Gulliver Prep is up to like 39 strokes per minute, 38, 39. I mean, still through the center of this race, she is just breaking in a single.
You're talking like this is like about 750 in, maybe a little bit less. And she certainly is assertive. There doesn't seem to be any wane to her rhythm right now.
That's what I was saying. I mean, here she's rowing so high, but she's rowing so smoothly with power. I mean, she's still. We'll see if she can maintain it to the 2nd half of the race. She certainly has a nice lead.
Yeah, hopefully we can get a little bit of a peek here at what's shaping up for 3rd place, because only the top 3 progress to the finals. We've got some strong push over there in lane 1 from St. Benedict's.
St. Anne's still in contact for 3rd.
I've got a
good spot there.
Episcopal Collegiate at a solid 34.
St. Anne's was also in a separate heat yesterday, came in 2nd in heat 3. So St. Anne's has not seen the Gulliver Prep or Episcopal Collegiate oarswomen yet. And the times difference between St. Anne's and Episcopal Collegiate was 2.5 seconds.
Well, here we got the last 500 now, and certainly it looks like St. Anne's has asserted herself in 3rd place, although it's tough to see.
Just what's going on in lane 1, yeah.
But
1 and 2 seem to have put the issue to rest here.
Oh, I mean, they are rowing beautifully. And that's, I mean, credit to them. They came out of the blocks hard and high, but rowing well. So they've been able to maintain that that just great rhythm. I mean, they established good quality rowing, and even especially Gulliver Prep looks like she slowed. Well, no, she's still going pretty high in this tailwind.
2:50 to go here in the first semi of the girls' senior single. Again, 3 to progress to the finals. We're looking to come up with the fastest 6 oarswomen to compete for that gold medal.
This is where I'm also curious what's going to happen in the timing of this heat, or this semi versus the other semi. I mean, these two girls out front are being aggressive and really attacking this whole course, and have a huge lead on the field. What's the other semi going to look like?
Well, the woman from Episcopal Collegiate has stepped up her stroke rating now.
Yep.
She is now matching stroke for stroke.
Well, I tell you what, if Gulliver is being coy here and still has more gears to go after this display,
it's going to be pretty impressive.
Can't wait to
this
see
afternoon.
Cannot wait to see that.
Yeah, and this is where
St. Anne's looking smooth.
Exactly. I mean, St. Anne's really had a fantastic, second half of the race.
Yeah.
I mean, really established her rhythm and just put some serious distance between her and the other crews. Very impressive second half of the race there from St. Anne's.
So there's our first 3 crossing the line, progressing to the final this afternoon. Moving on to the second semifinal. Strong lead from Parkersburg.
Oh, I remember this race yesterday. She put down an impressive piece, gaining separation early on in the race and able to just sort of watch the fracas behind her.
Yeah, she put down a time of 6:22.8 yesterday.
Without really being pushed, too.
Oh,
Like that's the
in
thing we
heat
got to
3.
keep in mind about a lot of the times that we're looking at here. What was the circumstance yesterday? Was this, a situation where you were pushed really hard and maybe had to go deeper into the well than you wanted? Or was this a situation where you got up and you're open water by 400 meters in, feeling pretty comfortable?
Well,
I heard like a 33 strokes per minute too. I mean, she's just
making it look easy.
I know, exactly.
yeah, but don't rule out girls prep. Girls prep turned out the second fastest time yesterday, with a time of 6:15. That was actually faster than the Parkersburg time. They were in different heats. Girls prep in lane 2 there.
Yeah.
They have a pretty similar stroke rating, looks like, as they're coming through the center of the course.
And just look at that send with each stroke. The bow ball just moving forward towards the finish line.
Yeah, and looks like Brighton is pretty comfortably in third place here. So unless something dramatic shifts through the center of this race, these might be the 3 oarswomen that we have competing against those other very strong rowers in the other semi.
The damage done.
Yeah.
Damage done.
So here we have the final 500 of this second semifinal of the girls' senior scull.
Brighton won second heat yesterday.
Yeah, we'll see if there's going to be a push from Brighton in this last 500.
Beautiful length.
Yeah,
Beautiful
certainly
length.
these two
Look at that.
these 2 rowers in the lead here are really just.
Man.
They're going to have a lot in the tanks come this afternoon. And see, I mean, again, those 2 scullers in the other heat were rating at a much higher rate. Are they going to pay a penalty for that? Is that going to show up as we go into the finals?
Yeah.
We'll find out.
It's only a few hours until the finals when you think about it.
Yeah. Quick turnaround.
Very quick. And again, how the conditions, are they going to deteriorate even more between now and then? I mean, you could literally just put a sail out there right now and get down this course pretty quickly.
Going to race the final on the square.
Exactly. Although there's some real chop out there too. Particularly in a single or some sort of scull, that if the wind starts to shift a little bit in an angle, one of the things we saw yesterday is we remember, I mean, especially some of the singles and those who didn't have coxswains, just trying to keep the course straight as the wind shifted slightly from race to race became a real challenge.
Yeah, these gusts will come and go, right? These gusts will come and go. Having a bit of one right now, but hopefully things settle down a bit so that we can have some high quality racing here this afternoon.
There is contact between these 2 crews in the last couple hundred meters of the race here. We are seeing a surge from girls prep.
Girls Prep has got those. She's having some great catches in Girls Prep. I mean, she's really grabbing on at the beginning of that stroke, and that's giving her a little extra push as we come into this final few strokes here.
Yeah, blades just disappear, absolutely disappear.
And it's just how you want to coach it.
Yeah. Yeah, tip of the cap to the coach at Girls Prep. This is really high-level stuff.
All right.
Close finish here.
Yeah, it looks like this third place finish is a little bit closer than I thought it was going to be 500 meters ago. So, you know, credit to the crew over there. I'm trying to figure, is that Frank W. Cox in lane 5?
Third place will be Brighton. Yep, Frank Cox, fourth.
Well, now we have it. There's our final. It will be all set for the girls single. All right, here are the doubles. Boys junior doubles. So Jim, what do you know about these crews?
So we have some pretty clustered times. So lanes 1 through 5 all had times of either 5:27 or 5:28 yesterday.
Whoa!
Conestoga was a little bit behind in lane 6 there, far left of your screen.
Ooh.
So anticipate some tight racing here.
Montgomery Bell's got to make a correction here.
I know, we see some of that. That's just what I was saying, as we finishing these wins. A little bit easier steering in the single, but when you get to the doubles and particularly the quads, you can have some real issues as the wind picks up.
So Western Albemarle was the #1 seed in the entire event in the preceding. You know, that's going to be a very coarse estimate of speed as the committee has to put together various compile results from different regional championships. There were a couple of key races this year that didn't run or were run off of time trials. As a result, do not necessarily believe that seeding, but Western Albemarle came in with a first seed, and they won that first heat with a time of 5:27.9.
Waterford does not seem concerned with that seeding.
No.
Waterford's over there in lane 1 and really moving quite nicely. I love the send through with these guys right here. They lock onto the water, drive the hips to bow, and send the shoulders through the hips to keep that handle accelerating. Really nice work from those lads.
Yeah, and it looks like they're rating about a beat lower than Western Albemarle. It seems to be they're around 34. Western Albemarle had about 35, although the camera was glitching a bit, so those rates might be slightly off.
Yeah, but do not count out Germantown Friends yet.
Nope, they're certainly in the conversation as well, and we're looking at 3 to go here, right, Jim?
Yeah. Only 3. We've got also St. Joseph in lane 2. They were in a different heat. They had second in heat 2. They turned in the same time as Western Albemarle had in heat 1. So see them push, because it's 3 to progress, and they are making a push right now for that 3rd spot.
And it's interesting to see how Waterford a slightly longer, slightly lower stroke rating through the center as Western Albemarle. Do they have a little extra in the tanks here to try and break into their lead? And yeah, can St. Joseph's put on a real press here to try and challenge for 3rd?
Coming back into the picture, but you don't have that much time.
No,
As the tailwind just sort of compresses the piece,
right.
Makes the piece shorter. You have to be a bit more distinctive with what you're going to do and when you're going to do it.
And also, again, as we talked about yesterday, in this tailwind, the precision of your strokes and the way you apply pressure right from the catch, otherwise it's just so hard to try and add speed as you're going in to try and make up.
You've really sort of missed the angle, right? Like the further the blades are to the bow, the better leverage you have. And when you're getting pushed by this tailwind here, that acceleration has to happen instantaneously.
Oh yeah, those legs right down.
And Western Albemarle seems to be giving a little bit of a push here at the end.
Oh yeah, they really responded to the push from Waterford. Waterford was pushing into them, and Western Albemarle, they have the capacity to row so cleanly at the higher stroke rating. Here, as Waterford's taking the stroke rating up, they're not quite as clean as they were at the lower stroke rating, whereas Western Albemarle looks a little bit cleaner.
Germantown Friends still has contact. And St. Joseph is making a valiant push. I think they're going to run out of race course here. to get into that third place.
Right. And a little, yeah.
There we go. Man.
Well, there we go. So really
maybe a second and some change there between third and fourth.
Yeah, some solid racing there from the boys double in that first semi. And here's the second semi. So
second semi, we had the winners from Heat 2 and Heat 3 in lanes 3 and 4. Brighton won Heat 2 with a time of 6:21.9. Parkersburg won Heat 3 with a time of 6:22.8. Cathedral Catholic was. Oh, sorry. I'm looking at the wrong stuff here. Move back here. We do still have the winners from Heats 2 and 3, but Augustine Classical won Heat 2. Friends Select won Heat 3. Augustine had a time of 5:19. Friends Select had 5:25 flat. Those times were considerably faster than the rest of the field here in the heats.
Really calm out of Augustine Classical here, right? They look like they've got gears to go here. I mean, they're not necessarily in a comfortable position per se, but nonetheless, like...
Yeah, they seem to right just where you want to be for the middle of the race. I mean, they're confident. They're pushing their puddles back, maintaining a good, solid rating. I have them about 34. And let's see if the conditions start to cause problems in the second half of this race.
I tell you what, if you're clean and calm like this, I know where my money's going, hypothetically.
Right, exactly. All right, and this looks like another of these tight races for third.
Yeah,
exactly.
Buddy. Yeah, buddy.
I mean,
and even first, man, like.
Oh yeah.
Friends Select, right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're making a push. Friends Select definitely making a push through the center of this race to see if they can eat into that lead.
So one of the things about position here is top 3 make it to the final. So you're going to be in the race, but if you are at one of the better seeds, you will get one of those middle lanes. And it's just easier to compete when you're in the thick of things than when you're out on the side trying to figure out, okay, how do I stack up against these other crews?
Yeah,
so that's what these crews are battling for.
Yeah, particularly in these doubles where it's just harder to see those crews peripherally if you're not in front. And this race for third looks like it is really tight over in lanes 1 and 2. And in lane 5, it's hard to see how Ransom Everglades stacks up to St. John's High School.
A little bit of a steering issue going on in lane 1 there.
Yeah. Oh, gosh, that's heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking for that crew.
They were so close there. They were in it.
Oh, gosh, I feel so bad for them. Oh, look at this. You see Augustine Classical really pushing back against that move we saw from Friends Select. I mean, they just decided to dial in a little bit more, clean up just a little bit more, and find that nice clean rowing through the center of the race here. And now they're in the last 500.
But who's got third?
I know. This is where lane 2 and lane 5, we've got Seton Hall Prep and Ransom Everglades battling it out for third place to see who gets that final spot in the finals for the boys junior double.
Ransom Everglades and Seton Hall Prep were in different heats yesterday.
Oh, well, here we have Friends Select coming back a little bit more into Augustine Classical. Not enough to catch them probably in these last few strokes, but certainly trying to make a statement that they can hang with them as they move to the finals.
Ransom Everglades absolutely throwing everything at it right now. Don't have my watch in front of me, but I would imagine 37-38 out of those guys.
Well, they have to.
They have to because
Seton Hall Prep is a canvas ahead of them.
Yeah, 37. I am at 37 there, Chris.
Still got it.
Yeah, there we go.
But look at that Ransom. Look at that move.
I know, they are.
Have they drawn even?
That's big.
They are sprinting hard to try and make it into this finals.
Surge. I like the surge.
They have to do
Ransom.
it now.
Oh, they have been. That is impressive.
Seton Hall's got to bring it. Got to get direct, fellas. Get direct. Edges down. Hold on to it. We're going to see here. We're going to see whose blades are in.
What a race. Oh,
Seton Hall.
Oh, wow.
By a foot. Oh, my gosh.
Wow.
Massive
great race
from
in the
Ransom
last
Everglades
500 there from
Yeah.
those two crews. Great racing. Hats off to Ransom Everglades for a strong push, and to Seton Hall Prep for pushing back and holding on to that third spot.
Just staying composed, right? Like that is a it's a tough situation to be in.
Oh wow, you see that, Jim? So this is
the first semi of the boys freshman 8. So there was a debate about how many crews were actually going to be in this race, because during one of the heats yesterday, heat 1, there was an interference between the crew that came in 3rd and the crew that came in 5th. And so the crew that came in 3rd ended up getting
Jackson Reed, I'm trying to remember.
excluded, and which is eliminated, disqualified, which bumped up the crew in 4th into this race here, and then the crew that was impeded
I'm at 38.
would have been in 5th place. They moved up to 4th. They were considered to have a spot here, but it looks like it was a scratch.
Bellin is not going to be denied.
No.
This is just too technically proficient, too powerful. I mean, tip of the cap to everybody else in this event, but there's just a marked difference between what Bellin is doing and what the field is doing.
Well, and yesterday they won their heat. They were the #1 seed. They turned in a time of 4:41. Nobody was in that neighborhood yesterday.
No. I mean, you could drop these guys in the junior 8 and they would hang.
Yeah, I mean, they're rowing beautifully
Which is
here.
terrifying.
I mean, especially with this kind of tailwind, to get out to that kind of lead, length lead at 500 meters.
But hey,
I mean,
fist fight for 2nd and 3rd, boys.
Oh yeah, that's
Put your dukes up, man.
Oh, this is gonna be great.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
Maybe Trier.
Yeah, it looks like they're pushing in.
Trier by a seat over St. Peter's.
Good for New Trier to really be making a good push through that 500-meter mark to see what they can do to assert themselves in this crucial center part of the race.
Oh, wow. I think we are looking more closer to a level from St. Andrews to St. Peter's to New Trier.
Yeah. I think St. Peter's is trying to make a move here.
Yeah,
but
it looks
boy,
like it.
such a response from New Trier there.
Oof.
None of these crews,
No.
none of those
Nobody's
3 crews have
budging,
seen
right?
each other yesterday either. They were
here we go.
all in different heats. So they are feeling each other out here. And look at that move from St. Peter's. They're going.
Yeah, St. Peter's and Trier seeming to gain some advantage over St. Andrews here through the second half of the middle 500. Looks like they've almost gotten back into contact with Bellin.
Yeah, I have New Trier at 38-39. I mean, they're really up there.
Yeah.
St. Peter looks like they're about a beat lower.
Those geese,
Yeah.
not gonna stop them.
And the question is, can St. Andrews push back a bit to claim that
Right.
third spot?
Right.
The last 500 meters now, it's now or never for the St. Andrews crew here to see whether they can make it into the finals.
They need to lock in those blades.
Yes, they do. Clean entries here, fellas. Square down to the water. Grab it. Go.
All right, good solid push here from New Trier. Looks like they're continuing to build their lead slightly and maybe taking some more seats in this third 500. And St. Andrews is pushing back with 500 meters to go, it looks like. Oh, sorry, I meant to say St. Peter's is the one that's...
Peter's,
I
yeah.
mixed those two crews up. St. Peter's is the one that's really made quite a move with 500 meters down. And can New Trier hold on as St. Andrews is pushing through them, or at least trying to push through them? It'll be down to the sprint
St.
between
Andrews
those two
making it
crews.
interesting here for third.
St. Andrews and New Trier are just going to be sprinting it out to see who has that final spot in this boys freshman 8.
But are they going to have enough distance here? There is only 250 meters to go.
Oh, boy.
I don't know. It looks like I think St. Andrews is really
Who's going to have
potentially up. I don't know.
Guys,
It's hard to tell at this angle who's up right
They got
now.
to stay clean,
who's
though.
gonna
They
have
got
the
to stay
better
clean.
entries? The better entries in the final 15 strokes here.
Here
is
comes
gonna
New Trier.
determine it.
New Trier has decided they're going to push. They've only got 200 meters to go.
Oh, this is tight.
Got to be direct. Got to be direct. Those blades got to disappear. Got to disappear.
Look at Bellingesto. It's just
Right?
Coming into the finish
just
here.
being nice and
Aloof.
casual.
Just
Exactly.
aloof.
Just like whatever.
Can't be bothered to bring the rate up.
But here, what a race here for third place. Ah,
I think Trier's going to hang on here.
wow, wow.
Yes, Trier got it.
Oh,
Just
Couple of seats.
wow.
hair.
Couple of seats.
Fantastic racing. The racing is only going to get tighter as we move through across the day here. 'Cause that's what the whole seating and heats and semi-process does, is it just winnows down to those 6 fastest crews that we're going to race in the finals.
Well,
Ignatius and Chaminade had a heck of a race yesterday.
Yeah.
Or was that in the 2? I feel like that may have been in the 2.
Yeah, no, Ignatius and Chaminade both won their heats yesterday.
right.
Okay.
Ignatius won Heat 2 with a time of 4:49.3.
Right.
Chaminade won Heat 3 with a time of 4:54.6. So there was about 4.5 seconds difference in the heats time, but they both won their heats.
Well, the question is, how can St. Ignatius Cleveland look great yesterday? How do they compare with the Bell and Jesuit crew that we saw that was so impressive in that first semi?
I mean, that's going to be a very, very, very hard obstacle to climb if you're looking to beat that Bell and Jesuit crew.
You know who doesn't care? Loyola. Loyola doesn't care. Like, look, I'm in lane 5. I'm going to do my thing. Get myself a half-length lead right here.
I am at 41 right now in these high strokes.
Also, Loyola was in Heat 1, so they competed against Bell and Jesuit yesterday. They were second with a time of 4:53. Their time was actually faster than the Chaminade's time that won Heat 3.
Wow, man. I mean, lane 3, 4, 5 here. Couple of seats separating each of them. Iggy seeming to settle back down, finding a nice long rhythm here. Beautiful cadence from them as they've overtaken the lead from Loyola.
Get some close-up shots here.
You can see that wind.
The Chaminade crew.
Savagery
freezing.
from Chaminade. Look at that, man. Getting after it. I mean, again, rating, probably around 39-40 out of both those crews in 4 and 5.
All right, we'll see what's going to happen now to the center of this race, center of this course. Who's going to settle in with a slightly more powerful stroke? I mean, they all are going pretty hard at the beginning, as they should with this tailwind, and who can try and create some distance in the middle part of this race?
Yeah, really threw it down early. Again, like, you're not going to get invited, right? You have to invite yourself. You have to show up. And Loyola not going anywhere, man. Pushing again as we start the second 500.
Yeah,
it looks
don't
like
rule
St.
out
Ignatius
Walt
Cleveland's got a
Whitman
little
there,
more
because
power
Walt
there.
Whitman we've seen make massive moves from behind in a couple of events yesterday.
Boy, dude, I think Loyola's taking the lead again.
I don't know. It's hard to tell from this angle.
Hard to tell, yeah. If
So what about for third, though? I mean, this
Oh, yeah.
because as Jim was saying, these crews in lanes 1 and 2, Gonzaga and Whitman, are hanging right there.
Mhm.
And even LaSalle, not that far behind.
No.
They're in lane 6. I mean, so you've got quite a battle across the way for second and third place. But it looks like St. Ignatius Cleveland made a great move coming through that 500-meter mark. Again, just lengthening out a bit, applying a little bit more power than some of the other crews.
Oh, boy. Got to get clean here. Got to clean some things up. Things are getting a little bit bumpy, a little bit choppy halfway down the course here.
That's what I worry about with the conditions, and also Loyola Academy going out so high and strong at the beginning. Or did they sacrifice a bit of cleanliness in their rowing in order to do it? Can they settle down and try and get those catches right down into the water?
Yeah, I think Chaminade's on the move right now.
Uh-oh. There's a
Goose.
Yeah. Darn it. Poor Loyola Academy. Looks like he bumped his seat there. And in the 3 seat and trying to get it back. And the rest of the crew was rowing violently.
Good recovery. Good recovery.
There we go. Little steer here. We'll be A-okay. No worries.
That was pretty impressive.
But boy, oh boy, is it? Pretty tight now. Second, third.
3 seat in
fourth,
Loyola
you got
Academy.
it.
Lost his seat there, got it back, and somehow only lost a few seats. The rest of the crew dialing in. And sometimes when those things happen, the crew just gets a bit of aggression back as they recover. Can they try and push back into that? But Chaminade was spotted a few seats there.
They were.
And Ignatius Cleveland just continuing to build their lead through the center of this race.
Yeah, but look at Walt Whitman
Yeah,
here.
Chaminade and Whitman following up here, trying to keep contact with Iggy.
Oh, this is going to be
Also got close contact with Gonzaga there in lane 1.
So big question now as you come into the final few hundred meters. Who's going to be second? Who's going to be third? Who's making it to the final? Looks like St. Ignatius Cleveland has this race pretty well under control.
Yep.
But it's anyone's guess for second and
Whitman
third.
surging right now. Really, really nice blade work out of those boys in lane 2.
I know. It looks like they've taken over Chaminade, and they're in a there's a real race just across the way for second, third, especially
Gonzaga's
third.
saying, "Come on, we got to go now."
I know.
We
It's
have to go
Gonzaga,
now.
Chaminade, Loyola Academy. Who's going to get third? Who's going to make it in there?
I like Whitman.
Looks like Whitman
I
is
like Whitman
really
on the
pressing
come up.
hard for their second place spot, but who's got that third place spot?
Good push from Whitman here. Good push from Whitman, overtaking Chaminade.
Looks like Chaminade's in third, but can Gonzaga, can Loyola Academy push them?
Oh, man. Just enough for Whitman.
Well, there we go. There's 1, 2, 3. That was an interesting
Just-
last 500. Certainly the last 500 of that race, you saw Whitman make a fantastic push, and Chaminade really pushed back from some of the pressure from Gonzaga and Loyola Academy to cross the line in third.
Well, we've seen that now a couple times from Walt Whitman.
Now, how does that
of
time,
this.
Jim, for St. Ignatius Cleveland compare to the Bell Jesuit folks?
Gee, John, you got to ask me that now.
Sorry, I'm just curious. I mean, well, Bell Jesuit also was a little bit calmer towards the end, but Ignatius Loyola was looking really good there. Is it posted yet?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. So Bell and Jesuit had a time of 4:46.99.
And Gonzaga was 4:47. So
Yeah.
second difference with Bell and Jesuit was significantly more relaxed, particularly in the last 500, where it looked like they didn't really have to sprint much. So they'll certainly be the favorites going into the finals there for that freshman boys 8. Now we have the freshman girls 8.
Girls here. Yep.
Well, we know who the favorite here is on the freshman girls. It's Winter Park. They won Heat 1. They are in lane 3 here, so third from the right of your screen. They had a time of 5:25.8, significantly faster than the other Heat times. But Mount St. Joseph in lane 4 there, they won Heat 4 with a time of 5:32.5. And we saw that race yesterday. It was a really strong performance from Mount.
And then you got Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
Yep,
See how they
yep,
do.
We will see. We will see with bated breath.
All right, great start there from Mount St. Joseph, right out of the blocks, asserting themselves over Winter Park, the favorites, really
Yeah.
trying to get out hard. That's if I were the coach, I'd be coaching them the same thing. So let's
Holy
see
names up there as well.
let's see how they come off the high strokes, and let's see how that settle is, or just in this case, just lengthening out a bit, trying to maintain a pretty high stroke rating, I imagine, through the center of this race with this tailwind.
We got 3 to go here, right, fellas?
3 to the final.
Yep.
The rest pack their bags.
This is where Orchard Lake St. Mary's got to settle in a little bit stronger to stay in. These other crews are going out blazing.
Yeah, but look, Upper Arlington, look at how the
putting down a nice
angles are
rhythm.
matching on those oars there.
Putting down a nice rhythm there, UA.
Yeah, I wonder how many times during the season Winter Park's been tested. Looks like they might be tested in this race. These are freshmen. We'll see how they respond.
Mount. Jesus, what is Mount at right now? 39?
Now we can check.
40?
Looks that way.
Because they are absolutely ripping on it.
Yeah, I have them at.
Langley out on the side there, also trying to make a
Yeah, I have
push,
him at
saying
40
if we're
for
going
Mount
to
St.
be
Joseph.
in contention for the top 3, we need to go now.
Yeah.
I think they've pulled maybe a foot ahead of OLSM.
Yeah, so Mount St. Joseph I had at 39.40 and a beat or 2 lower. I had Winter Park, but we'll see. Looks like
Winter
both crews are
Park
lengthening out a bit.
Quietly going about their work, and I think moving up into
Yeah.
Mount right now.
Well, when you can start taking seats in a tailwind at a lower stroke rating, then that's a good sign coming through
Yeah.
the middle of the course.
Yep.
Yeah, Winter Park is just a little bit more relaxed, a little bit longer, and that's been giving them a couple inches with each stroke of movement.
And a little less check at the catch, which does
Yeah.
make a difference. Just smoother in the catch there at Winter Park. And if I were the coxswain, I'd just be focusing on that and that good solid rowing through the middle part of the
Yes,
race. So
absolutely.
then start laying down the hammer come 500 meters to go.
Build that rhythm, stack up the good strokes,
Right.
be calm while you do it. Winter Park making a nice move right here.
Oh, yeah, they're just looking a little cleaner than Mount St. Joseph. Mount St. Joseph is pushing hard, but they've got to settle in a little bit with that same aggression.
You know, obviously I like to look at what the coxswains are doing here, and you see that Mount St. Joseph coxswain, her head is turned over towards Winter Park, whereas that Winter Park coxswain has just kept in the boat, saying, we're going to row our race, be calm about it, and execute what we have come out here to do. And I think that's been paying off.
Well, what a move there we just saw from Winter Park. I mean, they just took half a length in the last 200 meters, and they just keep moving. I mean, they're just, again, they're rowing beautifully, and they just said, hey, this other crew is going to wear itself out halfway down. Let's just, as I said a few hundred meters before, lay down the hammer, and they just did it. I mean, they just did it. They just said, this is our race.
Stayed composed, right? You know, trusted themselves, trusted their coxswain, executed the calls that were being made.
Oh yeah, I mean, what a second 500 for Winter Park.
We've got a good lead from Winter Park and Mount St. Joseph. What's going on for third?
Might be shaping up for third here. It seems as though St. Mary's has made a concerted effort to crawl back into this race, and they are surging. Absolutely. This is not partisan right now. They are surging coming into this final 500 meters. John, like you talked about yesterday, you have to build that rhythm coming into the final 5 so that as you make your shifts, they can be effective.
Oh, this is going to be a heck of a battle between those two crews for third. We've got Upper Arlington and Upper Arlington, Orchard Lake St. Mary's are just fighting stroke for stroke.
Before, too, right?
Backyard brawl right here, guys. They hate each other from the old neighborhood.
Well, let's see who's got the sharper elbow sharper knives in that neighborhood.
You know, we saw yesterday, it's going to come down to cleanliness. Who can stay calm, who can stay clean, and effectively accelerate that boat.
Orchard Lake St. Mary's had turned in a considerably faster time in the heats yesterday than Upper Arlington.
You still got to race the races. Still got to race the races here.
Oh, getting rougher water here.
Yeah,
it's a lot tougher to be clean.
See a lot of splashing. And you
Orchard
got
Lake
to
St.
start
Mary's
gearing it up.
Yeah, Orchard Lake St. Mary's is definitely higher in the stroke
here.
rating there. Several beats higher than Upper Arlington, and they're moving through them with that higher stroke rating.
Well, they know they have to go now.
I mean, this is where Upper Arlington has to respond with their sprint. Otherwise, Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
Entries, and cleanliness on the recovery is what's going to get the bow ball ahead.
And
beautiful rowing from Winter Park as they cross the line.
Gorgeous.
Well done. But boy, oh boy, the issue for third is very much in doubt here as both crews surging. Let's see.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
I think OLSM just by a hair.
Just by a hair. Looked like it. Yes. Look at that. Well done, Orchard Lake St. Mary's. Great.
Massive push from OLSM there.
That was
just nab it from
great
Upper
last
Arlington.
500 there from Orchard Lake St. Mary's. But Winter Park, I mean, what a performance. What a performance from Winter Park. I mean, just that second, third 500, they looked so good. I mean, now just long, powerful.
Move into the second semis. We've got some very fast crews here. So New Trier won Heat 2 yesterday. They are in lane 3 there, third from the right on your screen. St. Ignatius San Francisco won Heat 3 yesterday. New Trier's time of 5:22 was actually faster than Winter Park's time across the heats.
Well, I mean, the 5:19 that Winter Park just put down looked absolutely stunning. Yeah, so I don't know what New Trier's going to put together, but they've got their work cut out for them.
St. Ignatius San Francisco was a class outfit as well. Well rowed piece from that crew yesterday.
No, I mean the real question is how do these crews do in these conditions, and then how do they stack up against that Winter Park crew in the finals?
Yeah, no, it's just, I mean, what was so impressive about Winter Park was just how composed they stayed.
Oh,
right? Just didn't let a couple of crews, Holy Names, Mount, who just came out of the ditch like they were shot out of a cannon. It didn't bother them. They're like, look, we know our work, we know our effort, we know our rhythm. We're going to trust that and just ride it into the second 500. And then start asking some questions and see who's still around and wants to go with us.
Yeah, and you just looked. I was just so impressed how cleanly they were rowing in that. I mean, that second, third 500. I mean, it was as though there was just flat water with no breeze, and yet we're sitting here in the tent getting buffeted, and yet Winter Park. I think they didn't get the memo that the conditions were rough.
Nope.
Hopefully these crews can get their points here as we get ready to start.
Yeah, you can see that
I know
there's
Ignatius is a little off course.
some chop up there.
Oh yeah.
Bringing it around just in time there. St. Ignatius, San Francisco. Oh, don't overcorrect.
I know. You know how that is, Jim, right? Sitting there.
Just when you think you got it right, and then you're sitting on another crew, waiting for another crew to get their point, and then you lose yours.
As luck would have it.
Yeah, you just hope that when the start goes that you're pointing as straight as you can.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, Ignatius San Francisco here is just wobbling back and forth. Okay, here we go. Race is off.
Here we go.
Now, who's going to get the jump here on the start? Who's going to assert themselves in these first few hundred meters? Is Nutrier? Is St. Ignatius San Francisco? Is one of these other crews going to just, I bet these other crews are told, hey, come out hard. So I think all the crews across the board are going to give it what they can in these first 500 meters.
Ignatius San Francisco with the early surge ahead out of the first 20 strokes.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, but Nutrier is saying, Chris, nope.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Hopefully, though, they get their point because they're getting dangerously close to that lane line on the port side.
Yeah, and every time
There
you
we
hit
go.
that rudder, it slows you down just a tad, so.
Remember, these are freshmen, so this is their first championship regatta at the SRAA National level here. So a lot can happen here, from heats to semis to finals. A lot of growth happening from these athletes.
Like the
Look at
lead for
Nutrier.
Nutrier right now.
Oh.
A half length, nearly a full length here.
I know.
Man, oh man. That finding that rhythm, finding that gear.
Well,
quickly.
they're sending a statement to this field, but they're also sending a statement to Winter Park saying, hey, we're gunning for you this afternoon.
Yeah.
Good race developing for the second and third positions.
Clean effort, too, from Nutrier, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
looks
You
like
don't see a whole lot of
37.
splashing around right now on the recovery, just grabbing onto that water and throwing the boat down the course. Commanding lead right now for Nutrier.
Yeah, as they pass that 500-meter mark, they have a full-length lead on the field, and it does not look like they're slowing down.
No. Ignatius San Francisco, though, putting together a nice piece in second, have nearly a full-length lead over Mainland.
But who is going to take that third place spot here? If you went by times yesterday in the heats, it would be Mainland. But, gee, Washington Liberty is right there, bow to bow ball in lanes 1 and 2. Loyola over in 5 is also saying, come on, we're in this. Good view of the clean rowing.
Yeah.
I know.
Right.
I mean, that's why I was just Nutrier's like at 36. They're just nice.
Doesn't look it, though, right?
Yeah, just nice and
Does
and
not
long.
look
Just,
forced.
yeah, just what you want to do when especially this kind of lead in a semi. Put in a nice piece, put in a good time, work on your technique in this tailwind, try and get as much experience as possible because certainly going against Winter Park in that final is going to be it is going to be something.
match.
It is going to be something. I mean, I think it's going to be the two of them and then
Man,
Who knows?
to your point,
What's happening in
third,
lane 1
right?
and 1 and 2? What's happening there?
oh,
Yeah.
lanes 1 and 2
Washington
is a real
Liberty
dogfight.
saying, no way, we want to be in that final.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And they've had
Yep.
an incredible move in
Yep.
this second 500, and they're really, looks like they're moving on Mainland and continue to
Do
move
we
on
think
Mainland.
Washington Liberty is in front of Loyola?
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
I think
I'd
by a
say.
length.
Yeah, by a significant
Wow.
margin. Washington Liberty has made an incredible move, and now as we come into this, approach this third 500, will one of the crews respond? Will Mainland respond? They're going to have to come up with something. But right now, gosh, they are building their lead. They're even
I mean, they're
even moving in here on St. Ignatius,
Right.
San Francisco.
yeah, there's overlap there.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is.
All right, final 500. 1, 2, 3 are holding steady right now, but is someone going to surprise us in these last 500 meters? But boy, there's
But look at Washington Liberty.
I know Washington Liberty is
They
having
have
just a
broken free
fantastic race.
of Mainland. They have broken free of Loyola. They are saying to St. Ignatius San Francisco, we are gunning for you.
Oh yeah,
Looks like St. Ignatius San Francisco may be responding.
exactly. Just noticed that too. They're coming this third 500, and they just put in a good surge.
Yep.
And Nutrier's just continuing to row their race. Looking forward to the finals, but these other crews really battling for second and third.
A little bit of a steering adjustment there from Washington Liberty. Hopefully that doesn't cost them too much.
Yeah, it looks
They're getting now close to that lane line on their starboard side. Blades are on those buoy lines. They do not want to get excluded here because they are in a position they could be considered impeding the progress of Mainland.
Really close the gap on Ignatius, San Francisco, Washington Liberty. Wow. Like
just aggressive second half from Washington Liberty.
Just watch it
but
live here.
They got to clean it up a bit now because Ignatius has responded and need to get a little bit cleaner in Washington Liberty. They pushed hard, but Ignatius San Francisco has really pushed back. And now, can Mainland put on a heck of a charge? I don't know. It's a little bit too much to think that they could do that.
I would agree. I think St. Ignatius, San Francisco, surging nicely right now. Bodies moving really, really well together. Holding on to it. Good send through. Relatively clean. Good position here for second.
Oh, yeah. Well, certainly, I would say that the crew from New Trier had the dominant first 500. I'd say Washington Liberty, that next part of the race, really established themselves, and then St. Ignatius San Francisco really showing what they've got in that third 500. Always nice to see those crews happy. Always nice to see that cheering at the finish line when you know you rode well.
And they are spent.
Oh, yeah.
The kids are fired up.
It is so nice to see that.
I mean, one of the massive things about that finish from Washington Liberty is they had third place in Heat 2 yesterday.
Oh,
Their
wow.
times were way behind the times of Mainland's, but they just put on a gutsy move there in the middle.
Oh, yeah.
And then once they had that momentum, it just carried them forward.
I know. Great race for those girls. So here we go. Boys Junior 4, Cox 4.
So top two to the final. So you have to be first or second here. Because there are three semifinals in the Boys Junior 4. Blair.
Oh, look at this. I love it.
Blair in the white boat there. They won Heat 1 with a time of 5:13. McCallie won Heat 6 with a time of 5:10. McCallie in the black boat in lane 4. Over there in lane 1, right? That's lane 1 is Edgewater. Edgewater put in a very fast time yesterday of 5:15. They were only third in the heat because it was a very fast Heat 3.
Well, look at these three crews. They are just really putting on a clinic with the rest of the field.
I would keep an eye on Blair here. They are the more composed of the three at this moment.
Yeah.
And as conditions deteriorate coming into the final 5, cleanliness is going to win the day.
Without a doubt.
And Blair, as a program, has just put on a clinic in the 4s this weekend
we've seen
so far.
Time and time again, we've seen that. Just the composure, the beautiful rowing, and the speed that results from that.
Yeah.
This is quite a race here. And again, only the top 2 are going to make it into the finals. And you know these coxswains are telling them that. They've got to find their rhythm and really push. This is going to be quite a fight through these middle 500 meters to see if some of these crews can get separation. And it looks like Blair is certainly trying to do that, trying to row a little bit more cleanly than McCallie. It looks like they're getting a little bit of space there on them. Can the McCallie crew respond? Can they push back and not let them get away? Because you certainly got Edgewater in lane 1 that's pushing hard.
Boy, and really no separation between Edgewater and McCallie right now.
Right.
I mean, who's surging at the moment would tell you who's in second.
Oh, yeah.
Though who's going to handle this rough water here?
We're into the red buoys. Into the red buoys, boys.
The blade work is starting to get deteriorating as the fatigue is building in. Hold on to it.
Wow.
Hold on to it in these last 200 meters here.
Oh, here goes Blair. Here goes Blair, bringing it up a bit. A little more zest out of the finish here with the hands coming away.
McCallie seems to be moving too. Can Edgewater respond? It looks like it's
right on the line for this one.
I know. Gosh. Oh. Who's got it? Who's got second place?
Hang on to first.
Who's got second? Who's going to the finals?
Surging Edgewater. Surging Edgewater.
Is Edgewater able to take the second spot?
Edgewater's got him.
Yeah, Edgewater's got it. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. Only the
Great.
top two in
Great
that
cover.
event move on to the finals.
Heck of a final 15 strokes from Edgewater.
Oh yeah,
That was really,
I
really
thought,
impressive.
I thought McCallie had it, but
Yeah.
Edgewater really surprised in those last 150 meters. That was something else.
Edgewater found another gear after finding a gear to just hang around, and that was impressive.
Yeah, that was a great final push.
Fantastic rowing here in the boys' Junior 4. First of 3 semifinals. Top 2 to progress. Looks like it's Blair and Edgewater. Edgewater coming from lane 1. Really gutsy move from that crew. Second of the semifinals lining up here. We have the winners from Heat 2 yesterday, Haverford School in lane 3. Heat 5, Baylor in lane 4. We then have the second place finishers from Heats 5 and Heats 2, Lower Marion in lane 2, and George School in lane 5. And the third place finishers from Heat 6 and Heat 1, St. Ignatius San Francisco in lane 1 and Holy Ghost in lane 6.
Yeah, I remember this Haverford crew looking great and clean. We'll see how they can do in this semifinal. And the particular challenge we saw in the last one is just the top 2 make it. I mean, that really puts the pressure on all these crews. No one can take a stroke off. You've got to fight to try and get in that top 2. I mean, this is where these first 500 meters too. I mean, last heat or last semi, what we saw, those top 3 crews established themselves in the first 300-400 meters, and then when you're behind like that in a race like this with this tailwind,
So for this particular semi, Baylor had the fastest time yesterday from the heats,
okay.
a time of 5:10.4. That was 0.1 seconds behind McCallie. McCallie had the fastest time from the other semi yesterday in the heats. So we'll have to see. They need to push because they are going to face some stiff competition from Haverford here.
Yeah, so McCallie had the fastest time in the heats, and yet it was just nicked at the end there.
Yeah.
Feel bad for those rowers. It's too bad there's not more spots in the finals, but hey, that's
Right.
just the way it goes. All right. Let's try and get these crews lined up. And
You can still see some adjustments being made there, eh?
oh yeah. And they're off.
Yep.
Here we go. Who can get off cleanly? It looks like Baylor had a really good, clean start, and Haverford got a little bit of a bobble there. Wasn't quite as strong. And
got a missed stroke there.
I know that's gonna.
But
Let's see.
we've seen this before, boys, right? Like, maybe the first 25 strokes
Look at
don't
how
go to
clean
script.
Baylor is. Ooh.
Just got to hunker down.
Baylor is looking clean and strong.
Yeah.
Off this start. Good for them. Wow.
Haverford on the come up. Haverford on the come up, finding a gear here right in the early going.
Yep.
And not letting Baylor get away, right? Being able to keep them in contact.
First 5 strokes do not necessarily make a race.
No way.
As it turns
Just
out,
saw.
there's more strokes after that. I didn't
Okay.
find that out till much later in my career, but I'm glad I did.
All right, well, here's the settle now, and how can Baylor establish themselves? And Haverford, again, they are pressing hard. Baylor had that great start, but Haverford was not letting them get away. And those two crews have really established themselves early. And can St. Ignatius San Francisco push in, or is it going to be just Haverford and Baylor pushing ahead to that final? I mean, they're both such good crews, and they're pushing one another.
Really like the rhythm right now out of Haverford. You just see that the speed of the hull seems to be a bit more constant than Baylor.
And
Ooh, that was a tough.
That doesn't help.
No. But that's the thing with these conditions. You get strokes like that.
Yeah,
You
everybody's going to get one. Everybody's
right.
going to get a handful of them, right? You're going to have some wonky strokes. It'll throw your rhythm off, and you just got to trust that the coxswain will feel that and give you the focus to get back on it.
I have Haverford stroking slightly higher than
I would say the
Baylor.
blade work from Baylor is just ever so slightly better, just crisper in these conditions, and you could see that they seem to be handling this really rough water well with their getting just good tap down at the finish, getting the blades over those waves.
Super calm too, right? Like, just look how loose they are along the recovery.
Baylor Coxon sitting up, taking a peek, trying to see where is that other Haverford crew. Her guys know.
A little bit of wash out there at the finish from Baylor. I don't know if that's how that's going to affect them as they go through the center part of the race. They're going to really hold on to those finishes. Just
I'll bet they're trying to make a move right here and respond to Haverford and just getting a little excited, yamming on that handle.
Yeah.
Flat, fellas, flat.
Yeah, these conditions are not great, but good job for Baylor. As Chris was just saying, Baylor's really made a big move here and really establishing themselves in this mid-500, and now they're starting to get some real distance on Haverford.
Yeah. Good run.
And the question is, can Haverford respond? The last thing Haverford wants is to spend themselves early and then leave open a potential for one of these other crews
coming up into
to catch up into
Haverford
them.
Here.
I know Lower Merion making a big move. Haverford's got to find that rhythm and then get a good push back.
So Lower Merion's time yesterday in the heats was actually faster than Haverford's time. They had a time of 5:15 flat. Haverford had a time of 5:15.7 in different heats. Lower Merion was second in heat 5.
Well, Baylor's really made a statement in that second 500. Now coming into this third 500, can they keep it going to just put themselves in a good position for the finals? And the real question is Lower Merion continuing to move on Haverford? Can they catch them? Are they going to start to bring the stroke rating up? Can Haverford respond?
They got the space to do it. If
they do.
Lower Merion started putting on the juice here and just shifted the rhythm up, they've got room to go. I'd say they're only probably at 34 right now.
Right. That's what it looks like to me.
Coxon's looking over, trying to tell the crew that we still are in it here. Yep. You can see they're
34
close to that lane line there. Oh.
Could work at a carnival.
All right. Yeah, but Lower Merion's really got to take it up, and they got to take it up soon. They've got a long way to go. I mean, especially in Cox Forest, trying to make up in a tailwind, trying to make up, looks like nearly a length. And Haverford's.
Nice entries here from Haverford.
I know. They've done well in this third 500. They're not letting Lower Merion creep up.
Nope. Almost in contact again with Baylor.
I know. Baylor's got a little bit sloppier in, but that's to be expected. They're looking forward to that finish line so they can go to the final. There we go. Now Baylor's pushing back. Maybe they heard us talking and they said, forget this. We've got the last few hundred meters. We'll show you. That was a great response from Baylor.
How far off is Lower Merion right now?
Nice sprint there.
Lower Merion's there, but again, like, you got to find that gear, I just think, a bit sooner. Here it comes from Lower Merion, but I think it's going to be too little too late.
Yeah. So here we have in semifinal 2, Baylor going to cross the finish line in first place fairly comfortably. Haverford in second, and Lower Merion in third, just out of the final. And these other strong crews finishing up.
Baylor
all
and
still
Haverford,
fighting to the end.
The two crews to advance into the finals.
All right, so now it'll be interesting to see what this third semi looks like. Now, Jim, how was that 5:08 time? How did that 5:08 time compare to the Blair time?
I don't have the that time up for a second.
5:04 for Blair, 5:05 for Edgewater.
Oh, wow. So that was significantly faster in that first semi than the second semi. And, well, I just think, Blair looked a little bit cleaner than the Baylor crew. Baylor crew's got a lot of force and got a lot of heart, but they've got to clean up their rowing just a little bit if they're going to hang with Blair in that final. So here we have this third semi.
So it's St. Ignatius, Chicago. They won Heat 3 yesterday with a time of 5:08.1. They're in lane 3 here in the white boat. Heat 4 was won by a time of 5:08.8 from Christian Brothers in lane 4 in the black boat. But the blue boat out in front right now was the Heat 4 second place finisher, University. They finished with a time of 5:12. Behind was 4 seconds slower than Christian Brothers. So the blue boat and the black boat have seen each other already. Christian Brothers had the better of the race yesterday, and we'll see if University can change that story here.
Keep an eye on Ignatius, Chicago. Just a bit lower, a bit more composed than the crews on either side of them here.
For sure.
And if they can just kind of maintain this rhythm and cleanliness, and most importantly, length in the water, they're going to be in a great position come the second 500 when everybody starts throwing everything at it.
Well, here comes Christian Brothers, speaking of that second 500 and moving into it. And from what I remember yesterday, that crew had a great second half of the race.
They did.
And looks like they're true in the same kind of race plan today for Christian Brothers, seeing about pushing in this second 500 But University's not going to give it to them. So this is going to be
gutsy move by University.
a great race. And the question to your point, Chris, what's Ignatius Chicago going to do? They look like the calmest of the crews, but as they get pushed from these other two crews, how are they going to respond?
Bowman of University just
choppy
head out, glued on that other crew. Just focus on your own rowing, guys. Pull through.
Getting tough to stay clean out here. You see a lot of just rough strokes coming from all crews right now. Very challenging.
Look at that racing now with these three boats across. St. Ignatius Chicago with half a length lead, but Christian Brothers at University duking it out here. And who's going to make a move in this, coming into this final part of the race? All right,
University's stepping it up.
It's now or never for Christian Brothers. If they're going to compete with University, they've got to go because University's going right now. They are sprinting and taking that rating up.
Yeah, might be just
and they're going
ahead of
and they're going through Ignatius
right
Chicago.
Now.
I mean, what a sprint now from University. They went early. Can Ignatius Chicago respond? Can Christian Brothers respond? Christian Brothers sprinting now. All right, who's going to have this as they get it? It's only the top two into the finals. And Ignatius Chicago has responded and pushing back.
University's at a 37.
Yep.
And this is where Ignatius Chicago pushing back, and they really want to win this semi.
Yeah.
Ooh, keep it clean, guys. Keep it clean.
Just got to remind yourself to stay tall, finish off that stroke in your chest so that the blade stays buried. You get the good send.
Looks like it's going to be 1-2 Ignatius Chicago and University.
Hang on here. Able to surge just back ahead.
I know.
Oof.
Well, that was a great third 500 from University, very strong, and a great sprint there from Ignatius Chicago to sprint back through University and claim that third semifinal. So we have our final set now for the boys Coxed 4. Obviously a disappointment there for the rowers from Christian Brothers. Didn't quite have it in the second half of that race. But great effort.
Trying.
No,
Those
great
guys
effort.
Came out
great effort.
High, right?
Great
I mean, they were throwing everything they had at that piece.
Yeah. All right.
So we move on to the girls' junior fours. First semifinal here. Blair out to an early lead. Not surprising, given the time that they turned in. They won Heat 1. They were the #1 seed coming into this event with a time of 5:56.6. Closest time behind that was actually Northville, who got second in that heat with a time of 6:03.2. Northville is over in lane 5 right now. Blair is getting challenged by lanes 1, 2, and 4. Villa Maria Academy. Villa Maria had a time of 6:12 out of heat 3. St. Ursula out of heat 6 with a time of 6:10. And New Trier, heat 6, time of 6:04.
And no surprises here from the Blair school insofar as the prowess that they are demonstrating in the fours here. Every boat we've seen from them, Jim, has really, really been sharp. Great consistency from this outfit.
Yeah, it's amazing to see. It's not just one crew. It is the entire program.
Top to bottom there. Trier hanging around, though. Trier's hanging around.
Well, they have to, because look at what you got on the right here.
Right? Yeah, yeah.
Villa Maria putting in a strong push here.
And we're 2 to go in this one.
Only
as well,
2 to
right?
the final.
Yeah.
So you have to move now. St. Ursula also maintaining contact there. Trying to stay into the mix. But right now it's New Trier and Villa Maria.
I like where Trier's at. Again, they're not killing themselves yet to get the speed that they're getting. They're in the conversation. They've got room to go here should they choose to make a shift in this second 500 and really push in to those other 2 crews.
Yeah, because they have almost a canvas of overlap with Blair.
Yeah.
New Trier was considerably slower times-wise yesterday by 8 seconds, but that was across, Blair was heat 1, New Trier was heat 6, so they had very different conditions. They didn't see each other. This is the first time these two crews are seeing each other at the SRAAs. And look at that push from New Trier. They have moved up. Now, there is only about a third of a length lead from Blair, and New Trier is closing that gap fast.
And made a distinctive move over Via Maria, right?
Yeah.
They've really separated themselves. You know, we thought that they might have some more gearing to go and able to accelerate that boat and find a new level of speed here. As again, their rhythm looked very manageable, very easy insofar as what they had to do to speed up the boat.
But New Trier now almost dead even with Blair.
Man, yeah, you've got a deck right now, a deck between these two crews.
Coming up by the grandstands here. And it looks like New Trier has taken the lead from Blair.
They've got room to go as they're building here. They're building, brought it up a few beats. Let's see if Blair's got a response.
Ooh. They have to stay clean, though, in this rough water here. A missed stroke or something could give it to the other crew. But it looks like it's going to be New Trier and Blair progressing.
Yep.
2 to the finals.
Both sort of seem content to just stay right here. I'm not seeing another shift up.
Saying, why have this battle now? The real fight is this afternoon?
Right, exactly.
And Blair
Save
gets
it for then. Yep.
New Trier rattling Blair a little bit there, but Blair finishing ahead by a second. Those will be the two crews. First two crews to enter the finals this afternoon.
All right.
Moving on to the second of 3 semifinals, 2 to progress. We have in lane 3, Montclair. They won heat 2 with a time of 6:01 flat. Second place looks like it might be lane 1, Plant.
I'd probably give the edge to Forest Hill Central right now.
Yeah.
It looks like they're only down a seat on Montclair. They had a nice piece yesterday, right? Demonstrating like just good length, good run. The rhythm looked very sustainable.
They did. Forest Hill Central came in second in heat 2, so they already competed against Montclair. They were only 1.3 seconds behind.
From what I recall, they had a good second half of the race, too.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens here. You know, yeah, Forest Hill Central, great start here and just looking confident and looking strong. And they are definitely pushing into Montclair in the first half of this race.
St. John's saying we're in it too, right? You know, I mean, they're in a good position right now, only about a seat down to Forest Hill Central and about level with Plant.
Yeah, don't rule out Plant, though. Plant is on the outside there. They are able to stay focused on their own race. We'll see if they can execute. But Forest Hill Central making a big push here. Now the bow ball is about even with the coxswain in Montclair.
And again, only top 2 of the finalists here, so this is going to be quite a fight. Now it's time for these crews to show what they've got as they come into this final 500.
Oh, and here comes St. John's.
Yeah, big push from them.
Man, it's like less than a deck between St. John's and FHC. Plant right there as well.
Yeah. Who is going to make it?
Montclair has made a
gut check time, kids.
Yeah,
gut check time.
Montclair did really well in those last couple hundred meters, and now St. John's College is definitely the story in these third 500 so far.
Looking composed, looking
and they
long.
are pushing through Forest Hill Central with some great rowing.
Yeah.
St. John's won their heat yesterday.
Oh, they're showing it right now in this third 500. Wow.
Taking nearly a half a length in the last 100 meters here.
Wow, and Forest Hill Central need to clean it up just a bit as they come in that final 500. But wow, St. John's College, what a great last few hundred meters.
Overlap with Montclair.
But look, what do we have here?
Plant's
we got
not out of it, right?
Plant's not out of it either.
They're trying to seats down.
They're trying to show that they've got it over there in lane 1.
You got to stay off that buoy line, though. They don't want those blades to get tangled.
But it's going to be tough. I mean, St. John's College is looking great here.
And even a little rough. Got to clean it up here and think about moving the boat.
There we go. Oh, this is, they're trying. Look at that sprint, though, from Plant. I mean, Plant is really pushing it hard in these last few hundred meters.
Central's also giving a surge there.
Yeah.
They know they have to go now.
Who's got it these last few hundred meters for that last spot?
Bringing it up from St. John's as well, and looking clean from St. John's, which may just get them.
Oh, I know. St. John just pushed back there, and they've just reasserted themselves, I think, in these last 150
strokes,
meters. Yeah. And this wind continues to whip. Gosh.
Yeah, St. John just breaking free.
Yep.
That was a
final 10 strokes here.
Yeah.
Doing a nice job locking on.
Great last 150 meters from St. John's, but a really valiant effort from Plant and from Forest Hills Central. Yeah. Some great rowing, some hard rowing through the center of that course. Lots of back and forth. Great to see. And Montclair, I mean, Montclair, after maybe a little bit shaky at the start, really settled in and just made it their race in that second half.
Impressive between St. John's, Plant, Forest Hills Central for that last 500 meters. You know, all three crews relatively level coming into that, and from 500 to like 350, just
great racing.
Decisions
great
were made.
Racing. Oh, yeah. Great racing. All right. So now we got the final semi here to see who makes it into this very competitive event, this very competitive final here in the Girls Junior Cox 4, both boys and girls Junior Cox 4s, full events, great crews, the future of the respective programs.
So Willard out of New York here making a nice push.
Oh, yeah. Looking great.
Emma Willard was in Heat 2. They had third place at the time of 6:06. That time was faster than the winner of Heat 3, which was Ann Arbor Huron in the yellow boat there in lane 3. Their time was 6:09.1.
And now we have the Baylor girls. We'll see. We saw the Baylor boys before.
Baylor girls
same length.
won Heat 4, so.
Yeah. See what can happen. Boy, Emma Willard is really making a statement here. They're like lane 1. We don't care.
We're showing you yesterday.
I know exactly. We're showing you that where we belong here, and now we're in the center of the race.
Yep.
And can Ann Arbor, Huron, and Baylor respond? What sort of rowing they have? And I mean, Emma Willard is really just pushing out there.
Look at that.
Yeah. Just a bit longer. Right?
Yes.
Like Emma Willard, like
beautiful
consistently rowing. A bit longer on the front end, getting those blades closer to the bow. And again, with whatever's going to happen in the second 500 for both Baylor and Huron, I think that what these rowers have to emphasize is making the strokes as long as possible. Yeah. And as clean as possible in this choppy section of the race.
Yeah, Baylor's got to start finding some speed though soon, because
they've gotten a little bit short right now.
Yeah,
a little bit short. Ann Arbor's about a full length up on them.
Oh yeah, this second 500 is on some real separation, and Emma Willard is not looking back. I mean,
they talk about separation. It's Emma Willard right now.
I know. They are rowing cleanly in these difficult conditions.
And got room to go, too, guys.
Oh,
right?
For sure.
Again, we've used this phrase before, not killing themselves to do it.
Right.
Like, when time comes here for them to lift and find a new rhythm of speed, it's there.
Right. So this is going to be an interesting race in this third 500. Looks like Ann Arbor Huron is still looking strong to hold on, but can they be challenged?
Bishop Egerton on the come up. It looks like they've overtaken Baylor.
I know. Bishop Egerton really pushing this last 500. Can they make a run at Ann Arbor Huron to see if they make it in the finals? I don't know. It looks like Ann Arbor Huron is just responding now themselves.
Yeah, a little zippier, right? A little zippier around the front end. I'll bet they're probably 35, 36 on the rating.
I bet you're right, given the way you predict these things, when you see these things. And this
Baylor's got to make a move now, though. They have contact, but the race course is rapidly ending.
Yep.
I have Huron at just about 37 as they come into these last couple hundred meters. 36, 37.
Keeping it clean, though.
Yeah, very clean. And
exactly
but holding off.
Here.
I mean, holding off Baylor and Bishop Egerton. I mean,
Baylor's
it's really
not going away. Baylor responded to the push from Bishop Egerton here, and has been able to maintain contact with Huron.
Yeah, but I mean,
they have to go now.
It's definitely Huron's race to lose.
Not have much space left.
It's going to be really hard for Baylor to come into this.
Yep.
And Huron is lifted.
Here we go. Let's see how
Wanting to
Emma
put the issue to
Willard
rest
seems to be
here.
finishing up quite well and quite cleanly, as they have for the whole race. And looks like Annabelle Huron's going to have it unless something happens. Anything can happen in the last few hundred meters with bad conditions, but looks like that'll be 1 and 2, Emma Willard, Ann Arbor Huron.
Nice surge from Emma Willard here.
Yeah.
Picking the boat up nicely.
So it'll be. And that's going to be the finals for the girls' junior Cox Fours.
Kudos to the ladies from Emma Willard, the ladies from Ann Arbor Huron, staying composed despite being pushed
And both in
all the way down the course.
Both the boys and girls side of those Cox Fours are going to be really competitive.
So if we want to compare times in the first of the 3 semis here, that Blair and New Trier, they were in first and second place with times of 5:51.2, 5:52.2. We then move on to the second of the semis. Montclair had a time of 5:56.7, so a little bit slower. St. John's was 5:59. And then that semi that we just watched, Emma Willard had a time of 5:53.6, so it's going to be a tight final.
Well, here we have St. Ignatius Cleveland in the boys' junior eights doing something similar to what their freshman eights did, but being pressed really hard by bulls here. And we've got quite a fight for first and second in the second 500 of this boys' junior 8 first semi. So, Jim, I'm assuming this is top 3 to go through.
Top 3 to the final.
So, there's Bulls making a real big move now in the second 500 to pull ahead of St. Ignatius Cleveland, it looks like. But now the third place, that key third spot for who else is going to make it to the finals, is anyone's at this point.
Yep.
Bulls was in Heat 3 yesterday. Heat 3 was a very fast heat. They actually got second in Heat 3. Their time, though, was faster than the time from St. Ignatius Cleveland. St. Ignatius San Francisco was the winner of Heat 3, which we'll see in the next semi.
Bowles has maybe surged just ahead now, just ahead. St. Mary's keeping contact with Iggy, and boy, this is a battle for first here.
Yeah.
Throwing hands here, throwing hands, no one looking away. Absolute savagery on the course. Here it comes. I like the way Iggy's surging. Does Bowles have an answer? Iggy's asking the questions here. They're leading it.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, Ed's nips St. Mary's.
Wow.
Ed's nips St. Mary's for the last spot. Oh.
So officially, there is 5/100ths of a second between these two crews.
Yeah.
Ignatius just nabbing it from both, but oh my gosh, that is going to be a very exciting final to watch.
100%.
St. Ed's putting on a strong push at the end to nab the final seat in the finals.
Look at that, Coach. All right, here we go. This second
San
semifinal.
Francisco looking composed, measured, precise.
Yeah, and looking really relaxed. I mean, they are great into the water together, great synchronicity, and feeling nice and relaxed with the center of this race. That's just what you want. They've got that extra gear there, but you've got all of a sudden now, it looks like
LaSalle surgeon.
Yeah.
So St. Ignatius, San Francisco, yesterday, they won their heat. They were 6 seconds ahead of Bowles.
Oh,
who
wow.
just, we saw it put in that massive finish there.
Wow.
So I would expect that St. Ignatius San Francisco is going to have a repeat strong performance here and start to walk away from these crews. But who knows? They may decide we don't want to blow everything right now because we have a hard final coming up.
Well, look at this race for second and third here between
to
New Trier,
advance.
LaSalle, Washington Liberty, and Pinecrest. Just 4 boats across. I mean, maybe half a lane separating. Looks like New Trier got maybe a quarter length, half a length lead, and these other crews are just neck and neck as they're coming now to this final 500. These 1,500-meter races in an 8 goes by so fast, especially this tailwind. I mean, there's not much time to catch up, but who's got that third spot? I mean, it looks like Ignatius San Francisco and New Trier likely have the first 2 spots locked up, but I wouldn't put Washington Liberty out of it. I wouldn't put, I mean, these crews are all sprinting right towards the end. I mean, it could go any direction these last few hundred meters.
We still have race course to go here.
Oh, for sure. There's plenty of space for any of these crews to capture second or third. They just got to start sprinting. Pinecrest is certainly taking the rating up.
Yeah, Pinecrest. Pinecrest's got to move now, though.
I know, they're trying.
Liberty moving ahead, got about a seat on 3rd and 4th and 5th at this point.
I know. It's just,
But here comes LaSalle.
Can LaSalle take it? LaSalle and Washington Liberty are duking it out with just the last couple seats to see who's got that third spot in the finals. And New Trier does not necessarily have a safe spot either.
These crews so close there.
In these conditions, what's going to happen? It looks like Washington Liberty is just slightly ahead of LaSalle, but can LaSalle push it in these last 10 strokes?
Got to find it. Got to find it here. Got to find a gear, boys.
Oh, look at Washington Liberty having a great finish to this race. Great last 500. Can New Trier hold on to that third spot?
Oh boy.
Wow.
I'm calling Trier, Washington Liberty.
Yes, that's what it looks like. But boy, was that close. Wow, that was close right at the end. Look at that.
Yeah.
A tenth of a second between New Trier and Washington Liberty, and how far back and then Pinecrest just less than, or just about a half second behind that. Right. Ooh. I mean, that was some phenomenal racing in that last 500 meters from those crews.
We are going to see a very tight final. The times to recap from the first of the semis, Ignatius Cleveland had a time of 4:36.0, Bowles 4:36.08.
Oh wow! And then these times are full. That's like that second semi was significantly faster than that first semi.
St. Ignatius San Francisco was, but New Trier, Washington Liberty, the rest of that pack, same times as Ignatius Cleveland and Bowles.
Yeah.
All right, so here we go with this first semi for the women, and again, this Mount St. Joseph crew, we saw them yesterday and showing their dominance, and they are showing it again in this semifinal.
Yesterday, they were seeded number 1. They won their heat with a time of 5:08. That is a full 7 seconds faster than the next closest time.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking 3 to go here, right, Jim?
3 to go to the final.
All right, here we go. Mount St. Joseph continuing to mount their lead. Now, who is going to get second and third? Because it looks like lane 5.
Lane 5 is Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
And they are holding on to second right now, but I mean, lanes 1 and 2 are certainly pressing them.
Yeah, no time to get comfortable right now if you're out in lane 5.
Not at all.
Just, you got to stay your course, though. Trust your stuff, trust your rhythm, continue to execute what the coxswain is calling, and keep your mind attuned to that.
But James Madison in lane 2 there is
really
making
pushing,
a big push here.
Really pushing.
Not letting up Villa Joseph Marie in lane 1.
Yeah.
Whew. There's 3 boats that are all in the mix now. 4 boats, really, all in the mix to see
Don't
who
rule
can
out
get
East Grand Rapids just yet.
Yeah.
There's still race course to go.
They put together a really solid piece yesterday. Some really crisp rowing from the ladies from East Grand Rapids.
Gosh, it's amazing how quick these races are. We're already into the last 500 meters here.
Yep.
I mean, that's where these crews just have to go. You just can't wait in this 1,500-meter race.
Slightly ahead of James Madison.
Got to surge into the final 5, though. Got to surge into the final 5. You know every one of these crews is beginning to gear up more through the water, more through the water.
Oh,
here they come. Here comes
James Madison's looking
great.
They're making a real push in this third 500 to claim that second spot. Looks like they just have maybe a seat, maybe 2.
Moved well ahead of
Orchard St. Mary's, but moved really well ahead of Villa Maria. And we've got
East Grand Rapids is also trying to make a move here.
We know who's going to come down to this sprint.
6 seats down to St. Mary's at this point. The gearing's got to come up. Villa Maria, East Grand Rapids have to be rowing like their hair's on fire and the water's at the finish line. They've got no choice at this point.
Only 250 meters to go to get to that water bucket, though.
I mean, honestly, there's desperation time here. Absolute desperation time. If you want to have another race, you've got to do something now.
I know. This looks like the course is running out though on these other crews. We can't really see Villa Maria from this angle, but it looks like they just don't have it there. It looks like these top three crews.
Madison's overtaken St. Mary's.
Yep, they are even right now or slightly ahead. Hard to tell.
But East Grand Rapids is certainly pushing St. Mary's. I don't know if they can make it through the rest of the course.
Quite a move.
They've made a big move here.
And East Grand Rapids knows St. Mary's. They race a lot during the spring.
All right, here we go.
Are they going to be able to do it?
And the crew's coming up to the finish line, and it looks like
Mount Crosses.
Mount Crosses, which is unsurprising. It'll be James Madison. Looks like in second.
Going to cross second.
And looks like St. Mary's in third.
St. Mary's just nabbed it.
Just nabbed it. But great effort from East Grand Rapids and great effort from Villa Joseph Marie as well. But that last 500 was just tough for Villa Joseph Marie. But East Grand Rapids, great last 500. But those top three crews, hold on.
Yeah, East really closed on St. Mary's.
Oh, yeah.
St. Mary's was up nearly a full length coming into the final 500 there. That was an outstanding performance from East.
If it wasn't such a strong tailwind, it may have been a different story there.
Right. Oh, for sure. All right,
the
now,
race taking longer.
Jim, what do we got here in this
second semi here? So out in the lead in lane 4, Ocean City.
Well, and Washington
Liberty.
Liberty.
They won Heat 3 yesterday. Washington Liberty came in second in Heat 1. So Washington Liberty is in lane 4. But it looks like also right now St. Joseph Academy. In lane
Probably got a deck on both Washington Liberty and OC. So OC surging up. Likely level with St. Joe right now.
I know. What do you think is going through the minds of the New Trier crew right now? I don't think they're used to being down like this in this middle part of the race.
Likely, but again, I mean, we saw it yesterday. We've seen it today, where maybe the first quarter of the race doesn't go as planned. You gotta just trust your stuff.
Right.
Trust your stuff.
At this point for New Trier, they want to keep the rowing solid so they can make sure that they're in the finals. Because right now, I mean, you've got to. I mean, wow, that's 5 crews across that are separated by half a length in the middle of the race.
New Trier won their final yesterday. They were in, won their heat yesterday. They were in Heat 2 with a time of 5:16.7. That was 6 seconds slower than Ocean City.
But oh wow, well you see New Trier's certainly moving now.
Again, yeah, just trusting the stuff, right? I mean, how many crews have we seen, really be bold? Do something daring out of the first 300 meters and try to put themselves in a situation that, look, we're going to try and hang on here, right? The race gets made from here to that third 5.
For sure. Oh, that's the middle 500.
Set yourself up.
And again, we see Ocean City continue to row solidly with confidence, and this real battle for second and third. And New Trier's had a great last couple hundred meters, but St. Joseph Academy out there in lane 6.
Don't rule them out. They had a rough heat yesterday, but that is a fast crew that is coming from a fast program, and I would not be surprised to see them in the finals.
Nope.
Well, it's going to be tight right down these last.
Making a charge. New Trier is now taking second place.
Yeah, good for New Trier. A great second 500 meters for New Trier. And we have a real battle now for second and third. I mean, certainly Washington Liberty and St. Joseph Academy are just separated by maybe 2 seats.
OC really looking good right now.
Yeah. I know. It's just tough that Mount St. Joseph's is in the other heat. But
St. Joseph Academy had turned in a faster time yesterday than Washington Liberty.
Oh, and then
the heat seating just puts them on the outside there. So it is not surprising to see these 2 crews, bow to bow ball, fighting for that third place berth in the final.
Well, coming up now to the third 500, and let's see who's ready to race.
Pushed in.
Who's ready to race for these final spots?
Look at Washington Liberty.
New Trier had a great second 500. What do they do in the third 500? And Washington Liberty and St. Joseph Academy battling. St. Joseph Academy really fought back. Looks like Washington Liberty had taken some seats on them, and St. Joseph Academy has pushed back now. And St. Joseph Academy looks like they're eating into New Trier as well and trying to make a move for second place. So here we've got the last few hundred meters who's going to start to sprint and what's that going to look like as they come into the last few hundred meters. Can St. Joseph Academy take second? Looks like they're in second place now. They've had a great push the last couple hundred meters.
Definitely got third here over Washington Liberty. Got about a half length on them. Trier still a couple of seats up, I'd say.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, they're
maybe a seat in a deck.
They're right there, but certainly
Big
Washington
push,
Liberty.
Big push from St. Joseph right now.
And Niskayuna and Washington Liberty, if they want to be in the mix for this final, they got to go now because they're just about at the end here. But certainly a really impressive push from the 500-meter mark onward from St. Joseph Academy. And New Trier pushed back to take over second place again. Here we go into the last few hundred meters
and hear the
of this semifinal.
Here. They are just ahead.
Oh, they are surging too, brother. Look at this. The way they're locking onto the water, sending that boat. The geese are scared.
Oh, but New Trier moving. New Trier moving.
Finding
Slight
the gear.
adjustment there in the steering from SJA.
Big push.
New Trier winding.
Go Ocean City.
Hold your breath.
And looks like New Trier is going to have second.
Hold it.
And St.
Joe's is in.
So well done to all those crews. Great racing, especially, from the 500-meter mark onward. New Trier and St. Joseph Academy just duking it out.
Absolutely.
To see who got second. Great racing across the board. And we'll see how that final goes. We'll see if any of those crews can challenge Mount St. Joseph's, but certainly the rest of the crews are going to be really fighting well.
Okay, moving on to the girls' second 8. First of 2 semifinals. 3 to the final here. And we have early lead from St. Ignatius, San Francisco, who had a bit of a rough heat yesterday, but they are erasing that history out to 3/4 of a boat length at the 500 mark.
And this is where can Winter Park, they've got those beautiful rowing. Can they come into that lead in this next 500? What about Mount St. Joseph? Can they match the speed of that junior 8 here? And Jackson Reed looking strong as well. We've got 4 boats there, and only 3 make it to the finals. Can Jackson Reed hold on and push them a bit? I don't know. It looks like those 3 crews in lanes 1, 2, and 3 are really pushing one another, but Jackson Reed is holding right in there. They're not letting them go in the middle part of this race.
Jackson Reed beat St. Ignatius San Francisco in the heat yesterday. So are they going to be able to wind it up here and walk through that St. Ignatius San Francisco crew to get that 3rd spot?
Well, what we're seeing here is a similar thing that we saw before with these Winter Park girls, where this middle 500, they're really asserting themselves.
Look at Mount St. Joseph there.
Oh, I know. Mount St. Joseph is not letting them get in the way, though.
Nope.
I mean, this is... And they're coming back, Mount St. Joseph's. They're pushing in now to Winter Park's lead.
A little bit of maybe a...
What a great move by Mount St. Joseph.
2-seat right now.
Yeah, what a great move by Mount St. Joseph to respond to that. Really good rowing from Winter Park. And
striking a little bit lower, too. A beat or 2 lower than Winter Park.
Oh, yeah. St. Ignatius San Francisco had that big lead at the beginning. Can they hold on? Can they push back against Jackson Reed? Jackson Reed pushing into them. Is it going to be St. Ignatius San Francisco or Jackson Reed making into the finals here? Given that second 500,
man.
Jackson Reed had a good second 500, and these top 2 crews are just deck to deck coming into the last 500 here.
Shift up here from Mount. Mount taking a bit of a move here to enter the final 500 meter and got themselves a couple of seats.
That was a great move there.
Definitive. Again, it's a commitment. All 8 of those girls committing to gearing up, making the boat go faster. There's no doubt in their mind.
Well, can Winter Park respond now? Do they want to respond? I know this is just a semi, but still they want to show that they can lay it down. These 2 crews are now getting real distance from the other crews as they're racing one another for the last 500 meters. Winter Park is not letting them get away, and Mount St. Joseph wants to make a statement. And if someone wants to take this race, they're going to have to start taking it up, because Mount St. Joseph's is rowing smoothly and cleanly. Does Winter Park going to want to... Looks like they're taking it up. Both crews are taking it up. as they sprint to the finish line, but Winter Park is not making any ground up on Mount St. Joseph.
So far, Mount's been able to absorb everything they got for him, John.
I know, but looks like they're getting up a little bit closer now. But I don't know if it'll be enough to get to the finish line.
We're going to have to watch this one.
But Jackson Reed's looking good. And it looks like it'll be those three unless Ignatius San Francisco can put on a good sprint. So great
really
effort here from Mount St. Joseph.
10 strokes here from Mount.
I know, they really.
You guys were watching that on the screen. Wow.
Fantastic, yes, without a doubt.
Really nice work here.
So
definitive, shutting the door. Well, guess we'll find out this afternoon.
Oh, yeah. And then Jackson Reed, well done. And I can't help but think, Chris, about the practices that Mount St. Joseph and Winter Park have with their junior eights.
Oh, my God.
And the senior second eights. Those boats will be pushing one another all the time.
Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. There.
Right. Well, that's one of the things that's fun about a deep program.
Yeah.
You can have those really strong crews just push one another through pieces. And I have to say, from my own rowing days, nothing was more fun than 500-meter pieces down in the Charles River Basin, just 6 boats across. And it was just bloodbath.
Yep.
Tuesday mornings, 7 a.m.
Spirited.
Oh, it was more than spirited. It was more than spirited. It was also the ultimate battle paddle, where it was more than a battle paddle. It's like you're paddling at 32 as you're waiting for the call.
So we got here in lane 4, New Trier. They won Heat 3 yesterday with a time of 5:13. Real close, Montclair.
Yeah.
Winner of Heat 2 with a time of 5:19.
Yeah, look at those crews.
3 to advance here.
Just a little bit under, maybe a beat under Trier right now. Will be interesting to see what sort of questions they have for the ladies from New Trier in this second 500.
Lane 2 is Walt Whitman. We've seen a lot coming out of that program today. Coming in, giving strong second halves of the race. Wouldn't surprise me to see them starting to challenge Montclair and New Trier.
Yeah, this is quite a race now for Montclair and New Trier. I mean, they are really. But the question is, can St. Andrews challenge for third in this middle part of the race? They got to move now, or they're not going to be able to get it. But they looks like the St. Andrews is moving into them. They're about, I'd say, 2/3 of a length down, but there's still plenty of water left for St. Andrews to try and get that spot. And they just had a major problem here in the New Trier boat, or the Montclair boat. One of the rowers might have had a breakage, it looks like.
Fall off her seat.
I know, something looks like, she can't, I don't know if it's falling off her seat. She's not getting it back on.
Get it back.
And Montclair, this is tragic for the Montclair crew. Doesn't look like she's getting it back, though. Doesn't look like she's getting it.
Still working to get that back in.
I know, that 5-seat. I don't know what's going on there. Oh, now she's back. She's trying to get back. Montclair crew, that's heartbreaking. That is heartbreaking for them. Now they have it back. Well, this is where Montclair just has to lay it down. This is where those ladies just have to get a little angry and just, I mean, this is just with abandon. I mean, they want to get into this final. If they can get to this final after that, that would be
remarkable.
That would be remarkable, but they got to fight and fight in order to dig it out. And this is going to be a heck of a battle as a sprint, those 3 crews for that third spot.
Creates an opportunity for Alexandria City.
I know, Montclair's got speed, but, you know, after having popped that seat there, this is going to be tough. St. Andrews, Montclair, Alexandria City racing side by side for this final spot. Whew. Wow.
I mean, don't look now. Here comes Montclair, man.
Yeah,
I know.
Here comes Montclair.
Sometimes you can recover from that and you get an even faster speed because everybody just gets worked up. They have the common goal, and they're going to push.
Oh, look at them push.
St. Andrews, Montclair, Alexandria City, all.
Montclair has got some anger there, and they're moving. They are moving well. Their blades are great.
Whitman
pushing.
Yeah.
Going to need to answer this question from Montclair.
I know. A fired up
right now.
Fired up Montclair crew. But St. Andrews is pushing back. They are not letting it go. They want to get in this final. These 3 crews are just sprinting. Who is going to get in the final? Does Montclair have it? It looks like St. Andrews really moving.
Whitman responding, and here comes St. Andrews as well.
Wow.
Montclair have one more
4 boats across for 2 spots. Who's going to make it into the final?
St. Andrews.
Montclair, what a great effort.
Maybe the advantage right now to St. Andrews.
Oh, these girls are sprinting right to the end. I don't know who's got it. I don't know who's got it.
Oh, boy.
St. Andrews and Montclair.
Montclair made it.
Nicely
Swear
done.
to God. Come on, don't do me like this.
Oh, what happened?
What my eyes saw.
What happened?
Oh, I know what my eyes saw.
Wow. Wow. What an effort from Montclair.
Seriously.
I mean, there must have been.
Sixth seed from Montclair is now legend status. You heard it here first, folks.
Right.
Absolute legend status. And the coxswain.
Wow.
And the coxswain. Can you imagine
Great
Jim being a
composure there.
coxswain
Oh.
in that boat?
No,
Wow.
keeping the rest of that crew relaxed and executing while she could put her
Right.
seat back on.
Wow.
And then making the calls to get everybody aligned.
Wow.
Oh,
Wow.
knife fight in a phone booth time here, boys.
Wow.
Look at this.
So we're moving on to the
Oh,
Top
boys, senior
boys,
four. Boys
senior
varsity four. I
four.
love this
This is-
event.
this
Such
is
a
one
fun
we were
event.
looking
I
forward
know.
to.
This is a fun event.
This is one we were
Well, you
looking
remember that
forward to.
Northville crew with
Right.
that sprint yesterday was just monstrous.
So we got Haverford in lane 3. Haverford in lane 3, one heat one.
And then Upper
Right.
Arlington crew, too.
We've got
I mean,
now
all these
it looks
crews.
like Upper Arlington was in heat 4. They got second in heat 4 behind Northville, who is in lane 4. So
Well-
Upper Arlington fell in Northville yesterday in the heats, but they're looking to change that story today. Northville looks like they are bow ball to bow ball with Upper Arlington. We then have in lane 2 Culver. Culver won heat 5 yesterday. There were a lot of heats.
Well, this is where, again, you saw that amazing race where Northville sprinted through Upper Arlington at the end, but then Upper Arlington had to row that extra rep yesterday. And how much impact is that going to have on this race today? You've got great rowing from Haverford, just like you had yesterday. That Haverford Boyd Varsity 4, really strong.
Northville seeming to be making a push here in the early stages of the second 500, trying to get up on level terms with Haverford. But
Right.
UA not going anywhere out there in lane 1.
And Culver making a
Right,
stick with it,
Culver's
too.
really clawed back in.
They have. I mean, you've got.
You can see the battling these conditions, though.
Yeah.
The waves.
I know, look at the waves
Those
there.
caps are getting a little bit rough right now.
Big
But-
push from Upper Arlington here
I also know
on the outside.
you know, Northville had that sprint yesterday. Do they still have that sprint left in them today? They might need it coming into these last
Yep.
few hundred meters. I mean,
They're pushing. They're pushing on Haverford.
Yep.
That bow ball is only 2 feet behind
Yeah.
Haverford's
Yeah,
bow
it
ball.
is.
wow.
So is Culver's, so is UA's. Oh my God, you're almost 4 across right now.
Well, we knew this was going to be a good race. We knew
Yeah.
this was
Oh,
going to
yeah.
be a good race, and so
This
far
is
it
what we
is.
had marked on the sheet for today.
Right. And they are battling one another.
To Haverford's credit, though,
They've come back.
they
pushed
are
back.
remaining calm. They are not doing anything weird
Right.
with the rhythm and what have you. Right? They look composed. They look long, and just staying within themselves.
All right.
And waiting for the opportune moment.
Last
500 to go.
go.
Haverford out to about half a boat length
The race
lead.
is on.
Northville maybe 2 feet
Oh,
ahead.
Upper Arlington just
of
made a
UA
push.
and Culver.
UA pushing.
UA had a great push in that 500 for Upper Arlington to put themselves, looks like just back in third place, but Culver and Upper Arlington going neck and neck.
Don't look.
Yeah.
But look over on the
know,
side. Look at the top of your screen. You got
Right.
McLean coming in there too.
Yep.
Do they have enough space to make a move?
Oh, and these conditions are less than ideal, but these crews
The
are digging it
rain is
out.
coming up and up and up. All crews right now, 36 and up.
Oh, yeah. And they're about to launch into their sprint even more. Northville, again, had that great sprint yesterday. Looks like they're laying it down.
Nearly level with Haverford. Can Haverford just stay long,
Oh,
stay connected?
who is going to be 1, 2, 3 in this? It could be
UA.
anyone's race in the last few hundred meters from 4 across.
Oh, boy.
What racing here? What racing? Can Culver respond
Culver's
now?
pushing.
Upper
Culver's
Arlington
pushing.
and Northville are there. Can Culver respond? They're pushing now. They're
Finding a
going.
gear.
UA's responding.
And Haverford's holding on. I mean, Haverford's
Yeah,
holding on.
right.
They're
They've
not giving up that
absorbed
lead.
Everything from Northville so far.
Oh, this is continuing to be a battle.
Final
And the big
15
question
strokes.
is, can Upper Arlington hold on as a push from Culver? Can
Everybody's
Northville lay it down? Who's
Oh,
got it in these
God,
last
here we
final
go.
strokes
Here
as
we
they
go.
come right to the finish line?
right now.
Haverford looks like they've got it, but who's got second? Who's got third?
Good
I mean,
pop. Good pop
who's
from
going to push
Haverford.
it this last 50 meters? It's down to the last 50 meters between Upper
Only
Arlington
the
and Culver.
handful left.
Upper Arlington and Culver, who's got it? Looks like Culver
And-
might have it. I don't know.
Culver got him.
You
Culver
think
got
so?
him.
Culver. It
You
looks
think
like
so?
Culver got him at the line. Looks like Culver
Oh
got
my
him at the
God,
line.
by like maybe a thousandth.
I mean, Wow, what a race.
Unbelievable.
I'm going to
Unbelievable.
look at the official results on that because I don't trust you
wise.
on that.
This is why you pay the big money to come to these races, so you
Right.
can see competition
See
like that.
Man,
All right.
what a display of the human condition.
Now here's the second second semi from the varsity fours, boys varsity fours. And what do we got here?
McCauley,
Yeah.
long and strong right now.
Well, they're the ones that came back and won the rep yesterday.
Looking good at it. I'd say
And
probably
Christian Brothers,
36
again,
right
had a
now.
great race yesterday. I think they had the best time from what I recall from the heats.
Yeah, they had a time of 4:53.8 yesterday.
Right. And they're looking great today. I mean, they're looking great today. They looked great yesterday, looking great today. But Episcopal, very strong crew right next to them, and McCauley right there over in lane 5.
Don't rule out University either in the blue boat. They had a very strong finish yesterday.
But look at how well, this is where I love seeing the blade work there on the Christian Brothers crew. I mean, they are just rowing so cleanly. Look at that. Those catches right in the water. You rode that cleanly to the center part of the race, and it's going to be very hard when you get to the last 500 because they're rowing efficiently, and they're going to have it there. But again, McCauley and Episcopal right there as well. But I don't know. That Christian Brothers crew is looking pretty darn good. Look at those catches. Look at those catches for Christian Brothers. I mean, they are rowing just the way you want, even with these conditions.
That's surge, right?
I mean,
just look at that surge from those
just
fellas.
beautiful to see.
We do not yet have official results from that prior event here.
Oh,
It looks
really?
like we are
I'm
going
not
to a
surprised.
photo
I'm not
finish.
surprised. I mean, that was so close.
We're going to have to employ technology on that one, boys.
All right. Well, Christian Brothers continuing to show this just beautiful rowing in this boys varsity 4. I mean, will any of the crews in the other semi be able to catch them? I don't know. I mean, they just look so good coming down the course now. And now for second place, looks like McCauley's got the lead now from Episcopal Academy, but as Jim was saying earlier, don't count out University for that third spot. They are pushing into Episcopal Academy as we come through the heart of this race. Last 500 meters to go now, and Christian Brothers comfortably in the lead, but these other boats
The issue certainly in doubt.
I
duking
do
it out.
have now the updates from the official results from the prior semi. Haverford won it with a 454.2, Northville second, 455.7, and then Culver was able to nail it from Upper Arlington, 456.48 compared to 456.55.
Wow. Whew. Less than a tenth of a second.
Man alive.
Oh, there we go. Well, that's rowing. All right. Well, Christian Brothers continuing to put on a clinic here with, again, just their beautiful rowing, and they are just out to the races. I don't know who's going to catch them in the final here, but certainly here in this semi, the big question is, can University push it in this last 500, or is it going to be McCauley and Episcopal coasting over for that semi, and they are going stroke for stroke now. They have a pretty comfortable lead on University, and again, when these crews aren't being pushed quite as hard as they did in the last semi, you wonder whether that push there from that last semi is going to have an impact in the finals on these crews. I've certainly seen that happen before.
I like the way Episcopal's moving right now.
Oh, they look beautiful there.
I like the way that they're moving as they're coming into the final
Couldn't agree
stretch
more,
here.
Chris. Couldn't agree more. All right, and here's this Christian Brothers crew coming through, showing their stuff.
Yeah.
And they're going to be ready to roll for this afternoon's final.
Direct and precise.
I mean, they just...
Christian Brothers. CBA really throwing it down here.
I know. They have a really strong crew. It's going to be a tough one to beat. And then looks like McCauley is going to get it into the second. And in spite of a good effort from University, it looks like it'll be Episcopal for third. And there's going to be your final for the boys varsity fours. A 4:57 time for Christian Brothers. It looks like a good time. We'll have to see how that compares.
It was 4:56, I think, in the previous
Right.
heat.
It was. So that's going to be, hey, maybe, I mean, Christian Brothers look good there, and they look nice and relaxed. I think they're going to be pushed. But as I said, like, I mean, that other semi, they fought so hard.
They had to throw down.
Yeah, did they wear themselves out? I mean,
Yeah.
when you're going to have a race that's close, you know, that's a big advantage, I think, for Christian Brothers. They didn't have to push themselves as hard as they go into that final. So now we have the girls' varsity Cox Fours first semi with Villa Joseph Maria, Egg Harbor, Blair, Unionville, Villa Maria, and Robinson. here on the course.
This is a little bit of a surprise for me. I thought that Blair was really the class of this category, and to see Unionville sneaking the ball out right now, that's a bit of a surprise.
Well, we'll see how they do.
A great surprise if you're from Unionville, you know.
But we'll see how they do in the center of this race now. We've seen a number of times where, but again, Blair's looking a little bit sloppier than we've seen them in some of the other crews. Those catches aren't quite as crisp as we've seen this middle part of the race.
They heard me.
Oh, they did. They sure did. And now they're starting to pick it up.
When you're talking to me, Zarnecki.
I know. Yeah, there may certainly Blair's made a move in this second 500.
Yeah, well done.
Into the second 500 to see what they can do.
Not to say that they've shut the door right now, John, but you know that's a half length there in about the last 15 strokes.
Oh yeah.
But Unionville, hey, they're certainly in this conversation to move on to this afternoon and try and win themselves a national championship.
All right, so we've got Blair looking strong now through the 500-meter mark, trying to find their rhythm and really trying to show how good they are in this girls varsity 4. They had a great start from Unionville, and can they settle in, get their catches in the water, and really push out in the second 500? And then an increasingly tight battle looks like for third. Villa Maria and Egg Harbor, not that far apart. Egg Harbor with maybe 2 or 3 seats, and both of them look like they still have contact on Unionville. Unionville pushed really hard in that first 500. Is that going to cost them now through the middle of the race?
Well, Egg Harbor turned in a faster time yesterday than Unionville in the heats.
I like it.
They have the speed.
This is where it's clean rowing, and this is one thing I'll say. You look at the Blair crew; they've relaxed a bit now that they're in the lead. They've cleaned up their rowing now that they're in the lead. Even though the conditions are not great, they're looking really smooth. And that move they made into the first 500 was really a dominant move, and they've just been going ever since. Looks like Unionville just moved back, though. Unionville was being pressed, and now they responded and showed that they have the grit here to push it through the middle 500.
Yeah, Egg Harbor's battling some waves over there. They got to keep that shape over these waves here.
Yeah. The question is, how close is Villa Maria to Egg Harbor? It's a little tough to tell from this angle. But we've got some solid rowing from these girls varsity 4s. And Blair very much showing why they are one of the favorite crews. But Unionville is not giving up. They are not letting them take it, and now we're in the final 500.
No, absolutely not. I mean, they've got to maintain that spot that they've worked so hard to build for them, particularly through the first 500. Right? They paid the price with the first 500, but have been able to hang on a brave piece from these girls from Unionville.
Oh, a move from Egg Harbor here, trying to get into that third place spot.
Well,
critical to get to the final.
Whether Villa Maria has something in the tanks to steal that third spot from them or not. I mean, if they do, they're going to have to keep moving. They're looking pretty smooth, but they've got to take it up.
Interesting move up there from Robinson.
Oh, yeah, they're certainly moving up.
They have moved 2-3 seats in the past 15 strokes.
Are they going to have enough race course left?
Great question, but boy, oh boy, they are surging. You ask me which boat's moving the fastest right now, and it's Robinson.
Well, we'll see. There's coming up to the last 250, so there's not much space left in the race. This is where Villa Maria's got to really start putting it down if they're going to catch Egg Harbor, and they are, it looks like. This looks like a real battle for third. Good for Villa Maria. They really are pushing, and it looks like they're level with just 200 meters to go and even moving through Egg Harbor here.
Yeah, I think right now they're half a boat length down.
Wow, that was quite a move in the last 100-plus meters from Villa Maria to take third place. Egg Harbor's got to try and respond.
Yeah, Egg Harbor's battling the conditions over here.
Yep.
But looks like now Robinson has pulled even with Egg Harbor.
Wow.
Wow.
All right, Villa Maria looking strong, surging well here, coming into the final 10 strokes.
Yeah, it looks like Egg Harbor's got it back a bit.
With Unionville. Blair, composed, comfortable.
Yeah.
There we go. Oof. And that was
Man.
Great last 500 from Villa Maria.
Yeah.
Egg Harbor pushed back in the last 150 meters, but it wasn't enough. I mean, Villa Maria had just a fantastic last 500. So did Robinson. I mean, that really was some gutsy rowing from that girls varsity 4 in the last 500. Blair looking strong, but it's going to be a challenge for them.
As we look to the next of the semifinals, we've got some fast crews here. We have St. Joseph's Academy in lane 4. That is going to be the 4th from the left on your screen. We have Gwynedd Mercy in lane 3. Those two crews are battling right now. They were the winners of their heats. We also have a good push. Lane 1, St. Thomas Aquinas and Holy Spirit in lane 6.
Here we go. These girls from Gwynedd Mercy had a great piece yesterday. Very strong. And now
they were again another class outfit, right? Really making it look easy.
Great rowing yesterday, and they look like they're rowing really well now. I would say they're rowing more cleanly than the Blair crew was. And
yeah, but St. Joseph Academy was within a second of Gwynedd Mercy yesterday. They were in separate heats. Hard to compare. We're only into the first 500 here.
Well, this is where, can Gwynedd Mercy down this, how are they going to respond as you get into the finals, too? I mean, you've got this strong crew, really strong women, rowing smoothly.
Looks like Holy Spirit out in lane 6 is right now in the 3rd place spot. Fending off a challenge from St. Thomas Aquinas, lane 1.
Yeah, great job from St. Thomas Aquinas to press through the middle part of this race. Because, again, they want to see if they can get that 3rd spot. And Gwynedd Mercy is not pulling away that much from St. Joseph's, but they are
look
certainly
composed, right?
They
Again,
look great.
Like that, insofar as just like, what are you doing to get the speed that you're currently achieving, right? Is it everything you got? Are you throwing the kitchen sink at this thing to just hold on to that lead that you got? Or is it a situation where you got a little bit more juice to give should the situation arise?
Yeah, they look nice and controlled. And so here we go, coming through this final part of the race as they're coming through the middle part of the race and coming up to the 3rd 500. We'll see what happens. And again, you got quite a race here between St. Thomas Aquinas on the one end and Holy Spirit on the other.
I think St. Thomas Aquinas has a slight lead right now.
Yes, that's what it looks like to me too. Maybe half a length over Holy Spirit. Can they hold on to that and put themselves into the finals? We'll see as we come up now into the final 500.
Looked like they may have a little bit flatter water there, trying to eat into St. Joseph Academy's lead.
Oh,
there.
they are. They're doing a great job. St. Thomas Aquinas really moving strong between 750 and 1,000. And now, who's making the move? Can St. Joseph's respond? St. Joseph's got to make a move here because St. Thomas Aquinas has been rolling over the last several hundred meters, and they keep pushing.
Yeah, they are. Yeah, I mean, I feel as though Coxon called for a 10. Coxon called for a shift in the gearing here, and the crew is responding really, really well for St. Thomas Aquinas.
Oh, yeah. They're looking really strong over there in lane 1. And unless something dramatic changes, these 3 crews will be the 3 crews that we'll see in the finals of this girls varsity 4.
I wouldn't be so confident, John. We don't know where Holy Spirit is. They were very close.
All right, well, we'll see what happens. It's tough to tell from the shore here what the story is. Certainly Gwynedd Mercy looking strong and well in control, just as Blair was in the last heat. And
St. Joseph's ears must have been burning.
I know, because they certainly responded.
St. Thomas Aquinas.
Oh, they responded.
They weren't having it.
Oh, yeah. No, for sure.
But St. Thomas Aquinas definitely looks like they have a convincing enough advantage over Holy Spirit
at this
to be able to hold it. Yeah.
At this stage, they have contact.
Exactly. Given the amount of course left and what both crews look like speed-wise, I believe St. Thomas Aquinas is going to nab that 3rd spot.
And great job here for Gwynedd Mercy, not really pushing that hard, not having to push that hard through these last few hundred meters. That'll certainly give them a chance in the finals to see what they can do.
They'll take it if you can get it, right?
Oh, yeah.
A semifinal like this?
A semifinal like this, that's what you want. Those are some strong girls in that varsity 4. Does Blair have what it takes to take them head-to-head? We'll find out in just a few hours. Great race from Gwynn and Mercy.
Yep.
And really strong last few hundred meters from St. Joseph's. And great race from St. Thomas.
Yeah, well done. Congratulations to those crews and making the finals here.
That time from Gwynn and Mercy faster than the Blair time.
Yeah, well, they were rowing great, and they were also rowing lower than the Blair crew. I think their catches were a little bit cleaner. They were getting a little bit more send there. So we'll see what happens in that final.
Moving on to the men's varsity 8.
Ah,
Top
here we
3
go.
to the grand.
I know. You can't go yet, Chris.
3 to the petites.
Can't go without seeing this one.
In the lead right now, Canisius.
Ah, love it.
They
winner of Heat 4.
Brother.
I know they did. They looked so good yesterday.
Man. Just so long, so powerful.
I know.
I mean, you know, like obviously this doesn't look comfortable from them right now. Like they're racing it. They're definitely getting pushed here by Saratoga et al. But really.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Academy
Saratoga
pushing.
gotta stay clean.
St. Peter's Prep's on the move now.
Oh, this is going to be a great
Good
finish
sprint
here
for St. Peter's Prep.
Oh, this is great racing here. Great racing through these last couple 100 meters.
This is comfortable.
Who's got the third? It looks like Gonzaga's got it so far. Unless St. Peter's Prep can find an extra gear in these last 100 meters, last 150 meters.
Boy, oh boy.
Great sprint from Gonzaga. Great sprint from Gonzaga.
Zag's going to get second here.
Fantastic sprint from Gonzaga in lane 1.
Ooh, man. This is tight. This is tight.
Yes.
Oh, wow. What a great last 500 from Gonzaga there. That was some really good racing.
Oh, man, they did.
I think they did, yep.
Some really great racing from Gonzaga in those last 500 meters. Really well done. And from Loyola Academy, a great press there to just take over St. Peter's Prep. Just barely. Look at that.
To Gonzaga, like they wound it up from left field. And
those last 300 meters where they put that down. And Canisius leading wire to wire, but not comfortably. So it's going to be quite a race. 4:22 in this tailwind. These crews are flying.
Yeah.
So we'll see what this second semi brings.
Well, the second semi is going to bring us New Trier and Montclair in lanes 3 and 4, winners of their respective heats.
Ah, okay. This is going to be an interesting one. I love these 8s. They're just
St. Andrews over in lane 5.
They're all fun to watch. All the boats are.
100%. 100%. But what just a brave piece from Gonzaga there, right? Like, I mean.
Get their point.
And the two sort of favorite crews in the center.
Yep.
And we'll see
Making a correction here.
Looks like LaSalle in lane 1 has got a pretty good start. But all the crews starting pretty quickly.
Give the advantage right now early on to Montclair by just a bit. St. Andrews appearing to go with them.
St. Andrews had a rough start there, and so if they can recover from that, then they've got some good speed.
Look at these crews.
Seton Hall Prep also out to a good start here.
Right.
And there comes the speed from New Trier. They're making a move now.
Finish the stroke you're on. Finish the stroke you're on. Stay present. Feel what the boat's giving you for feedback and apply it.
We have 5 boats here.
I know.
Pretty much dead even.
Seats.
The 6th boat is not that far behind here. Ooh.
Jesus,
wow. Wow. All right, well,
nice
here we
and
go.
Clean now.
Now time for this middle 500. This is the moving 500.
Feel like Trier's edged out just
who's gonna
LaSalle.
slightly.
Don't forget about LaSalle over there.
Not far off, man. Not far off.
This middle 500 is where all that steady state, all those long roads come together, how those crews move together.
Right.
You learn that at that lower rate, and then you can just show it off here.
So that
and boy, these crews are just neck and neck in this middle 500.
Oh, my God, man.
Wow.
I'd give it to LaSalle by a bow ball over New Trier, but it is close here. And then we've got probably Montclair third right now.
Yeah, we're already over halfway through the race because this is such a fast race.
Probably second right now over LaSalle.
But New Trier's making a
Don't
move.
forget
It's
about
hard to tell about the angles here.
There's St. Andrews out there.
Those darn geese getting in the way again. Poor LaSalle.
Oof.
All right, and New Trier, again, they've had a good last couple hundred meters and are really asserting themselves through the middle part of this race.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall in this situation room right now. You know the coxswains are absolutely throwing everything at these guys, trying to find an opportunity in this race to gain some advantage. A half a deck, let alone a seat. All you're looking for here right now is just a few inches.
Oh, I mean, this is great racing across the board. And I'm impressed that LaSalle has really pushed back.
Yeah, man.
New Trier pushed and LaSalle pushed right back. Now you got the last 500 meters. Again, it just shows how fast this race is in the tailwind with these 8s. And the last 500 meters and LaSalle really pushing back. But New Trier trying to respond themselves. But LaSalle pushing out still. Wow, they are really moving in this last couple hundred meters.
LaSalle were in the same heat yesterday. New Trier won the heat. LaSalle got third in that heat.
Oh,
LaSalle is looking to erase that history here.
They sure are. Well, they're doing a good job of it. Well, now it just depends on, they made that great push through the last 500. But now New Trier's responding. I mean, here's New Trier coming back.
And here's Montclair. Montclair might have some questions for LaSalle.
Oh, yeah. And now you got to, it's up to Seton Hall Prep and St. Andrews to see whether they can challenge for a third spot.
Not much race course left here.
Nope.
All right, coming down into the final few hundred meters.
Montclair pushing.
Yeah, Montclair really pushing and LaSalle pushing. I mean, LaSalle wants it. All right, last 250. Who's sprinting here?
Just barely,
Who's got it?
The case.
Who's got this second semifinal?
Got to see a gear here, fellas. Got to see a gear.
Top three moving on.
LaSalle is really moving well. Wow, what a great sprint. That lane one sprints between Gonzaga last semi and LaSalle in this semi.
Oh,
looking strong. Montclair pushing. Montclair pushing. Holy smokes. What?
Montclair Trier.
Wow. That was all within a half second, maybe.
We're going to have to go to the photo finish for that.
Those crews were maybe within a half second.
I think that's where we're at. Oh.
New Trier.
Montclair.
Yeah. Wow, there we go. Yeah, look at, as I said, within a half second, those top three crews. All within a half second of each other. What great racing from all three of those crews. But you notice those crews are still 2 seconds behind the time that Canisius put up in the previous semi. Whether that makes a difference, I don't know. I mean, those crews are pushing one another hard, but it just shows how fast Canisius is and how fast this boys varsity 8 is going to be. I mean, again, these are blazing fast times in this tailwind, and the final is going to be something to behold.
It's going to be an exciting final to watch. Moving over to the women's side.
Here we got the Winter Park crew, see what they can do. They're certainly looking great, but Wakefield in lane 2 with a really strong start there.
Yeah.
Don't forget about Mount St. Joseph, though. Mount St. Joseph.
Alexandria City.
Also a good start. Well, now as they lengthen out and settle, can Wakefield find the rhythm and the power to compete with Winter Park and Mount St. Joseph's? We'll see. So here we go. Let's see how these girls varsity 8s are settling in.
So again, we got top three going on to the grand final. Bottom 3 going on to the petite final.
All right.
And a big push here from Mount St. Joseph. They've brought it even with Wakefield, and trying to challenge in on Winter Park.
Winter Park really moving through, establishing themselves as the favorite crew in this race.
A little bit of steering coming from St. Joseph.
Yeah, a little bit of steering Winter Park too, it looks like. So, but Winter Park continues to move as they're coming up through the middle part of this race.
Yeah, they're making a move now.
They really are.
And they are slipping out of the grasp of Mount St. Joseph and Wakefield here.
Well, they're showing that they're the class of this particular event, but we've got a lot of race left. 1,000 meters to go. But certainly Mount St. Joseph making great move on Wakefield there, who had such a good start. And then you see Walt Whitman out there in lane 5.
Mount's not relenting. Mount's absolutely not relenting here. But to your point, though, Jim, a real decision here from Winter Park to up the ante.
Yeah, it looks like their stroke rating's fairly high, too.
Right. Challenge the field. We're ready to go at this speed. Are you coming with us? Yes or no?
Yeah. All these 8s pushing hard. Ooh, that just made, Winter Park really made a great move in the last couple hundred meters there. They just took about,
now.
I know, they just took a whole bunch of seats there.
Early on in the second 5.
Yeah.
Handling the water nicely here. It's rough.
Yeah, you can see it, right? You can see it on the screen. Those little bursts of white. Those are white caps, folks.
And Winter Park break free from Mount here. Certainly makes it easier.
Winter Park
when
is
you
looking
have
at
a
about
little
36 strokes
there.
per minute and just nice and long. That is going to be a hard rhythm to beat. Those strokes in very challenging conditions, maintaining some really quality rowing through the middle of this race. Just showing why they're so good.
Yeah, Winter Park's just got that HP sauce, man.
Yeah.
Look at that. Just that pickup, when these ladies grab hold of that water, just these surge. Look how quick those legs are going down. How quick the handle gets from catch to finish.
I know. And now we have this final 500. And I certainly don't think anyone's going to challenge that Winter Park crew.
Yeah, but
it looks like they're just going to.
Who's going to challenge Wakefield for third, though?
Right? I know. This is that's the real race. Can Wakefield, who had such a great start, hold on for that final spot? Looks like they've still got a half a length up, but those crews in lanes 1 and 2 are those lanes. Sorry, 5 and 6. Walt Whitman and Alexandra City are battling one another, and is that going to eat into Wakefield's lead? They still have time. We've seen it with Gonzaga in the last boys semi.
It's strong wind, and you get a little bit of a tailwind here. The waves are fairly flat at the finish here compared to the middle part of the course.
All right, those, just as we said, the Walt Whitman and Alexandra City are pushing Wakefield.
Yeah, man.
And with 2:50 to go, but is there enough? And Wakefield's responding. Wakefield's responding. They want to show that they deserve a spot in this final.
Yep, trying to shore things up for them, make sure that they're punching their ticket to this afternoon.
And here we go. Right to the end of this race. And this Winter Park crew.
Nice blade work from Wakefield here. Those ladies keeping the blades tight to the water.
Oh, yeah.
Good entries.
And they've made a definite transition here.
Right.
Man.
Oh, yeah. They're showing that they definitely earned that spot.
There's a gear there.
They now have contact with Mount St. Joseph.
Yeah. Just good rowing all around. 3 solid crews. And that's where this Winter Park crew, it's like Canisius in the boys varsity 8.
Yeah.
Can someone else catch them? That's the question.
About a length to a length to a length there.
Yeah. Great racing there.
So that's the first of our 2 semis. Top 3 crews, Winter Park, Mount St. Joseph, and Wakefield, moving on to the grand finals. So we now transition to the second of the women's semis. We have out in the lead right now, Montclair in lane 3. New Trier, lane 4, was the winner. But Montclair has slipped out to about 3/4 of a boat length lead. Yeah. Big push from BCC, though.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in the conversation here. Really challenging Trier for that second spot. With this high rating here from Montclair, so long as they can stay clean, man, they're in a great spot, right? Just really tapping the boat along, not letting it slow down. These athletes are incredibly well trained, right? They have done all of the work requisite to be able to do something like this. and they're demonstrating their skill, their prowess by being able to just stay so clean and keep that boat moving above all of this chop.
No comfort for the other crews, though, battling out because only 3 progress. We've got BCC maybe in second place here by a hair over New Trier, but St. Andrew and St. Ignatius, San Francisco still pushing, trying to make it so that it's one of them into the final.
Look at that Montclair
Still
crew.
really tight here between BCC and Trier.
I can't wait to see Montclair and Winter Park race in this final.
Yeah, kind of two interesting styles here, right? I mean, Montclair certainly built the speed, built their position within this race, and seemed to have the race in command. I mean, full-length lead is not easy to overcome in an 8. Not often overcome in an 8.
So we see what the third place situation is shaping up for here as we're coming in to the final part of this race.
Yeah, if St. Andrew wants it, they got to make a move now.
Trier's really sort of established themselves in second place here.
Last 500 now.
A little bit lower, too. I mean, Trier still got some gearing here.
Oh, yeah.
If maybe they're playing possum and holding on till the final this afternoon to really put all their cards down.
Yeah.
Could be.
I mean, that's where coach might say, hey, if you're in that top 3, just save a little back in that last 500 unless you have to.
Stay there.
Because it's only a few hours to that final.
Yeah, because, I mean, honestly, like, Trier's in a position similar to Montclair. You know, 3rd and 4th are behind them. They have command here. They could certainly respond if someone were to do something really brave and challenge their current position, or they can just kind of sustain this position by holding this rhythm, which, FYI, looks really, really nice.
So is St. Andrews going to be able to challenge BCC here for the 3rd spot? It's tough to tell from this angle. What's the situation like? I wonder if we can tell
BCC's
from our spot here.
I'd say BCC's got a pretty good advantage over St. Andrews right now.
Yeah, I think 1, 2, 3 is pretty comfortable, it looks like so far.
And Trier just kind of probably a 36 because of how quick they're getting through the water. It looks a little bit low.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing where, you know, what's this final going to be like? I mean, I imagine the first 500 of this this girls varsity final is going to be a really fast first 500 as these girls trying to figure out, hey, what you got?
Great body swing together from
well
that
done for Montclair.
crew.
Yeah, yep.
Again, that Montclair versus Winter Park in that final is going to be something. And there we go. Good rowing all around.
Be Montclair, New Trier, and Bethesda's Chevy Chase.
Now that 452 compares pretty favorably to Winter Park from what I recall. I think Winter Park was just about the same.
Tough to tell, though, how hard either of those crews were applying themselves.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, if both those crews had pretty comfortable leads and they both had pretty similar times,
so Winter Park had a time of 4:53.9.
4:52.6 for Montclair. But I think Winter Park was rating just maybe 1 beat lower than Montclair. We'll see. It'll be an exciting final for sure for that girls varsity 8.
So our next event is in a little bit. So we have a little bit of a break.
Good.
Okay, we're up with the start of the finals here at the SRAA Championship Regatta. We've got lined up the boys' lightweights. Now, crew to watch here, Manhasset. Massive, massive performance yesterday with a time of 5:15 in that first heat. Concord looking good, ready to go with a time of 5:19. They won heat 2.
Yeah, Manhasset was, you know, of the crews that I had the privilege to watch row yesterday, Manhasset was in my top 3 insofar as just making it look the way it should. Effortless, long, zesty, right? Really, really well done piece from that lot yesterday.
Forest Hill Central came in second in heat 2, right behind Concord, with a margin of 9/10 of a second. Man. So this is going to be a really tight race here. And Waterford came in second place in heat 1. They had a time of 5:21.8. Ridgewood over in lane 6 there came in third in heat 2. Their time was 5:20. So we are going to see very tight racing here. Nutley not to be left out. Third place heat 1, they were at 5:22. So within from the start, from the fastest time to the slowest time, it's a margin of just 3 seconds here.
Wow. And we're off. John, we're now into finals, brother.
Oh.
And it's all cards on the table time, right?
Oh, yeah. This is exciting. Time to see what these crews can do. Nice, clean starts.
Yeah.
See Manhasset pushing it out as expected, but right. Concord right there with them.
Concord coming with, yeah.
Again, tailwind. You want to make sure, especially in these doubles, that you keep the other crews in your sight as you settle, lengthen out a bit.
Yep, and do what you must to get out ahead, right? It's such an advantage to be in front of all of the other crews, have them in your vision, and be able to respond to what they're going to try and do.
Big push here from Concord, drawing the bow level with Manhasset.
This looks like it's going to shape up to be an absolute game of chicken here between Concord and Manhasset to see who flinches first, who's willing to just push it right to the precipice. Man, what a display. These two crews, stroke for stroke, really rating the same.
I have 37 on Manhasset.
Look at the length that Concord crew is giving.
38 on Concord.
They're just getting into that stern, locking in those blades.
Yeah.
Propelling that boat forward.
Giving it all they can in that.
Manhasset's eking out maybe a deck and a seat.
Mm-hmm.
Well, coming through the 500-meter mark. What happens now as these crews get into the heart of the race?
It's a little bit windier this afternoon than we saw this morning, if you can believe that.
Well, the question is, how much ground do you think Concord wants to spot Manhasset before they got to start pulling them back in? Yeah. I mean, they got to find their rhythm here. They've got to make sure they find their length and get good rowing. They can't be too focused on Manhasset, but they can't let them get too far away either if they want to compete with them. They know how fast they are.
I think Manhasset is saying, it's nice of you to think that, but you don't have a choice. We are going to dictate the tempo, the cadence of this race to the race.
Don't count Concord out yet.
Yeah.
They're making a push here. They are refusing to cede contact with Manhasset.
Looks like Manhasset's beating at least a stroke higher on their base pace here.
Mm.
Also, don't forget, fight there for third place.
Yeah.
These are 3 medals we're looking for here. Obviously gold, silver, and bronze. Got a race developing here between Forest Hill Central and the white boat there. Nutley over in lane 1. Bow ball to bow ball. Nutley maybe just slightly ahead of Forest Hill Central. Forest Hill Central responding.
Very, very tight there. Very, very tight. We'll have to watch this for another 100 meters or so, see if either one of those two crews, Nutley or Forest Hill Central, has ceded to the other.
Manhasset being aggressive here in the middle part, battling those waves. You can see the blades are really having a challenge there, but they're handling it well.
Too, the juxtaposition of knowing you got to go for it, right? Knowing you really have to rate quite high. You've got to throw everything at this. And yet the conditions maybe not necessarily being conducive to that.
Yeah, Manhasset's still at 37-38. I mean, rating significantly higher than Concord.
Wow.
And yet still looking clean and powerful up at that higher rating. That is going to be a tough crew to catch. But now we've got a real battle for second and third here.
Second and third is game.
Nutley surging here in lane 1, as is Ridgewood over on your the top of your screen there.
We've just checked in with them. Here we are, nearly 3/4 into the race, and we're just checking on Ridgewood, who's still very much in contention to pull a medal out of this thing.
Don't rule out Central. Forest Hill Central here, making a move now, knowing that they have to go now.
Trading bow balls with Nutley. Super tight.
All right, last few hundred meters here.
We got vision on them.
Last few hundred meters. This is it for the medals. Who's going to get it? It looks like Concord's pushed back. Some of the crews were coming up on them, and now they've pushed back, and now for the last 250. See if they can close it. We've got some moves now from Nutley. Looks like they're moving ahead.
Finding a gear. Nutley absolutely finding a gear right now and moving well.
Are they able to move on to Concord? Who knows these last couple hundred meters?
Manhasset looking beautiful. A push there.
Oh, boy.
Oh, yeah.
Forest Hills up into Concord now as well.
Well, this is it, the finals. Finals, last couple hundred meters. This is for the medals. Who's going to get the medals in the boys' lightweight senior doubles? Manhasset comfortably out front, Concord in second, but Nutley on their tails, challenge them.
Nutley challenging Concord.
They got to keep their point, though. Keep their point.
Point schmoint. Torpedoes be damn time, Nutley. Let her rip.
All right, here we go. Concord holding nicely. Looks like Concord will hold on to it right at the finish line.
Oh,
wow.
Boy.
Wow.
Yep.
What a great race between those two crews.
Yeah.
Not quite enough race course to catch Concord.
Third.
Yeah, now he's looking for how they did.
To tell my man. I know. I'm breaking your heart right now, brother.
I know, exactly. He's a little crushed there. He was looking for that second.
Hey, you showed up to the national championship and you're going home with something around your neck. That's not nothing.
Yeah.
Not for nothing, right?
And hats off to those Manhattan boys for a beautifully rode race. Beautifully rode race.
Augustine Classical Academy. It's Augustine like Justin. Okay. We've got 2 finals coming up. It'd be so awesome if you guys could say Augustine like Justin.
Yeah, like Augustine Hippo.
Instead of, like Augustine Hippo. Which is why our mascot is
a hippo. I got it, Augustine. That's easy.
St. Augustine.
Right, St. Augustine.
Augustine Classical Academy.
Got it.
Thank you
Got
so
it.
much,
Sure
guys.
thing.
I love listening to you guys.
That's funny.
First medals of the day going to Manhasset, Concord, and Nutley. Absolute banger to start the medal session of our program.
I know, what a great race there for silver between Nutley and Concord. And Concord, what a great job in that first 500 to do what they could, throw it out there to try and hang with Manhasset. They knew Manhasset was good, and they gave it everything they could. And then when they were pushed by Nutley and Forest Hills and Ridgewood, they responded those last few hundred meters to just barely hold on. And what a great push from Nutley. Great to see these finals. Now it's the girls' turn. Same event, lightweight senior doubles. They're Concord and Manhasset again.
Yeah,
Let's see.
Oh boy, right?
So, Jim, what sort of times do we have in the heats to get these crews here?
So Concord had a time of 6:19.8. That one heat won. Manhasset had a time of 6:04.6.
Oh, wow.
That one heat, too.
Wow.
They got something in the water up in Manhasset.
Irwin had a time of 6:15 in heat 2. They came in second. Parkersburg came in second in heat 1 with 6:25.
Great.
Bellevue was third in heat 1, 6:25.4.
Well, at least down here at the finish line, it looks like the wind has died down slightly, but conditions are looking pretty rough further up. But that's nice. Hey, if it's a little bit calmer at the finish line, maybe that gives for good sprinting conditions. Here we go, the finals of the girls' lightweight senior double.
I'm going to give it a minute before we say anything.
Right, oh, for sure. Nice clean starts from all the crews as they try and get their high strokes in, get that boat moving, and then lengthen out to try and find their rhythm.
Maybe an advantage, Parkersburg.
I know Parkersburg's got a great start there over in lane 5.
Concord also.
Concord.
Concord.
Also. Yep.
I know
Away
Concord
from
moving.
the blocks quickly.
So now we get to kind of take a look at what sort of rhythm these crews are going to put down for the duration, right? They come off their high stuff, beginning to lengthen out a bit, and put together the rhythm that they believe is going to carry them the distance here. Ooh, easy. Watch that steering now.
Yeah. Concord's got to get it off that buoy line.
Well, here comes Manhasset. Seeing some opportunity. Oh, Manhasset now maybe surging just ahead.
Part of that's going to be the steering.
Yeah. Oh, you know it. Added challenge to these coxswainless boats.
Well, Concord just responded to Manhasset's push there, and they're settling into their rhythm. So we've got these two crews, just like we saw in the last race, going head-to-head.
Yeah.
Really direct placement of those catches in that.
Got to watch their
Manhasset
steering
crew.
a little bit there. They're getting
Particularly
both two
stroke
crews
seat
are
there.
getting a little bit close to one another. And that steering correction
Taking
might
a look,
cost Manhasset a little bit as they come back into the center of the lane.
They want to
Both
be where the
crews
action
looking
is.
strong.
And there we go. Taking a move into the 500 here.
Yep. Manhasset surging ahead. Got about a deck and a seat.
And what do we got for third place here? Do we see who's in third? Looks like
I think Agnes Irwin has a slight advantage
over the other two crews.
I would agree with slight. I would absolutely agree with slight.
But here's Manhasset in the last 150 meters,
Yeah,
really
right?
opening up out of that 500-meter mark. Took a big move, and they just seem to have settled into a little bit more powerful rhythm. Will Concord respond?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Concord, I definitely don't want to lose contact here. You know, do what I got to do in the second 500 to make sure that I'm in striking distance as we come to the close of the race.
But great race strategy for Manhasset there, where take a big move with the 500, try and put them so they can no longer see you so easily, and that's a great psychological advantage in this race.
Huge.
But looks like they spent quite a bit to do it, and so they made that big move, but they're not pulling away from Concord. Concord's sticking with it, and Agnes Irwin is coming up strong in the center of this race. So this is clearly anyone's race. Plenty of course left to go.
You know, John, like we've been here before, right? We've been in a situation where, you know, as oarsmen, you've got to pay that price to get yourself into a position of advantage, and that's where Manhasset is right now. And so much of what it's going to be is just hang on, right? Like you paid the price to get to this spot, now defend it, right? You're going to see them making moves, trying to get back on level terms with you. You respond accordingly.
And they just did as you were speaking there, Chris. I mean, Manhasset's rating a little bit lower, but they're putting some real power in those strokes and had opened up some space.
Speaking of level terms, look at Agnes Irwin here, almost drawing level with Concord. Concord had made a big push early on to hang with Manhasset. Did they invest a little bit too much early in the race and give an opportunity for Agnes Irwin? We'll have to see here in the last 500.
Well, Agnes Irwin's also stroking a little bit higher than Concord, so Concord might have some more in the tanks as they try and bring it up in these last 500 meters. It's going to be quite a race, though. But Manhasset, to Manhasset's credit, they have dug in and really gotten some distance between them and Concord as they come into this last 500.
I think Agnes Irwin may be a hair ahead of Concord here, but Belleville also pushing hard on the outside. Those three boats are pretty much dead level. Parkersburg not that far out of the pack.
Wow, so you've got the last 350 meters or so, dead even, these three crews. Let's hear it from the shore, cheering for these crews in the final. I mean, this is it. Working all season for this. Who comes home with the medals? Can Concord respond to this fantastic move from Agnes Irwin coming out of the 1,000-meter mark?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm Concord, I've got to find some gearing here, right?
Yeah.
I know that we've been keeping it a little bit lower than everyone else, but it's time to do something definitive to get what you want.
And Agnes Irwin continues to row beautifully in this last 500, stroking a little bit higher than Concord. Can Belleville come in and press them on this one? we'll see in these last few hundred meters as the crowd is cheering them on from shore. Hopefully that lifts them up, gives them that little extra push.
It is Belleville in medal contention here.
Yeah,
I know.
Nice length from Angus Irwin, staying long as they're bringing up the cadence.
Can Concord respond here in these last few hundred meters? Can Belleville charge up and maybe get a medal here? It is going to be tight racing for these last 20 strokes.
Got to stay clean, Angus Irwin, if you want to stay where you're at.
And looks like Manhasset is comfortably crossing the finish line now for their
big
gold
push
medal.
From Concord. Here we go. Big push from Concord. Concord responding.
Oh, look at this, right down to the last few strokes. So who gets silver, who gets bronze?
Who's got
Who
the
wants
blades
it
in?
more?
Who's got the blades in?
Just
man.
literally, which part of the stroke your blades were in the water on that one?
I think
That
Agnes
close.
Irwin nabs it
Maybe.
by a foot.
That
Yeah,
close.
maybe.
Oh, I mean, sometimes that happens. If you're just in that dry phase and you cross the finish
Yeah.
line, you get that
Yeah.
little extra
Yeah.
punch to get that half deck. And I think Agnes Irwin might have gotten it there over Concord, but it was right down to the last few
super
strokes.
close. Yeah.
Certainly great racing across the board. Gutsy racing from Concord in that first half there, and stubborn at the end. Agnes Irwin keeping their heads about them, and really just beautiful second half of the race for Agnes Irwin.
Yeah, Concord really having to respond in the final 150 meters there to a definitive push from Angus Irwin.
And great job from Belleville. I mean, Belleville was right in it too.
Yeah. Tight pack, right? Tight pack, first through fifth. Really, really tight.
So it looks like, as of right now, the times are Manhasset 6:07 flat, Agnes Irwin 6:16.43, Concord 6:16.67.
Well rode. All crews.
Moving on to the men's junior double. First final that we're going to see today, where we had folks that were rowing in the semifinal earlier today. So this is the second race for the gentlemen in the doubles coming up.
So who were the fastest times in this race, Jim? You want to remind all of us?
You would have to ask me that, John.
I will.
Let me tell you who's in this crew,
There we go.
in this event first. So we've got here in lane 4, Augustin Classical.
Augustin.
Sorry.
Augustin.
Like Justin. The Hippos. Purple
Got
Hippos.
it. Augustin and Hippo.
Western Albemarle in lane 3. Waterford, lane 5. Friends Select, lane 2. Germantown Friends, lane 1. And Seton Hall Prep, lane 6.
And looks like Augustin Classical's got a good start.
Really long. Look how long they are in the water through the high stuff. Just wait till we see what these guys look like as they begin to lengthen out.
They're the geese right in front of them.
But look at Friends Select. Friends Select really being aggressive off the start here. That Western Albemarle crew is fast too, making a surge in the early part of the race.
Here we go. And Augustin Classical still holding on to a slight lead here as they lengthen out.
Western Albemarle pushing up.
I know.
Push on level.
Yep.
The Friends Select poking their bow ball out ahead. About 2 more feet to go to catch the Hippos.
Absolutely savage rhythm from Western Albemarle right
That
now.
was a really great last 15 strokes or so, 20
Yeah.
strokes. They're really moving well.
Blades matching up. Beautiful blade work, keeping the blades tight to the water so that they just disappear at the apex of the recovery.
So as we come up now to the 500-meter mark, which crew is going to make a move to the 500-meter mark?
Oh, you know it. You know this is happening. You know everybody right now is about to rip a move and see who's coming with them. Oh,
And
Western
it is a
Albemarle asking
real
some
dogfight
questions.
now between Western Albemarle and Augustin Classical. Those two crews both digging in this middle 500.
Look at that move from Western Albemarle there.
Yeah. Surging with momentum.
Great rowing with those
Three.
top two crews. Oh, wow. Look at Western Albemarle's move out of that 500-meter mark. They just put
Yeah.
Oh, now they're dead even, and Augusta Classical's responded.
Making them response themselves. Boy, oh boy, I think.
Wow. Wow.
This could be one of those situations where you just see each crew asking questions, throwing moves through this second 500 here.
That was a great move there from Augusta Classical to Western Albemarle was coming right up on them, and they responded in kind, pushing out.
Yep.
You just have to keep responding here. These shifts in momentum, if you are starting to slip back, you need to take a couple strokes just to hold the crew. And if you can arrest that momentum, then you can shift. And the Hippos seem to have done that here in that blue boat. But
here comes Western Albemarle again.
Responding.
Nice, long, strong strokes from both of those crews. And this tailwind as they push it along. Both have nice, steady rhythms. Both rolling well within themselves and applying pressure to get that speed. That's just what you want in the middle part of the race here. And you see those two crews opening up on the rest of the field as they push one another down the middle of this course. And they just keep trading the lead one after another coming into this final 500. For the gold, it depends who's got it left in the tanks for these final 500.
Yeah. Who's going to initiate the movement to the finish line, to really race for the finish line here.
Looks like Western Albemarle is starting to take it up right there.
Yeah. Oh,
they're taking up their stroke rating.
Both crews bringing it up a couple of beats and going.
At this point, if you're left behind, it is going to be hard to change the momentum.
Yeah.
I know. Here comes Augusta Classical now responding. And these two boats are both fighting it out for the gold medal. It looks like Western Albemarle might have a slight advantage, but it is, now it maybe not. I mean, now Augusta Classical is coming back. I mean, these crews are, maybe half a deck. You got that. Oof. Maybe slightly more there. That's a perfect angle for us to see. All right, here we go. Coming in the last 250. Which of these crews wants it more? Which of these crews wants the gold medal? Here in the boys junior final.
Look at the rip on those.
Yeah, just finding a gear after finding a gear after finding a gear. These guys are going to cross the line.
Both crews fighting.
40.
Oh. Come on. Oh, these crews are just crushing it out in the lead here.
Augustin Classical finding another gear, surging inches between these bow balls.
Western Albemarle refusing to cede the territory.
Look at this race. Look at this finish. Holy smokes. Who's got it? Who has got it in these last 10 strokes? Which crew is going to get the gold? Both crews right to the end. Oh, Western Albemarle just has it. Just has it.
Just by a foot.
What great racing from both crews. That's what you love to see in a final. And now for third. I mean,
right?
Looks like Friends Select just pulls out. Well done for them. And then the next three right there.
Doesn't get much more exciting than that.
Oh, it's great racing there for first place between Western Albemarle and Augustin Classical.
And remember, these guys are juniors. They've got more maturation to come. You know, this is a great signal for the sport. And we have racing that competitive, that composed.
Not to question the results or anything, but did that look like a second to you between those two?
It looked like less than that.
I mean, just to be honest about the matter here, like it looked far closer than that.
It might be a little closer.
I may have been looking at the finish line a bit wonky.
All right, time to see what's up next. I assume it's the girls' junior double.
Next up is the girls' junior double. So these girls have not rowed yet this morning. They had heats yesterday, and those heats seeded them directly into the finals this morning, or this afternoon. Winner of the Heat 1 yesterday was Seminole. If you remember, they had a very fast row. They'll be in lane 3. Heat 2 winner yesterday was Green Hills. Green Hills was slightly faster than Seminole in the overall times. Heat 3 was won by Augustin Classical with the fastest time of the event yesterday. So it is going to be very, very tight. William Penn Charter had second place in Heat 3, but their time was faster than the winners of Heat 2 and Heat 1. So this is anybody's race here.
Yeah, all those middle crews are going to be pretty well matched.
And you never know. You can't count out Shipley or Lower Merion either.
Yeah, you got
second place finishers in their heat yesterday. A lot can happen over 24 hours.
You also have a ripping tailwind here. You get off to a good start and really find your rhythm. You know, you never know where you find yourselves. All right, now the crews are off for this final of the junior girls double with the gold medal on the line. Definitely some breeze there you can see at the starting line. A little bit of chop. You can see some of the blades flying, and now they're settling into their rhythm off their start. Trying to get a little bit of steering there from Green Hills. And as these crews settle in, looks like Lower Merion is got a great start, and they're certainly in the mix out there in lane 6.
Shipley too. You know, this is going to be a contended race from all 6 lanes.
All right, now let's see how these crews respond as they
Augustin
settle in.
In an early lead with that fastest time yesterday, trying to have a repeat today with the fastest time today.
All right.
William Penn Charter, though, fighting back.
Look at that Augustin Classical crew just settling into a nice rhythm. They seem to be opening up a nice lead here in the early part of the race. And it is a level for second place, it looks like, between Shipley, Seminole, and William Penn Charter. And
Lower Merion refusing to release contact as well.
All right, now coming into the 500-meter mark, who's going to make a move here? Is Augustin Classical going to extend their lead? Are some of these other crews going to creep into them? And past the 500-meter mark, where is Augustin Classical? Let's see if we can see where they are. How far up are they?
About a length.
Oh, they're extending their lead there, Augustin Classical. Finding a good rhythm in this tailwind. Trying to get their blades right to the water as they keep that rhythm going and extending that lead. Looks like coming out of the 500-meter mark, Augustin Classical has opened up, looks like 3/4 of the length of open, maybe? Certainly over Seminole.
I want to take a look at William Penn.
I know, exactly. William Penn, see where they are, because they were moving in the 500-meter mark, too. Oh, yeah, there they are. Just what you're saying, Chris. Just what you're saying. William Penn Charter took a huge move there at the 500-meter mark, and they are just a couple seats down on Augustin Classical. And those two crews very much in a close race for first as they go through the middle part of this race.
You know, both striking at about the same cadence here, John.
Yep.
So going to be interesting to see, you know, who's got the capacity to really wind it up. And here goes William Penn Charter, maybe eking out to,
no, looks like
the length of my arm.
Still a lot of race course to go. And
maintaining the same
remember,
distance there.
Yesterday, Augustin beat William Penn Charter in their heat by 10 seconds.
What?
Oh, wow.
So either William Penn Charter was holding back, or there's something still in the tank for Augustin.
Well, and both crews are pushing out over the rest of the field pretty well here. With some nice rowing in these challenging conditions. You can see the ripple on the water from this tailwind.
Yeah, but they're getting locked on, getting connected.
They are. Oh.
Good send through, clean.
And Augustin Classical is maintaining through this middle 500 the same lead that they had at the beginning part of the 500 after that initial push by William Penn Charter. So great rowing by those top two crews as they continue to put more space between them and the rest of the field.
What's going on with the rest of the field there?
I don't know, last 500 meters to go.
Looks like Seminole maybe in third place position, maybe Lower Merion.
Yep, Lower Merion and Seminole battling it out. Green Hill's not far behind for that third place. And we've got this fight now for first, and who is going to push it out? Looks like Augustin Classical is trying to push it out a little bit more in these last 500.
Seeing William Penn taking a bit of a shift here. A little more gearing, a little more zip on that front end.
All right.
Here's the move from Augustin.
Can William Penn Charter catch Augustin Classical as they move towards the last few hundred meters of this final race to see who gets the gold medal?
Yep, absolutely. Both crews burning it at both ends to see if they can make it across the finish line before the flames meet.
That's a great angle here from these cameras, too, to catch all those boats in the same right. Well done there. Whoa. Oh, look at that breeze catching some of those blades. You can feel it right here in the tent.
Big gusts.
You can see it affecting the blades of the crews there. How is it going to affect them as they try and sprint these last 250 meters? Augustin Classical pushing hard, maintaining their lead.
Yeah, they're opening up.
And both those crews, both William Penn Charter and Augustin Classical, with a healthy lead on the rest of the field.
William Penn has to go now.
Getting some sticky strokes there.
All right.
It's going to happen to everybody today. You got to recover quickly.
All right, the Quakers versus the doctor of the church, Augustin Avippo. Who's going to do it? Who's going to do it? Like Augustin Classical pushing hard these last few strokes, opening up even a larger lead.
Oh, you sure, John?
At least it looks like it from the screen there. Oh, maybe not here. You're right, Chris. It's a lot closer than it looked from the camera.
Oh, big surge here.
Okay, yep, got him.
Yep.
Man.
There we go. See, I wasn't that far off.
Yeah, no, the parallax.
All right, and now for third. Looks like Lower Merion here having a great finish to their race.
Yeah, that was a great performance from Lower Merion. Lots of composure.
Yeah.
But hats off to Augustin Classical and to William Penn Charter for just a fantastic,
very well rode.
Fantastic last 1,000 meters where they just challenged each other to push out on the field. Some beautiful rowing there in very challenging conditions.
Yeah, the doctor of the church had a prescription for a win there.
I know. He was looking for the city of God. I think he found it. I think they found it, the girls.
This is the problem when you have clergy on the announcing team.
All right.
Next up, a lot of excitement coming for the boys' freshman 8 final.
Oh, brother. Big tilt, man. Big tilt.
The wind's picking up just in time for these freshman boys to see what they can throw down.
Who do we got? We got Bell and Jesuit coming to us in lane 3.
Oh,
they
so
have been throwing down
They've been
in the freshman event. St. Ignatius Cleveland in lane 4. That is going to be a massive, massive competition there.
Yeah, and I don't even know what your strategy is if you're St. Ignatius Cleveland on this one. Bell and Jesuit's got a great start. They settle into a great rhythm.
Yeah.
I mean, if I were St. Ignatius Cleveland, I would, and I were the coxswain, I'd be like, let's get our start, let's settle into our rhythm, and let's not try and burn too hard in those first 500, because I think Bell and Jesuit's got a great stroke. If you try and push too hard and you're St. Ignatius Cleveland, I mean, this is 1,500 meters. It's that last 500 you got to take them, right. And I don't know. I just think
But are you trying to win this, or are you just trying to do a piece?
No,
like,
but
I think those are two very different approaches.
No,
to
but
this.
I just think a race like this, you know, Bell and Jesuit's so good.
Yeah.
You got to try and put yourself in a position to win in the last 500 meters, not in the first 500.
But look at, I mean, we've got a lot of big names in this event here. We got Walt Whitman. They've been sneaky and they've been aggressive. We've got New Trier in lane 1, St. Peter's in 5, and Chaminade in 6. This is going to be a great race.
Here come Iggy and Bellin.
I know. We know that's going to be. We know that Bell and Jesuit's going to be out there and pushing hard.
Yep.
And again, I think Ignatius Cleveland's got to find their rhythm and then start making moves when they get to the 500-meter mark and really try and just stick with overlap until you get to the last 500, and then just lay it down and see if you can get it.
what kind of gearing you got, right?
Yeah. I mean,
they're the lowest out of the field right now insofar as rating out of St. Ignatius, a couple of beats under the rest of the field, so giving themselves some room, like you said, John, to lay in wait and strike at the opportune time.
Right. And as expected, Bell and Jesuit looking beautiful off the start. Ignatius Cleveland playing a good race right here, keeping contact, keeping in the mix. It's 1,500 meters. You see St. Peter Prep working hard to stay in there.
Yeah. Inviting themselves to the party.
Oh, yeah. And I'm curious what's going to happen out in lane 1 with New Trier. As New Trier settles into it, will they catch up on St. Peter's Prep? Will St. Ignatius Cleveland be able to maintain their strength? We know that Bell Jesuit can be up there. And again, I think Ignatius Cleveland is rowing just the race that I would want to try and give myself a chance against Bell Jesuit. I mean, that crew's been so fast. I bet they haven't been challenged too much during the year. You know, just let it be a dogfight at the end. But you can't let them get too far out. You let them get too far out in these 500, this middle 500, you're not going to get them back.
No, again, that's why I think, you know, at this point of the race right here, Ignatius needs to make some moves and try and push in. Get that seat. Get Bellin thinking about you just a little bit. Maybe they get a little bit tight. Maybe the rhythm changes just so, and you now create a circumstance where the door of opportunity is just cracked so that you can force your way in and make this what you want.
I think they're doing just that, Chris. I mean, that's a beautifully rowed race from those top 2 crews. I mean, they are both rowing just what their coaches would want them to do, I imagine.
Absolutely.
And let's see what they can do. And again, those 2 crews are so fast. They are pulling away from the rest of the field. That doesn't surprise me after seeing them go in the semis. And a real battle here for third place in these challenging conditions.
Trier and St. Peter's.
St. Peter's pushed hard in that first 500. The question is, what's going to happen in this next 500? And New Trier is opening it up in this next 500, making a great move right there. And these top 2 crews are really both fighting each other hard. And these coxswains, I know, are coxing hard against one another. And can Bell and Jesuit put some space between them in this middle 500, or is Ignatius Cleveland going to hold on and give themselves a chance for the finish? Here's the middle. Here's the final 500.
Coming to the final 5.
All right, this is the time when Ignatius Cleveland this is the time when either Ignatius Cleveland's got it in the tanks or they don't. And you know Bell and Jesuit's going to have it there, and they're going to push it. Does Ignatius Cleveland have it to push back? If I were them, I would start sprinting early and just say, hey, boys, you just got to go. You just got to go.
You got to.
That crew is fast. If you got a chance, you got to go now.
Whatever you've got to put it on the end of that handle right here and try and find a way to just start eating into Bellin.
And here you have St. Peter's Prep fighting back against New Trier with just a fantastic last couple hundred meters. I mean, New Trier looked like they were moving up, but St. Peter's responded, and they keep responding in these last few hundred meters. And look at St. Ignatius Cleveland. They are doing just what we said. They are pushing hard to give themselves at least a chance against this incredibly talented Bell and Jesuit crew. What a race here. Look at how far out. This is a final. This is a final in a tailwind. And look at how much space they have until the third place crew. It shows how good these See, this is why you fight. This is an opportunity here. Wow.
From Bellin.
What a race between these 2 crews. Such talented crews. The battle of the Jesuits. Make Loyola proud. Who's going to do it?
Does Iggy have one more gear left? Does Iggy have one more lift here for the final 20 strokes? Can they find a way to just surge and catch up?
Wow, look at that race. So well raced by both crews coming into the last 10, 15 strokes.
Ignatius has gained.
Can Ignatius pull it off?
Even better here.
What great racing from both crews.
Coming down to it here. Coming down to it. Who's going to leave blades in?
What great racing.
Bellin.
Wow.
By a half a deck.
Wow.
Third place.
Wow.
Wow. What
Coming down to it here. Looks like St. Peter's going to hold on.
Wow.
By less than less margin than I think that separated first and second. That was a very tight race for third.
That was a great last 150 meters from New Trier there to come back into St. Peter's. But, you know, hats off to Bell and Jesuit and hats off to Ignatius Cleveland. Both of them, I think, rode about as well, about as clean races as they possibly could have. Both sticking to their race plans.
Look at this.
Both pulling it out.
440. Taking it up to God's country, low 40s through the final few hundred meters of that piece. The air was thin, but the effort got them through.
But again,
unreal.
Just such good racing from those top 2 crews. I mean, in a final to have over a length of open in a 1,500-meter race with this tailwind and to have both those crews fighting each other. I mean, that Bell and Jesuit crew, we knew was going to be so good, and they were. And Ignatius Cleveland did everything they could to give him a chance, and they tried it. They laid it out there, and they should be proud of their race.
Big shout out to Coach Tim at St. Ignatius. That is the first medal, or the highest medal, I believe, for St. Ignatius in this particular category. So the folks in Cleveland must be super proud of their boys in that effort.
Okay, and here we're lining up the girls. Orchard Lake St. Mary's locking in lane 1. St. Ignatius San Francisco, second from the right. Winter Park in the middle, right next to New Trier. right next to Mount St. Joseph. These are three very, very fast crews. Washington Liberty, no slouch, in lane 6 there. All the crews getting their points, getting ready to take it off.
An absolute murderer's row of women's scholastic rowing right now.
This is going to be an interesting race. All right. Well, so what were the times here, Jim?
I don't have the times when we had
heats in the
semis this morning.
Semis this morning, yeah.
So
I want to say Winter Park was just
Winter
a couple
Park
of seconds ahead of Trier.
Right. Well, we'll see what happens. It certainly is going to be an incredible race. I think.
We got 2 minutes to go until race time.
And conveniently, the wind picking up.
I know, gosh.
Well, think about the nerves going on right now.
Man.
You've got this wind pushing the boats around. You are waiting for 12:20 to come around. We've got 1 minute to go here.
Also, just such talented crews across the board, and also all their crew teammates on the shore there, or in their own shells, eagerly awaiting this result of these 100%. Freshmen. The future of their programs right here lined up on the stake boats. Let's see what's going to happen. This is going to be exciting.
You know, you love these moments and you hate these moments. As a coach and an athlete, like, it never gets any easier dealing with this situation. Feeling the nerves, feeling the anxiety, the butterflies in the stomach. You just want to get it going, right?
And they're off. Looks like New Trier is a little off at the start, so they got a slight course correction. And now all the crews are settling in.
Mount.
All right, this is an 8 final in a big tailwind. There's going to be some really fast starts here as each crew tries to give themselves a slight advantage.
St. Ignatius, San Francisco.
Oh, yeah.
Having a really strong start here.
Yeah.
I think they're first off the block, closely followed by Mount. OLSM and Winter Park pretty much dead even. Maybe Winter Park pulling up, and then New Trier has their answer now. They had a little bit of a steering swerve at the beginning, but they're recovering nicely here.
Well, these Winter Park women, I mean, have been just so strong from about 300-400 meters in until 1,000 meters. I mean, they have just dominated the middle of these races, and it's a question of can they do that here? And can New Trier hold them off? I mean, this middle of the race is going to define so much. And these crews are level across the bay. I mean, New Trier is pushing
out.
The
push right now. Trier making the push, and with a commanding rhythm. Really love the way those ladies are getting through the water right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those New Trier freshmen are looking fantastic. But contact along those first 4 crews, and certainly all those crews have got the tools to make something happen as we come down the course in the middle of this race.
Mount has rode high all weekend long, right? So this is really no surprise to see them going with an absolute savage recklessness, throwing everything at this piece right now from Mount.
Got a lot of composure, though, from Winter Park here. They are not afraid being right now in 4th place at the 500 because it is still anybody's race with the speed that these ladies have.
Yeah, lots of ways to skin it, right? Like, you can go ahead and rate a bit higher, like Mount is. You can be a bit more composed, like Winter Park is. At the end of the day, where's your bow ball? You know, nobody cares what it looks like. Where's your bow ball? It is a results-based industry.
The course here, another little course correction from New Trier. I don't know if that'll cost them a little bit or not. It's just a minor correction in these conditions. But New Trier looking solid. And
look at that move from Winter Park, though. Yeah. Winter Park is now just a canvas down on St. Ignatius, San Francisco, and surging through the middle of the course here.
Real fight here for places 1 through 4.
A little bit of a course correction from St. Ignatius, San Francisco there. Is that give the opportunity for Winter Park?
Feels like Winter Park's overtaken Mount now.
And credit to New Trier for holding off some of these other crews as they're pushing through the middle of this race. New Trier's really found their rhythm and moving quite well as they are now coming up.
Do not lose sight of St. Ignatius, San Francisco.
Well, we'll see. I don't know. This New Trier crew is looking better and better as this race goes on.
No, but here comes Winter Park.
Now they're looking a little bit like the conditions are getting to New Trier, and they're
halfway through here, right?
Those blades just
gets a little choppy.
Not quite as clean as they were. Again, it's choppy. The conditions aren't great.
Winter Park moved into 2nd place here, about 2 seats now over St. Ignatius, San Francisco, and they have a really nice smooth rhythm. trying to eat into that New Trier boat.
Well, certainly New Trier had a time a few hundred meters away where they could have pushed a little ahead and didn't quite have it there.
But
But now
they're making a surge right here. You see a little bit more zest right on that front end from Trier, trying to make something definitive happen as we come into the final 5.
Final 500, and New Trier's in a great position, making a move out of that 500 meter. It was 500 meters to go, and as Chris, as you're saying, they really,
John.
Yeah, they're really powering ahead in these last 500.
Again, a little bit of a steering correction there.
Oh,
man, look at
Trier.
that. They are pushing those blades there. Wow.
Let them know.
Really making some progress in this last 500 meters.
Still some race course to go, but
still
not a
some
lot.
race course to go. But if Winter Park wants it, they got to go now because New Trier is moving.
Real statement. Winter Park overtaking Ignatius San Francisco, and it's going to be a fist fight, knife fight in a phone booth for 3rd place here.
So does Winter Park have it in the tanks on this sprint to eat into New Trier's lead? But New Trier is looking great. They're looking smooth and confident, and they are picking it up here on the sprint and trying to sprint for that gold medal. Oof. Here are these New Trier girls
41
in these challenging conditions. You can see the wind just knocking these blades down for all these girls. And
really impressive from Trier here.
Look at, I know. I mean, there we go. They had a fantastic last 500 New Trier. I mean, really responded to the rest of the field, and they keep pushing it out in the fantastic sprint. I mean, very impressive finish from that crew.
Definitive movement, right?
Ignatius San Francisco, St. Ignatius San Francisco, trying to hold off the push from Mount.
I know. Who's going to get bronze here? Who's going to get bronze? Is it St. Ignatius San Francisco? Is it Mount St. Joseph? Well, who is it going to be?
WP holding on to 2nd, and
it looks like Ignatius
is going to beat out
There
Mount.
we go.
Massive effort there.
Great racing there for those crews. Well done.
But in the girls' freshman event, New Trier takes the gold. Winter Park, silver. St. Ignatius San Francisco taking the bronze.
That's an impressive last 500 from New Trier. Well done. Well done. Congratulations.
Quads up next. Freshman quads.
Well, this is where, based on what we saw yesterday, I mean, these freshman quads, especially with this strong tail, I mean, that affected their steering, and that affected some of the results yesterday. I imagine that you'll see some of that today. And also, one thing we saw, too, the quads, again, your hands are so quick on the quads, especially in a tailwind, and a lot of splash. Yeah. You know, we saw some of those little crabs, and particularly the freshmen. I mean, those are two of the wild cards in this freshman quad event. How's the wind going to affect the course? How is the,
So we've got, coming from Heat 2, 2 very fast crews. Well, we have 3 fast crews from Heat 2, but I want to bring your attention to Malvern in lane 4. They had a time of 5:05. Northville in lane 2 had a time of 5:06. Haverford in lane 6 had a time of 5:08. We switch over to Heat 1. Bell and Jesuit had a time of 5:10 to win Heat 1. They're in the yellow boat in lane 3. Conestoga came in 2nd in lane 5 with a time of 5:16.9. Skyline 5:23.2. It is exciting here to see what is going to happen.
100%. 100%. And I mean, all those times from yesterday are all well and good, but yesterday's a long way from today.
It is.
Yeah, again, these quads with the tailwind, these are going to be fast races, especially in a final. See what they can put down.
You about ready to start dancing here or what?
Tell you are, Chris, right?
I know, you are.
Okie doke.
Great.
Northville's got to get that point there.
Alrighty, let's see what happens. Getting ready to start this quad, this freshman quad. Here they go.
And we're off.
Quick start from Skyline.
Yep.
I know, Malvern,
Bell,
and Jesuit still looking good.
Yep.
And Skyline, as you said, good off the blocks. Let's see how they settle into their cadence.
Haverford also cleanly off the start.
Yeah. Right.
And again, some
Real
little bit of
assertive.
course issues as I thought might happen. Here's Malvern having to make a little bit of a correction with these freshman quads.
Yep.
And you know that's going to be a factor with this tailwind.
Bellin out to about a canvas lead here as they come down off their high strokes.
That's where Bellin's got to find that rhythm, find those
Haverford.
catches.
I like Haverford right now.
Yeah,
Real
Haverford's looking
assertive.
good.
Real assertive. Taking the race to the race here out in lane 6.
Yeah. But here comes Malvern. They're making a move right now.
Yep.
Yeah, Malvern needs to stay with Bellin Jesuit and see what they can do as they come into this 500-meter mark. All day we've seen this as a key moment for crews to make a move, and particularly these sculling crews, where it can be such an advantage to be up ahead.
Remember, don't count out, just because we've got 3 crews out in front, don't count out those other crews there. We've seen massive sprints from Northville from positions like this. There's still a lot of race course to go.
Right. All right. I mean, that's
Skyline and Northville, they battle each other week after week throughout the spring. They're going to be pushing themselves.
boy.
Are they going to be able to pop into that top bank there?
Yeah.
I think Northville's hearing this right now because they have contact with Haverford.
And here we go. Also, coming through that 500-meter mark, we're looking to see who's making the move from 500 onward.
Yep.
Malvern's certainly pressing into Bellin Jesuit, and looks like they've now taken a lead through Bellin Jesuit through that 500. And Haverford is also pushing there. Looks like Haverford and Malvern are neck and neck, and Bellin Jesuit's going to have to respond here to these 2 fast quads next to them.
Does look as though Northville's trying to push themselves into this conversation and gain some contact right here with Bellin. If you can gain contact here, and you've got these 3 crews that have already been paying attention to one another out there in lane 2, you might be able to sneak yourself into a situation where you're in a position with 300 to go to get what you want.
They're going to have to go now, though.
Oh, absolutely.
It's going to get harder and harder as the race course progresses.
100%.
Coming over the halfway point here, but they have contact with Bellin, and they are surging now.
Well, it looks like, I love the way
Haverford also hanging in. Haverford also hanging in, not relenting.
Yeah, Malvern is looking good. Let's see
Perhaps
how
an opportunity there. Some steering adjustments coming from Bellin and Malvern for the other crews. Northville has a canvas of overlap on Bellin. Right now, the lead is Haverford, but only by a foot.
Oh, what racing across the way in these
And look at Northville right there.
Yeah.
Northville is drawn even with Bellin. Bellin has got to get their steering on.
Really making a push here. Yeah, Bellin's got to be careful about that line there, right? You just, not even just like the keep the straight line idea, just like stay away from the buoys, man. Like you catch your blade around that and suboptimal. We'll leave it at that, guys.
500 meters to go.
Last 500, and
Northville
Malvern
has taken it into 3rd place behind basically dead heat between Haverford and Malvern.
What a fight there. What a fight between Malvern and Haverford.
Malvern's pushing
really
now.
Throwing down.
And Northville is surging. They have
Don't
contact
look
now.
Don't look now. You kept yourself around. You trusted your rhythm. You're able to put yourself in a position with 300 to go and get what you want.
But here goes Haverford. Haverford has lifted.
Everybody's going for it here, Jim. They're throwing
now
the
here
kitchen
goes
sink,
Malvern.
brother.
Malvern's responding, and Malvern and Haverford now, it's just a dogfight between these 2 for first place, and Haverford keeps pushing out, it looks like.
Really slick from Haverford. Really slick entries right there, tapping it along.
250
Last
to go.
250. Does Malvern have it in the tanks as they try and take it up right there at the 250 mark? You can see Malvern lift it up and really surge ahead. And
give advantage to Malvern right now, surging, better entries, better push right off the footboard as they connect with the water.
But Haverford's not letting them get away. They are
they're
pushing
not.
there too. Both crews sprinting to the finish line for the gold medal in this freshman quad event. Oh, it looks like Haverford has really pushed in those last few strokes. It is really close between those first 2 crews. It's just about the angle here, about who's in the lead. It's hard to tell. I'm guessing Haverford might have them by
half a length, maybe?
By like a canvas, maybe.
Right,
Are you kidding me?
Foul ball. Here we go. Here we go.
Northville coming with a strong
and it looks like Haverford's probably going to take it.
Haverford's going to hang on. Haverford's going to hang on here.
And it looks like Haverford's
Followed by
got it.
Malvern.
Malvern second, and Northville third.
Weeks off.
Wow.
Weeks off the front.
There we go. Great
Strong
racing.
finish.
Great racing there by all crews. Great racing by all crews. Well done. Well done, Haverford. Well done, Malvern. Well done, Northville. Well done, Bellin.
Skyline crossing the line.
Great racing there.
Amazing, amazing race there from Northville to pull from being in way back from behind the pack into that position. We'll let Chris switch into parent mode for a couple moments here as he catches his breath.
Great racing. Great racing.
It's exactly what you want to see there. That was a massive effort from those freshman boys.
Ah, fantastic. All those crews. Great job. I mean, really fantastic rowing in very challenging conditions.
Move on to the freshman girls here.
Freshman girls quad.
So,
Great.
Conestoga was the #1 seed yesterday. They won their heat with a time of 5:47.0. And then Montclair in lane 4 had won heat 2 with a time of 6:01. Niskayuna had come in second place in heat 1 with a time of 6:01 as well. Just behind, it was 6:01.2 compared to 6:01 flat. Seattle Prep, 6:11.2. Germantown Friends, third place from heat 1, over in lane 6 for this final with a time of 6:09. Excuse me, over in lane 1. And Cathedral Catholic in lane 6 with a time of 6:14. So we're going to have some good racing here in the girls' freshman quads.
Another minute till this race gets going. As the Northville freshman boys row by the finish line here. To the cheers from their friends after their bronze medal finish in that great freshman quad event. So here we go for freshman girls. Getting ready to have, no doubt, just as good racing, just as clean racing as those boys did. And just as with the last race, trying to figure out how much the wind will affect the course, how much.
So Conestoga is going to be the strong favorite here. We'll see how are these other crews going to respond. Was anybody holding back during the heats yesterday and going to come out with a surprise here in the finals?
All right. Quads look pretty well lined up, and they're off. The finals of the girls' freshman quad. And all the crews off cleanly. Pushing hard. Finding those high strokes now.
Seattle Prep slicing through those geese.
And looks
And
like
we got to get a course correction from Conestoga there.
pretty big course correction. That's going to...
They need to get back in the lane, not interfere with Seattle Prep.
I know, they're going to have to really
Need to
start
make an
moving.
adjustment now.
Uh-oh. This is not looking good for Conestoga, the favorite to win this race, and they are having some steering issues, course issues, which we knew would be challenging. There we go. Now they're getting back in the lane.
Watch out, Montclair also having steering issues there. There's got to be some really big gusts up there challenging these quads who have no coxswain to steer.
Well, just as I said, the steering stuff in these freshman quads is going to be an issue, and we see that already in the beginning of this race as the crews now start to settle into their pace, their rhythm, as they approach the 500-meter mark. And Montclair, unfortunately, their course corrections are definitely costing them some seats there. It's always tough to see that.
Germantown Friends.
Conestoga is really finding their rhythm here, and now they're really pushing away and right into the center of the race.
Germantown Friends has a really good rhythm there out in lane 1. They have been able to keep a nice straight line, and I think that's helping them.
And here we go with Conestoga. Can Conestoga find a rhythm that pulls away? Can these other crews like Germantown Friends and Seattle Prep press into them? And what about Niskayuna
found it there, yeah.
over in lane 5? Right now, Niskayuna Seattle Prep and Germantown Friends pretty much equal. And Montclair not that far behind as they've overcome some early steering issues to see if they can find their rhythm. And Conestoga building a lead here through the 500-meter mark, making a good push, really asserting their control over this race.
But it's bow ball across lane 1, Germantown Friends, Seattle Prep, and Niskayuna.
Yeah, and how can Niskayuna move here? Are they moving? It's a little hard to see, but certainly an incredible battle for second. And Conestoga not pulling away necessarily, maintaining maybe a little sliver of open on the field. There they go. Conestoga really finding the rhythm now.
I think Niskayuna's making a move here, trying to break free from Seattle Prep and Germantown Friends. But there's still quite a bit of contact as we come into the middle of the course here.
And looks like Germantown Friends maybe moving slightly on Seattle Prep to the center of this course. And Niskayuna moving a little bit there too. I would say it's Conestoga, Niskayuna, Germantown Friends, and Seattle Prep in that order would be my guess at this point, but it's hard to tell. And that wind is really whipping. You can just see the waves on that course. That can't, that is going to affect all of these crews.
Yeah, Conestoga, get back in the lane there. We don't want to get caught up in those buoys there. Last thing you want is the blade to get caught on one of those buoy lines.
I know, this is where you worry with this kind of wind and these kind of waves is where you worry about potentially catching a crab, and that could transform this race pretty quickly for any of the crews.
Without a doubt.
And
moving over to starboard now.
I know, Conestoga continue to have issues with the steering. Other crews too, the wind pushing them, all the crews to the port side. Really a challenge, especially for these freshman girls to deal with those wind conditions in a quad. 500
meters to go here.
All right.
Second place right now is Germantown Friends, Seattle Prep, and Niskayuna. Very close, though.
This is where all these crews are just battling it out. You know, these conditions make clean rowing very hard, and you just got to dig in and try and get as good a stroke on each stroke as you can, especially in these last 500 meters. You're tired. I bet your arms are really sore because you're gripping with the conditions are making those shoulders really tight as you're trying to control your blades. Again, this is when you might see some sort of a crab come from one of these crews. Hopefully not.
Got about 400 meters to go on this race course here. You could see the winds picking up. Water's getting choppier. It's going to favor the crews with the good blade work. They just have to execute cleanly here. Square it in place.
Yeah, and just also know that it's not going to be that clean, so just get as much press as you can while the blade's in the water. And Conestoga continues to push out. They had a great move there through the 500-meter mark, really handling the conditions slightly better than the others.
Seattle Prep has made a move here. I believe they have eclipsed the lead that Germantown Friends had. Look at Niskayuna, though, also pushing.
See if we can tell as they come closer to us here in the tent. We got Conestoga clearly out front, but Niskayuna and Seattle Prep battling for that second-place finish and third-place finish. And Germantown Friends trying to see if they can pull something off, but these conditions are making any kind of sprint very challenging.
Seattle Prep has lifted their rate, have now come out to about 3/4 of a boat length lead over Germantown Friends. Are they going to be able to push through Niskayuna?
Look at that wind just whip around all of these blades as all of these crews just do their best to get as much speed as they can. I know Seattle Prep really struggling trying to get their blades in the water there. Looks like Niskayuna's got a little bit of a lead on there. Niskayuna rowing just a little bit more cleanly. Who's got it at the line? Looks like Niskayuna's got a little lead, but Seattle Prep is pushing hard these last few strokes, but it's going to be Niskayuna,
not quite enough,
followed by Seattle Prep.
Strong push from Germantown Friends there, but
well rowed.
Just shy.
I think the tough thing, though, with these conditions, I mean, you can just see how much rougher it is here. I mean, just look at the water here at the finish line. And the tough thing about that, I think, for those of us who are spectators, is it just makes those sprints that much more difficult. I mean, it's just very hard to put together a big press when you've got conditions this rough and a tailwind this strong. So it really is an advantage to that crew that can take a lead into the final 500. Because now, John, it's just going to be challenging.
The wind has shifted because it was pretty much a direct tailwind before.
Slight quartering now.
Now we have a quartering tailwind.
Yeah, and you saw all those crews getting pushed to the port side, and you saw that for crews across the board in those quads, and particularly a boat like the quad that doesn't have a coxswain there to help course correct, it's going to be an issue, and we'll see how that's going to affect the rest of the finals. So, I mean, if I were a coach talking to these crews, just make them aware of what they're going to be facing in these conditions, and again, try and have them relax their shoulders in this. I mean, that's one of the things. I mean, just as a, you get this kind of wind as you're controlling your blade's being moved all around on the recovery, and you're stressful. Obviously, you're in the finals, and that tenses up your shoulders, tenses up your hands, and it just makes a crab more difficult. It makes getting into the water more difficult, getting really good connection. These conditions are going to be challenging if this wind doesn't come down a bit.
Word of advice to all the coxswains and all the rowers who are tow steering: aim to starboard.
Yeah, exactly. Slight starboard.
Wind is going to push you to port.
All right. But it's constantly changing.
Boys junior quads.
All right, this Ridgewood crew, I'm kind of curious what they're going to do. From what I recall, they were
fast. They won heat 1, but Bellin won heat 2 with a time of 7 seconds faster.
Oh, wow. Oh, there you go, Bellin. Woo. Well,
also, Albemarle in lane 2 won heat 3 with a time 2 seconds off of Bellin.
Oh, wow. So you got
Malvern, second place in heat 3.
You got Malvern stopped for some reason on that. I don't know what happened with Malvern.
Jump slide or something there.
Yeah, something happened there, and they just lost about a half a length, which is too bad because they had a great start next to Bellin, and Bellin looking very strong coming out of the blocks here. Look at how crisp they are, how strong they are in the drive phase. They are not being phased by these conditions one bit. They are keeping a good, steady course. You can see Bellin's got even like a slight tilt to starboard, just trying to keep them straight, and it is really working for them. You've got these other crews across the board.
Albemarle was very, very fast yesterday, and they are surging now, pulling into Bellin.
So is Ridgewood. I mean, Ridgewood's making a move here, too. I mean, I think all those crews right there in the center are seeing if they can challenge Bellin. And Bellin really making a statement here in the beginning as they settle into their rhythm. Look at how beautifully they're rowing.
Ridgewood blade there.
Again, that's what we saw, these conditions, especially in the quad. That's the second time in this race, and we're not even the 500 meters down where, and there goes Malvern again. I mean, these conditions are just wreaking havoc on these quads, and,
you gotta be clean.
But it's just so hard. Again, as I said, your arms tense up, as your blades are being whipped around, and you're hitting these waves too. I mean, all it takes is one little slip.
Yeah, that's
and
a really
we've seen that happen with Ridgewood. We've seen it happen with Malvern now twice. Yeah. But Bellin Jesuit's still looking strong. But somehow, Ridgewood and Albemarle are really pushing into this very fast Bellin crew and not letting them get away.
Yeah, Bellin's in the lead, but not a comfortable one, right?
Not at all.
And everybody, even a very clean and crisp crew like Bellin, seeing some sticky strokes here.
Oh, yeah. No, you can just see the waves there on with his
taking
tailwind.
A surge, though. Ridgewood locking in, trying to move. We spoke with the Ridgewood coach this morning, and these guys are ready.
Yeah, they are. Here we go. And again, what clean racing, but you see Bellin being pushed a little bit to their port, as we've seen a lot of these crews doing. And so they've got to be careful about that. But they're finding a good rhythm, and they're fighting here. They know it's not clean. They know it's not going to be nice and easy. It's just a dogfight through the middle of this race.
But here's what I like about Bellin. Look at the way they're finishing their strokes. That powerful send, shoulders to bow, holding onto the water, doing their very best to make sure they are creating a circumstance where they can get out clean.
Oh, they're looking great. They're looking great here.
Big send from those boys.
And they've really responded, because there you had Ridgewood and Albemarle were pushing into Bellin, and Bellin just pushed back through this middle 500. And now approaching this final 500, it's kind of curious, what's going to happen, as we said in the last race.
Moving. Look at that move from Albemarle right there.
Right.
They are now even with Bellin.
Well, maybe
in
not
500 to go. I think they're getting
second.
there.
Maybe in second.
All
Anybody's
right.
guess for second here.
Yeah.
Oh, boy, Jesus.
But this is where these conditions just make sprinting really hard. We saw it in the last race, and whoa, look at some little directional problems there for Albemarle, little steering problems. They're trying to get it back. Not a great place to have steering problems, but here we go. All three crews battling it out here to see who's getting gold, who's getting silver, who's getting bronze. Right now it's anybody's race with still 350 meters to go. But also they're getting tired. They're getting tired. There's steering issues here. How do you make sure you're holding the blades, get good connection there, just trying to do your best.
Oh, here it comes.
The conditions are really wreaking havoc on Albemarle, unfortunately, for that crew. But it's now just a dogfight between Ridgewood and Balin Jesuit to see who gets the gold, and Ridgewood's really pushing hard in these last 250 meters. Can they pick it up? And Balin Jesuit's responding. I mean, this is...
It's about a seat. It's about a seat in Belin's
great racing
favor.
here in very challenging conditions.
Still anybody's race here.
Well, yeah, especially since these conditions
here.
could make anything happen.
Yeah.
Look at these waves at this finish line. I mean, this is just
Ridgewood looking
wretched
clean,
conditions.
looking crisp despite the conditions. Man.
Yeah, these waves are crashing into their riggers, but they are powering through. Can they power through Balin?
Looks like Balin Jesuit has it. What
Do they
great...
have one more lift out of Ridgewood? Can they bring it up one more gear?
It's just great composure from Balin Jesuit here. Well done to Balin Jesuit, leading pretty much wire to wire.
Yep.
Didn't get any clear water, but just stubborn and hard racing. Well done, Ridgewood. Well done, Albemarle. All the crews here.
Things could have gotten real squirrely there for Albemarle. Literally, their two-seat lost his port scull at about 300 meters and was able to get it back. Hang on there.
These types of races are always frustrating though as a rower, because you finish the race and you're like, it wasn't clean.
Nope.
You're like, oh, it wasn't my best. You get mad at yourself, being like, oh, I wish I could have rowed better. But that's just the reality of rowing in these conditions. Like, it's not going to be, not going to be pretty.
No,
it's not going to be what you want. You know,
it isn't.
you're going to have the wrong muscles be a little bit sore. You know, and you're, but hey, it's just about, you know, gutting it out, particularly as you come into those last 500 meters.
Just being clean enough, right? Just
Yeah.
being clean enough to give yourself a chance as you come into those final few hundred meters to be in a position to be where you want to be, right?
Yeah.
Get a medal around your neck, push that bow ball out, and yeah, no, today every one of those guys, their forearms are going to be just like
Exactly.
Going to be walking around like this, you know.
Right.
Can't close my hands.
Right. It's just the
So we've
reality
got
of it.
some massive racing coming up in the girls' junior quad. So we have Waterford in lane 2. They won heat 3. They're coming to us from Utah. Big distance. They won with a time of 5:34. Springside Chestnut in lane 3 won heat 1 with a time of 5:40. Justice won heat 2 with a time of 5:40 as well. We then have Germantown Friends in lane 6. Had come in second in heat 1 with a time of 5:42. Skyline in lane 1 came in second with a time of 5:43. Western Albemarle came in second in heat 3 with a time of 5:47. This is going to be a massive race here.
Yeah, really, really well-matched crews in this final, which is what you expect from a final in a regatta like this, and it really will be. Yeah, I think we've seen, especially in these quads, who handles the conditions the best.
Yeah. I think a lot of it is just some patience, right? Like. You know going into it, you're going to take some rough strokes. You're going to get knocked off your rhythm. So you've got to have some calls in mind that help you lock back into that rhythm, whether it be just like, hey, we're going to really emphasize getting the shoulders through the hips, or we're going to emphasize just being flat with our hands through the recovery. Whatever it is, having a game plan going into the race, knowing what you're going to do when the inevitable happens. No one's going to row a perfect race. No one's going to row a clean race. Every crew, even the winners, are going to come off of there saying, my God, that was awful. I'm glad that's over. I mean, I'll take the medal, but, you know, I don't want to do that again.
Just waiting for 12:52 to come around for the starter to drop the flag and send these quads off.
So just a moment now before this race starts. Yeah.
Final points.
Here we go.
In this, I expect you're going to see a very quick start from this Waterford crew.
And they're off.
A little bit of a course correction necessary from Springside Chestnut Hill. Same thing with Justice.
Yeah.
Making the adjustments. Skyline out to a
Skyline's
quick
good
start.
right?
Yeah. Don't count them
Slick
out.
of the ditch. Oh, never. I mean, those guys are a class outfit, top to bottom. Oh,
They got to get it back, though.
See, that's what happens in these conditions.
Yeah, and
Gosh.
just don't freak out.
Yep.
Stay calm. Get back into your rhythm.
You can get it back.
Yeah, absolutely, because you know everyone else is going to have a wonky stroke and their rhythm's going to get thrown off. So you just got to keep at it.
Yeah, that's where I think the quads are probably the most challenging boat to row in these conditions. And, you know, between the steering issues, between just the speed of the hands that are necessary in a quad, I mean, this is tough. And these junior girls to see how they could do it, and this is what you practice for. So here we go. We got Justice with a fantastic settle now. They've settled and lengthened down and really found a rhythm here, and looks like they're moving well. Like that nice push there, nice send with each blade that Justice has got.
Right around 35 right now.
Yeah, that's just where you want to be if you can be ahead.
But look at Waterford here.
Yep.
Waterford is surging, and Waterford's line has been a little bit straighter.
I don't know. Justice is looking solid for as bad as the conditions are.
Yeah, right.
They've got their rhythm down, and they're pushing. So
it's like news to me, really. The conditions are bad.
Oh, yeah. They're looking good.
Really, really clean. Sharp blade work, too.
Skyline over there on the right has seemed to have recovered from that bobble. They still have contact with, Springside Chestnut Hill there.
Now, who's going to make the move through this 500-meter mark? Which crew is going to try and assert itself in the middle of the race?
It's Waterford. Waterford's making a move right now.
Making a great move. Making a great move into Justice and taking seats on Justice as we come through into this middle 500.
About a half length, I'd say.
And it looks like those two crews are really pushing one another.
Separating themselves from the pack here.
And it's just trying to get as clean as they can.
Race. Maybe a race for third here, John.
This is going to be...
as well as a race for first, because it seems like those two crews have differentiated themselves.
Yeah. Just need a little bit cleaner execution here over these waves. A little bit more shape at the finish, tapping down, getting the blades off the water. You do not want to be in a position where your blade is half feathered, dragging on the water, and catches one of those waves.
Yep, keeping yourself upright here, keeping your eyes up, keeping your chin up so that the posture is as vertical as you can get, and you're really leveraging your shoulders through the hips, maintaining connection, maintaining speed with that handle.
This is where, I mean, Justice seems like they've gotten a little bit more rhythm back. It seemed like they'd lost it a bit, but they're sort of finding it again. And, you know, Waterford's pressing hard through these middle. Wow.
God,
wow.
Like we've said, man.
Exactly.
Like we said, this is going to be the soup du jour, unfortunately.
I know. What's that? The third or fourth time that's happened in the last couple of races in these quads. And it's just in these conditions are just brutal. I don't think people at home who aren't familiar with racing just realize how difficult this can be on these crews.
How tough it is to control that blade
now
when you've got the conditions we've got.
If you're Waterford right now, you've seen now two crews have a bobble like that. You have to be a little bit more conservative with your blade work here, making sure that you're tapping down and executing cleanly, because you're in a good position right now. But one small mistake like that.
Here they go. This is what you do. You take a Big 10, you drop everybody else, put them in their rearview mirror, and go get yourself to that medals dock.
Yeah, well done from Waterford there. I mean, keeping their head about them, right on, Chris. I mean, they just had a fantastic move out of that 500 to go.
All kinds of fun. Look at that.
We've got Justice still in second place, challenged hard, though, by Germantown Friends.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you got Germantown Friends that have been pushing. See what they can do. I mean, this is where...
room to go if they can get it. If they can get it. They got room to go with the rating here.
Oh, yeah, they're doing well. Looks like maybe slightly more sheltered over where Germantown Friends is. Like the water's a little bit flatter, and they're taking advantage of it. But Justice is a fast crew, and they're digging in here. They want to make sure they come away with that silver medal.
And Justice is fighting back now, too.
And
but
so
look at the waves there. You can just see these waves are cresting, hitting the riggers.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a little bit calmer over there on lane 6, but Justice is stubborn here, and in spite of that crab they had earlier, they're pushing up.
Able to hold on up there. Looks like they're in a comfortable position.
But even though, so look at the wind get their bleeds too. This is where they're just counting the strokes. I mean, this is where the bow is like 15 more strokes. Let's do it. Let's pick it up. Let's dig it out. Let's get that gold medal. Let's finish it cleanly.
Exactly.
The one thing you don't want to do, what's going through their heads, is don't crab, don't crab, don't crab.
There they go.
And there we go.
Well done,
Waterford. Almost got a crab there. Almost got a crab there in the last stroke.
The flag already, would you?
I know exactly. Oh my gosh.
Hey, and kudos here. Kudos to Justice as well.
Like, to recover from that. I mean, that's
tough, man. That's really, really tough. But to stay composed.
Hey, they still got silver. They got silver.
Right, yeah. I know that everybody here wants to get the gold.
But also,
goes without saying, but to keep yourself composed, to not lose yourself, refocus, and execute. Kudos to them.
Yeah, I mean, one of the thing also you see, in the heats. I mean, these crews based on the heats time were all neck and neck, and you just see the effect of the conditions. Where I mean, between first and fourth, you've got almost 20 seconds. And that's just a result of the conditions. I mean, you had several of the crews there catch crabs. You have just difficulty applying power, trying to find your rhythm. And I mean, just look at the breeze here.
The consistency, like just you're building up that rhythm. You're trying to sustain that rhythm through the body of the piece, and the conditions just aren't going to let you get that. You're going to get 10, 15 strokes, and then you're going to catch a wonky stroke and have to start over again. And maybe you were surging. Maybe you were pushing into a crew, and now it's like, cool.
Right.
I get to start over again.
Well, this is where the boat class that has the real advantage in this is definitely the eights.
Oh, yeah.
The eights are the most stable. You've got the coxswains behind you. And so I think we're going to see, whereas in a race like that, the conditions made for a much, bigger differentiation in the result times. In the eights, I think we'll see the opposite. We'll see some very fast times, and the wind is going to tend to crunch the sort of finish times rather than spread them out. So you're going to see, my prediction is, especially for those boys eights, which are going to be very close,
can't wait for those.
You're going to have results that I think are really tight.
Wait for. Look at this.
You're going to have to wait for the eights because we've got the Junior 4. Now, this was
super competitive event.
A very heavily subscribed event. We went through heats. We went through semis. Now's the time for the finals.
reps.
We've got Blair in lane 3, Baylor in lane 4, St. Ignatius Chicago over in 2, Haverford in 1, University in 5, Edgewater in 6. These are names that are associated with speed.
100%. I do believe Ignatius Chicago won this event last year.
Well, that's it. It starts right at 1. Starts in 1 minute now until the beginning of this final for the boys junior coxed 4. And they're off. Started right at the stroke of 1. Trying to get them going where the boats are lined up. And a pretty clean start from all 4 crews.
Yeah, real punchy from Edgewater.
Yeah. They're trying to get out there as they can.
Right.
Baylor out to an early lead there. Look at those high strokes there. So clean. I mean, you could see the wind battling against these blades there. But Baylor's just inching out.
If you can get it, if you can be clean through these first 200, 250, that might be the situation whereby you create that length that somebody else doesn't get back, know?
Yeah, and you see now here the crew's settling in.
Yep.
And Baylor settling into a pretty good
Chicago
rhythm.
Having a little bit of a bobble there, trying to get the rhythm back. Haverford's pulled out to second place, rowing cleanly in lane 1. But Blair, that's a powerhouse program here in the 4s.
Nice rhythm from Blair, really sustainable, powerful,
well, I'm liking
dynamic.
Baylor's catches here seem to be the cleanest of all the crews as they just get in the blades right in the water and pressing. Just
look at St. Ignatius Chicago, though. St. Ignatius Chicago was a canvas down. They have drawn even with Blair, and they have a just nice rhythm now.
Yeah, we'll see.
Lots of distance.
For places second through third at this point,
maybe a seat, maybe a canvas separates them. Maybe.
Baylor certainly putting down a piece that is quite convincing. We'll see what if this holds or not. Obviously, we've seen some tricky stuff happen so far.
Right. Well, now out of this first 500-meter mark, it's always interesting to see who's making the move.
Yeah.
And Baylor is maintaining their lead. They still have open water on the field.
1, 2, and 3 look like that's going to be a real fist fight.
Oh, yeah.
But don't rule out University and Edgewater. They still have contact, and they're going to have more sheltered conditions through the middle of the course here.
Very true. Particularly the final 300 meters, you get a nice stretch from like 500 to about 200 to go that is tight over there to a little bit of land that sticks out and helps block some of that wind.
Yeah, and here we have, through the center of the race, Baylor still looking great as they are pushing out those strokes.
Iggy Chicago may have taken over second here.
Yeah.
Looking a little rough
tight.
from Baylor. Baylor may be getting a little tight there.
Yeah.
Could be getting a little tired. Catches aren't quite as sharp as they
a
were.
little sloppy. I mean, obviously, you're going to see this at this point of the course, right? The course just gets a little rougher, so got to stay calm here, fellas. Stay calm.
I'm curious what their rating is here.
But a really nice rhythm there from St. Ignatius, Chicago. Just clean.
Yeah, right.
And that's hard to do with the bucket rig
35
in conditions like this. You've got those two oars that are so tight to each other. They've got to
Chicago.
execute.
Here comes Chicago.
Yeah.
Don't look now, right?
Wow.
Don't look now.
Coming to the last 500, they're really pushing now, making a move as Baylor's technique started to fall.
Yeah.
Baylor's technique started to fall apart a little bit in that last portion of that last 500, and Ignatius Chicago taking advantage, and we'll see if they can press that advantage in this final 500. Can Baylor push back? And what can Blair do as we come down to the final strokes of this final for the boys junior 4?
Well, they're responding.
Yeah. And St. Ignatius Chicago is climbing the rate ladder right now in around, I'd say, 38.
As I'd guess, too.
Really pushing it.
Quite a bit of layback in that Baylor crew there.
They
got to make sure that they get those
hit a
blades
wave
out of the water cleanly here.
I know. They just
keep the core engaged, tapping it down.
Wow, Ignatius Chicago making an incredible move here.
Really throwing down, making Baylor answer some questions late in the game here.
I know Baylor's going to have to find something deep here.
Yep.
Clean up a rowing and just be aggressive in these last 250 because Ignatius Chicago really wants that gold medal. And looks like Baylor is pushing back as they hit the last 250. The coxswain is coxswain. You can see the two coxswains looking over at one another, pushing one another.
Guys. Don't sit up.
Right. Lay down for the love of God.
Keep the center of gravity low.
Please. Your rowers will thank you.
Dead even now. Dead even across these two crews.
Looks like Ignatius Chicago has a slight lead here. And look at those conditions. The plates are just going everywhere.
Ignatius is surging here.
They've just got to execute.
Good
what a great race
Still
by
10
Ignatius.
strokes to go.
Oh, man.
What a great last 500 from Ignatius Chicago as they are driving to the finish line.
Just got to hang on.
And Edgewater doing well in that.
Here it is.
And there's Ignatius Chicago for the victory over Baylor. And there's Blair for bronze.
Right.
What a fantastic 500 meters, last 500 meters from Ignatius Chicago. I mean, a truly fantastic last 500 there.
Haverford coming in fourth.
I mean, they were just able to be a little bit cleaner in these conditions. I mean, it's just, Baylor had such a good first half, and then about 750 down, Baylor started to get a little bit shaky, and Ignatius Chicago just took advantage of that and really found a little bit better rhythm and just, just had that push. Oof.
Yeah. I mean, stacking up those strokes there, coming into the final 500 where they were building good rhythm, they were building good speed. And that really kind of proved to be the difference maker there for St. Ignatius.
For sure.
So we've got a few moments here before we move on to the next event. So thanks for joining us here at the SRAA Scholastic National Championships here in Camden, New Jersey.
It has been a beaut.
Oh, yeah. I mean, challenging conditions, but some really great racing so far, and I'm sure we'll see a lot more great racing to come in the events that we have in store.
And I'm Jim O'Mardian here.
And I'm Jonathan Page.
Chris Zarnecki, head coach at Orchard Lake St. Mary's.
We're happy to be with you, celebrating scholastic rowing here in New Jersey, but really at the national level.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm really curious to see how some of these crews shape up the rest of the day, and I'm curious to see how the conditions change the rest of the day. I mean, one of the things I noted, but one of the things in that last, to bring it back to that last race for a second, that boys junior 4. When the conditions are this challenging, I mean, is it an advantage to have a bucket, do you think, in this? I mean, how about that? I mean,
I don't think so. I mean, Jim, you were mentioning it. Like, it's a little tougher.
If you're able to get a gold medal,
right?
Why doubt it?
Right. Kudos. Proof is in the pudding.
Well, just so, I mean, you're just trying to get your blades in the water.
Yeah.
You're just trying to find that rhythm. Is it a little easier when your 2 and 3 man are right next to each other where they can just set that rhythm a little bit more carefully? I mean, maybe I'm just grasping straws here, but,
I mean, it worked for Ignatius. We'll see if any other crews find the same sort of success with that rig. We have seen plenty of bucket rigs.
Oh, yeah. Well, there was that one triple bucket in one of those 8s. That was wild.
Right? I think that was St. Joe Cleveland. The ladies had a triple bucket there.
All right. So here's the girls' side
waiting
of this
one more minute.
Very competitive event here.
We got Blair and Montclair right in the middle here. Ann Arbor Huron, lane 5 in the yellow boat. Emma Willard with the red jerseys in lane 2. On the bookends, New Trier, far left of your screen, St. John's College High School, far right of your screen. These are the girls' junior 4s with coxswains.
All right.
Saw some real tight racing in the semis from this morning.
And
Would anticipate the same this afternoon.
without a doubt. And here they are.
Tough to be clean off the starting blocks there.
Don't tell Montclair that. They look pretty crispy.
Well, this is where Montclair, I mean, I would say they're the favorite crew going into this.
Yeah.
Blair had a good piece, but I think Montclair looked a little bit cleaner in the semis. But we'll see. I mean, it's anyone's race, especially in these conditions. So all crews seem to be off to a decent start.
Don't count
Good
those
start.
guys out.
Yeah.
Yeah, New Trier's at a blazing start there.
Yeah. Real strong from them.
See how they settle into it.
Blair has closed up that gap with Montclair.
But I'd give it
Seems to be
advantage to Trier in the early going here. I mean,
Yes.
obviously, like it's like 3 races in one, right? It's a race to get to 500 and make that first move, and then it's a race to get to 1,000 and make that move to really sort of create that rhythm as you go for your final sprint here. So should be interesting to see how things sort of shake out. Who starts making the first move, asking the first question to sort of raise the speed of this race?
Well, and I think Blair is asking that question now of Montclair.
Oh yeah, brother.
They are surging in. There is probably about 2 feet of margin between Blair and Montclair.
I kind of feel like Montclair is almost on level terms with Trier as well.
Yes.
Right. Oh, for sure. For sure. All these crews sort of trying to find the rhythm in these tough conditions, trying to find their
And
pacing. and see
take
what
it
they
while
can
you
do.
can get it, because you know what's coming in the second 500.
Oh, yeah.
An absolute tempest
Right.
awaits.
No, I know. I think the conditions just get worse and worse as the course goes on.
You
So here we
can
go with the
see
500-meter mark. Now, is someone
Yep.
going to make a move here? New Trier seems to be maybe in the lead just slightly,
Just
but
slightly, but I like Montclair's surge.
who's going to surge
And
through this? Is
Montclair
Blair
seems
going to
to be-
challenge?
Just a bit cleaner than Blair, but Blair is
Yeah.
really attacking here.
Right, just watch those Montclair blades as they travel to bow, right?
New
And
Trier's
grab.
looking sharp.
And grab, right? Really, really slick from those ladies.
New Trier, though, is going to start getting some more sheltered water. So if they can hold on,
Rating a little bit higher than the competition right now, too, playing to their advantage.
So coming through the halfway part of the race, pretty close racing across our top 3-4 crews as we see if anyone's going to make any big moves to the center part of the race. Is someone going to assert themselves and really try and create some distance? Right now, their speeds seem to be running pretty similar. The margins seem to be maintaining themselves over the last couple hundred meters.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I'm just kind of waiting to see which crew is going to push out or make a push.
Yeah.
we're at the halfway point of the race here, and it is still very, very close
I think
between
Trier's
New
kinda pushed out
Trier
a bit.
in
Yeah.
lane 6. Maybe a canvas out ahead of Montclair, who's maybe
Montclair.
half a length ahead of Blair.
Yeah. Blair still got contact.
Oh,
Still
yeah.
got plenty of race ahead of them here.
All right.
Well, and those ladies in the Blair crew, they are professionals.
Right.
They
Yeah.
know what to do here.
Yep.
They still have 650 meters to go, but they need to go now because that 650 meters is going to click by fast in this type of tailwind.
Well, Montclair's looking pretty good here. I mean, they've maintained their lead, and I'm just wondering what their cox is trying to tell them right now as
Yeah.
they are trying to clean up their rowing. I think all the crew is trying to find
Emma
some
Willard.
good catches, good push.
Emma Willard, only a couple of seats down to Blair right now.
Well, where's New Trier? I think that's the
Right.
question. Last 500 here. All right. If anyone's going to challenge Montclair, at least if Blair's going to challenge Montclair, they got to move in. Where is New Trier? Let's see as the camera shows us New
Come
Trier.
around
Where
here
are they
As we come around.
versus Montclair?
No, oh boy.
It looks like, oh, wow.
Oh.
Oh, wow.
Opened
New
up to
Trier
about a
has
length.
been in
Yeah.
that slightly sheltered area over there and has been really moving ahead. That's the crew that's been moving, and they were just out of our
buddy.
line of sight. It looks like they have slightly cleaner water, slightly easier water, and they are taking advantage of it
Yeah, they
as
are.
they push through the center of this race through the last 500 meters. It's going to have to require a big push from Montclair in order to catch them.
Yeah,
New Trier really seems in control
really.
here. Look at
Yeah.
that. Just cleaner rowing.
Yep.
And boy, in these conditions, that makes all the difference. So
Good
here we go.
send. Good entries from Trier.
Last few hundred meters. Can Montclair start to put in some kind of a race here to catch
from that
them?
angle, you can see how much New Trier is having to battle those conditions.
Yep.
Well,
And
now
they probably have the
opens
most
back up here.
sheltered water there.
All right, here is the last couple hundred meters of the race. Can Montclair put a sprint in that could challenge New Trier? Can Blair put a challenge in? Looks like there's some separation here between New Trier, Montclair, and Blair behind them, but it's hard to tell from these angles.
Is making a real push on Blair right now. The race for third seems to be absolutely on.
Yeah, it looks like New Trier is comfortably in the lead here, with Montclair in second, and
Blair's
quite
got a seat right now, and it looks like they are taking it up from Blair.
I don't think that they're going to end up having enough race course left.
No.
Well, I'll just say what a fantastic race from New Trier as they cross the start line, as they cross the finish line. And the gold medalist from New Trier with a superb second half of the race there. Montclair holding on right to the center for their silver, and it looks like Blair is going to hold on for the bronze.
Yep. Wow.
But
Huron and Emma Willard really closing on Blair there.
Yeah.
Well, I have
Much
to say,
tighter than you would have thought.
I have to say, guys,
thank God it's only 1,500, not 1,600 for Blair, right?
Well, one of the questions this brings up is, as that tailwind is slightly quartering, how much of an advantage is lane 6? I mean, New Trier had a good start. New Trier had a good, but then through that middle part of the race, New Trier was a little bit out of the line of our sight. They just started moving, and I think they just had slightly calmer water.
I don't know if it's the water, John.
No, I'm not. I don't want to take anything away. I don't want to take anything away from the New Trier crew at all. No, in the least. But
do you see their rhythm get disrupted? Do you see them have to start over again because they caught some sticky strokes right at the finish, things like that?
Right. Well, it's too early to say how much. I mean, again, that's one race, and New Trier is a very fast crew.
Yeah.
I mean, if we start seeing a pattern over the next several races where, from about 750 to 250, that whoever's in lane 6 starts to really surge, then, you got to start asking some questions
well, let's see what
about
Washington Liberty does. What do you say?
Yeah, exactly. Oh, perfect. Boys Junior 8. This is going to be a great race. It's going to be a fast race, and there are going to be some great crews. They had a fantastic semi this morning. Really fun to watch for these crews.
We got the Jesuits
this is going
in lane
to be
3 and 4. St. Ignatius Cleveland, St. Ignatius San Francisco. New Trier in lane 2. St. Edwards had a really good push in the semis to make it into the finals here. We got Bowles. Bowles was right there.
Right with Iggy.
Right with Eddie's. And then we got Washington Liberty in the perhaps more sheltered water over on the side there, and that's also a fast crew.
All right. And again, these 8s are going to handle the conditions probably the best of any of the boat types.
Most stable of all the boats we're going to see out there today.
All right, and they're off. We're off on the finals
on
of this boys Junior 8.
Course correction from St. Ignatius Cleveland there, causing them to drop by about half a seat off the start. Clean start from St. Ed's.
There's Ignatius San Francisco really moving out well. Finding a good rhythm.
Yep, about a deck here on the field.
Great start for them.
And New Trier is developing a nice rhythm as well. Look at that bow ball. Eating into that early lead that St. Ed's had, but St. Ignatius San Francisco out to about third of a length at this point.
Yep.
All right. And now these crews are settling into their base rate. Let's see how they move through the center of this race.
Washington Liberty's still in a great position for second right now.
They are.
I mean, it's obviously, like, you're talking pretty narrow margins from Trier to Iggy to Washington Liberty and really even Bowles. Like, it's less than a deck for second place.
Yeah, we got some great.
And that separation is closing right now.
Yeah.
New Trier, slight lead over St. Ignatius Cleveland, was a slight lead over St. Edwards, far right of your screen. Bowles and Washington Liberty on the left of your screen.
I have St. Ignatius San Francisco at a 37.38, which in this tailwind is a nice aggressive base rate.
Yeah.
And they're looking great and looking really smooth at that. at that rate. It's really working for them through the middle part of this race. And if they can maintain that, certainly all the other crews don't want to let St. Ignatius San Francisco get too far out. In these conditions, you let them get too far out, and it is going to be very hard to get them back. So if I were in any of the other crews, I'd try and find that extra gear, try and make a move, see what they could do.
So Washington Liberty making a push now, starting to pull slightly ahead of St. Ignatius Cleveland in the yellow boat.
There they are in that lane 6. We'll see if that actually ends up helping them or not.
Right where they are by the marina, they're still in rough water. You can still see that, chop there. It'll be in about 250 meters that things may flatten out for them.
But look at St. Ignatius San Francisco continuing to push, and other crews really not making much of a dent in their race. I mean, they're really taking it, and they're telling the rest of the field, this is our race and our race to win.
Just open water there, John.
Look
this
at
might
that.
be
That's just such clean rowing in those conditions.
a bridge too far for the other crews.
Oh, yeah. Especially in a tailwind like this. If you have open water at halfway point here, I mean, that is going to be tough for them to come back from, especially at how well Ignatius San Francisco seems to be rowing here.
But look at St. Ignatius Cleveland. Right. They have moved out from New Trier now. They have broken into the second place point. There is only about a half a boat length of open water as they come into the last 500 meters here. What can they do?
All right, here we go.
Bowles making a good push back on St. Ignatius here.
Oh, yeah.
Really sort of going to be interesting to see how things second, third, fourth, fifth shake out here.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And again, credit to Ignatius San Francisco for their
going here.
Continually good race. But here we go. Ignatius Cleveland bringing it up as they're in the last few hundred meters.
If Washington Liberty has an advantage, it's now.
Bowles, strong push from Bowles.
Yep.
Really, really making up some ground on St. Ignatius.
They're going to benefit a little bit from being over on that side of the course.
Ignatius
needs to dig in this last 250 meters.
Last 250 meters, here we go.
If they want the silver.
And it's a race for silver and a race for bronze here in the last 250 meters.
And winding it up, absolutely winding it up right now, these boys.
Oh, yeah. Seeing how they're going to finish this out.
Bowles is climbing up to God's country with the rating right now.
They want it. They want that silver.
Yep.
They poked into second spot.
I don't know. It is neck and neck between Ignatius Cleveland and Bowles. Neck and neck. It's coming to the last few strokes here.
Who's going to have the blades in, boys? Who's going to have
San Francisco
the blades in?
looking fantastic as they walk away. Open water victory.
Is going to nip them.
And Ignatius Cleveland just barely has it over Bowles. Great rowing.
Wow.
But what a race.
Those guys from Bowles are excited over there with that real strong surge, but just not quite enough.
Well, what a race from St. Ignatius San Francisco. I mean, to lead wire to wire and to win by open water in a tailwind like this, I mean, that really shows. I mean, wow, what a great race
some real
from them.
Skill, right?
Yeah.
Some real skill.
What
I mean, it's such a commanding rhythm out of those guys.
They looked fantastic.
What'd you have them at, 37, you said?
Oh, they were basically at 37-38, right to the center of the race.
And
it looked just
like
calm,
they could go ahead for another 1,000 meters like that.
I know. They looked fantastic. I mean, that crew must be super happy to row a race like that, these conditions, win a gold medal.
Returning up to the start for the girls Junior 8 now. Look at the names in this event here.
Well, let's see if anyone can catch Mount St. Joseph.
Ocean City, New Trier, OLSM, James Madison, St. Joseph Academy. Speed in every single one of these lanes.
Yeah. It'll be a fascinating race, this one. I don't know.
OC looked really
They did. They looked
today.
fantastic.
I mean, again, another crew who was making 37 look like a manageable effort.
Right. Yeah, we'll see how they do here. Mount St. Joseph and Ocean City will be.
All you at home, go ahead, try doing jumpies at a cadence of 37 a minute. Let's see how long you can hold that one. Right.
All righty.
2 minutes to race time.
Yep.
There we go.
Looks like the wind is coming right down the pike, too, here. Just kind of looking at the way the waves are shaping up relative to the crews. It looks like they're absolutely perpendicular to them, which, you know, truth be told, I think I'd rather that than some sort of quartering nonsense.
Oh, yes.
Absolutely.
Oh, without a doubt.
It's going to make it easier to
Yeah.
steer.
Yep.
Got Ocean City needs to maybe adjust its point a little bit. Both Ocean City and Mount St. Joseph pointed a little bit to the port side. We have another minute and a half to go here, so hopefully they can get it around. A lot of nerves right now in these
yeah.
girls' junior eights
yeah.
up here at the start.
Mouth is dry, hands are sweaty, right? Every nerve ending in your body is absolutely firing right now. You can feel everything. And all you want is for that guy to raise the flag and drop it so we can get on with this. Enough of this conjecture. Let's go.
Well, it'll be a fast race, so I know they really want to get out and search yourself early, especially in this final.
Yep, 100%.
And, you know, Mount St. Joseph and Ocean City are going to be laying it down. Let's see if some of the other crews can respond.
Those blades buried, ready to go.
Still adjusting up there.
I think the starter has just raised the flag, and there
And
they
they're
go.
off.
Looks like OLSM had a quick start, quick response from that flag. New Trier also cleanly off the starting blocks.
OC looking slick.
Yeah, but look at their, they got to
careful
get
with
that
the steer,
steering.
careful with
Get
the
off that
steering.
buoy line.
Yep. Oh,
There's St.
come
Joseph
on,
Academy.
girls,
James
come on,
Madison
girls.
getting sucked in there.
Come back.
I know that would be really heartbreaking if they had some sort of clash.
Here
That's
we
the
go.
last thing you want to
Here we
see.
go. All right, all right. Enough tomfoolery over there. Let's get back in the center of the lane.
Mount St. Joseph
All right, as the
in a
crews are settling
strong
it in.
position in the lead there. But Ocean City now finding their rhythm,
Yeah.
bringing it
Yeah.
pretty much dead even.
Man, I give the advantage to OC right now. Man, they keep flirting over there.
I know. I don't know what the coxswain's doing. That's not the wind. That's the coxswain for some reason pushing in that direction.
Just come on back here, dudes. Come on back.
I'd also.
There we go. There we go. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go. Hunker down. Find that rhythm. Really start pushing here.
OC out to maybe a canvas of length ahead of Mount St. Joseph, and then a packed field behind those
to
two
figure
crews.
out third. Yeah, anybody's guess right now.
New Trier's maybe a canvas up on Orchard Lake, who's maybe 2 seats up on St. Joseph Academy. James Madison still having contact.
Yep.
And again, we see Ocean City hugging that that buoy line here. They're going to hit the big buoy there.
Gosh.
Hopefully that. Oh, you can see it caused a disruption there on the starboard side.
But to their credit,
Jim,
like,
do you think it's? Do you think? I mean, again, you're the coxswain, but do you think, you know, as the coxswain there in Ocean City is looking to their left, are they accidentally pushing their right arm forward a little bit and, you know, steering more into that right side?
It's possible.
I mean, know.
When you're driving down the highway, if you look off to the left or you look off to the right, it's going to be hard to keep your car in the lane.
Right. I just wondering because, I mean, clearly the Ocean City coxswain is coxing off Mount St. Joseph. I mean, that's their race plan, and they're looking over constantly. And as they're looking over, they accidentally pushing that right hand up and just pushing them into those buoys.
Yeah, they have the speed. They just need to execute. So just look forward and step on the gas.
To OC's credit, though, despite hitting
Beautiful
some buoys,
rowing.
it has not disrupted their rhythm. Like,
I know.
Absolutely unfazed.
Oh, yeah, those two crews are going to be battling down the center now. And the question is, as Ocean City finds their rhythm, can Mount St. Joseph respond? I don't know if Mount St. Joseph during the season has been challenged like this. You know, can they come back and push back into Ocean City? I mean, these two crews
If you're
are
going to
two
do it,
very
now's
fast crews.
Now's kind of the time to do it, right?
Oh, yeah.
Again, as we talked about, you know, a little bit earlier, right? This piece really being 3 races in one. Get to the 500, throw down your first move. Get to 1,000, throw down another move, and then see who's left standing with a couple hundred to go.
Ocean City having very direct catches here, jumping off.
they are
The
looking
boat
great.
Speed is going to be very, very high with this type of tailwind. You have to apply the pressure quickly, otherwise you get short.
What
And
do
in
we
a
got
tailwind,
OC at?
Look at.
About 38.
Oh yeah. You want to check?
You check that, John.
I'm saying at least 38.
Through the 1,000 now.
Just no
OC
slowdown on
out
the
to
hull, right?
3/4 of a length or a full length here over Mount St. Joseph.
Oh yeah, I've got Ocean City at close to 40. I mean,
Wow.
I can.
Really impressive.
New Trier still's got contact with Mount St. Joseph.
Yeah, Ocean City's at a 40. I mean, that's
Leave
pretty
nothing
impressive.
up to doubt.
I mean,
Leave
that's
nothing up to doubt.
That's pretty impressive. Oh, that's funny.
A former coach that I used to work with, John Ray, would refer to time on the slide as time wasted.
Yeah.
Right? Take more strokes, get that blade in the water, keep that boat accelerating.
And it looks like Mount St. Joseph has shifted gears now, but I don't think they're going to have enough race course left to eat into this lead by Ocean City.
Yeah, I mean, Ocean City's looking great. I mean, they are just looking great.
Now,
I mean,
how
when
is
you're
it
rowing this
shaping
clearly.
up between New Trier and
McLean.
James Madison?
And James Madison, rather.
Yeah, I mean, again, that comes out of the bronze because clearly, I mean, Ocean City, they've got this race in the bag, and Mount St. Joseph, I doubt is going to let New Trier catch them, but I don't know. You never know.
Some gearing to go.
They
Trier's
do.
got some
They're
gearing to go here.
turning it up. So between James Madison, and New Trier's clearly got an advantage, but who knows? Both crews will be racing hard as he got toward the finish line. That is an incredible piece there from Ocean City. Whew. Gosh, just like Ignatius
Really
San Francisco
throwing
in the
down.
last course.
Really
I mean,
throwing
that's
down, right?
just both those two crews have looked so
Yeah.
good.
All right, Trier's going to capture that third there. Well
Nice
done.
finish there.
Yeah.
Across all lanes. The Ocean City takes the gold in the girls' Junior 8.
Yeah,
Silver
just-
to Mount St. Joseph, New Trier cinching the bronze.
Just a class piece there from OC,
It was.
right? Really sort of demonstrated that they were the belle of the ball, if you will, insofar as this category in the girls' Junior 8. They just no one
convincing.
was touching their speed.
No.
No one was touching their speed. They got out by 300 meters, had a lead, and really extended it through the second 500 to a place of command and control over the field. Just really, really impressive from the ladies from Ocean City there.
Yeah. Yeah. And we've got more exciting racing to come. Up next is the boys' senior single. Excuse
Senior
me.
4? Lightweight 4.
Lightweight. Let's see what we got. Let's see. Lightweight 4.
All right, here we go.
The lightweight 4 lining up.
Boards varsity lightweight 4.
These folks were in heats yesterday. This is their first race. Have you recall McCallie in lane 4, who's backing in right now? They're the only boat that's not locked in. They won heat 2 yesterday with a time of 5:10. Haverford won in lane 3. They won heat 1 with a time of 5:14. LaSalle in lane 5, a time of 5:15, took second place in heat 1. Tampa Prep, second place in heat 2 with a time of 5:17. Culver, 5:23 yesterday. St. John's College High School had first place in heat 3 with a time of 5:15.
See these crews trying to get onto their stake boats here as we approach our
They don't have much
opening
more time to go.
They don't.
They have 1
McCallie's got to
minute.
get in place. McCallie's not quite there, and they're going to back into the stake boat. And get ready for this final.
At risk of getting a warning if you are not locked on with 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, that's well, the last thing you want on this is to get any kind of penalty because you're not in the boat, not in the stake boats. But they'll get there in plenty of time.
This is challenging to do in winds like this, particularly in a bow coxed 4, because the coxswain has no idea where the stern is. The coxswain can't see over there, so you're relying on the guys behind you to lock it in. And it looks like there may be a problem with that stake boat.
Yeah, I know. It looks like that stake boat's floated a little bit back, which, again, given the conditions, I'm not surprised at. But, you know, that just means the person's going to have to lean out that much farther in order to get an equal start. But
no, I think actually that stake boat may have broken free, and that may be why McCallie is not locked on, because they need to move that boat over. It is too close over to lane 5.
Right. That's what you mean. Yeah, the last thing you want is a clash at the start because of a misplaced stake boat. Yeah, you're right, Jim. They're trying to drag the anchor there a little bit so they can get a slightly straighter course. And these are some of the things that happen when you have conditions like this occasionally.
Yeah, so they'll get that boat into position.
Yeah.
And then the aligner will get those bow balls locked up. You can see these boys relaxing there. You can see.
Just frustrating to be in the other crews, though. I mean, here you are all lined up, thankfully. But you can see, as we were talking about, how that tailwind has died down a bit from what it was. I mean, before we had almost white caps down here at the finish, and it's much calmer here. And at the starting line there, you can see the boats, if it was a quartering tail, they'd be pushed from one direction to the other, and the coxswains would have to constantly adjust. And those boats are able to just hang out in the stake boat. So that's a good sign for the crews that the breeze from behind is a fair, straight-up breeze. It's not going to be affecting or pushing them one way or the other like it did. I mean, especially when we had those quads earlier, and we just had all those issues with the conditions of those quads.
Though, John, I think you may be speaking too early, because if you look, you can see all these boats are starting to just drift around to the right side of the screen here.
Oh, yeah.
They are serving as good weather vanes for us to see exactly which way the wind is blowing.
That's pretty subtle there, Jim. It's pretty subtle, but yes, slight push to port, but not nearly as strong as we saw earlier, where we saw, I mean, again, there was that one race where it seemed like all the quads were having to constantly course correct from that slight quartering tail, pushing them to the port side.
Got the boys from Tampa Prep looks like are taking a sunbathe there.
I know, exactly. They're
trying to keep relaxed.
Pretend like it's Florida, although I'm sure it's a lot cooler up here than it is down in Tampa, so maybe they're enjoying the slightly cooler weather.
We think the stake boat has broken free, and they're repositioning it.
Wind will do that.
Yeah. So here we go as the crews are still getting set for this final.
And now it's up to the aligner to get those bow balls correct. Everybody seems to be lined up, ready to go here in these lightweight 4s. And they're off. It's a nice clean start. Good push coming off from St. John's in lane 1. Tampa Prep. That relaxation that the guys had, I think, was helpful.
Jim. Yeah, they're going. They're going.
Yeah, LaSalle's got a good push there. But let's not forget about the speed coming out of lane 4 in McCallie.
Yeah.
Haverford in lane 3. I'm eager to see what pans out as we move down the race course here.
See where we're at by the time we get to the first 500. Eh?
Well, also, it looks like the conditions are slightly calmer. I think it'll make for a little cleaner rowing, which will make for a closer race, frankly. And, you know, it looks like their Culver had a little bit of bobble over there in lane 6, but
slight course adjustment coming from McCallie.
I know, that's going to hurt them a little bit.
Don't want to do that. You want to be able to just stay right in the middle of that lane.
Well, particularly at this section of the race, you're trying to establish yourself. The last thing you want is to spot Haverford a seat or two that you have to come back from on. Now, Haverford's looking great.
Yeah, Haverford was the 1 seed in this whole event coming into yesterday. They won their heat, but their time was slower than McCallie's.
Yeah, well, these two crews are going to be battling it out, but look at LaSalle right there, hanging with them and trying to show what they have as they come through the middle of this course. But this is where I think the cleaner rowing of Haverford and McCallie is going to start to pay off as you see as we get into the center of this race.
Still a good rhythm from St. John's on the far right of your screen there. They are not that different in terms of boat speed from LaSalle.
All right, so one of the things we've been talking about all day, who's going to make a move out of this 500?
Who's got some questions for the field?
And I think it's McCallie.
Well, we'll see.
They made a concerted push, but Haverford is responding.
I think LaSalle needs to start asking some questions before they get themselves in a situation that they're not really going to want to be in.
Oh, look at that. You can see LaSalle pushing. I mean,
got to at this point,
those
right?
three crews are all pushing one another. You see McCallie coming out to the lead. They had a great move out of that 500-meter mark, as Jim was saying. And Haverford's going to have to respond because LaSalle's pushing too. So McCallie and LaSalle had a great move out of the 500, and Haverford is now finding themselves in the uncomfortable position of playing a little catch-up.
Yeah.
So can they respond with a move, or can McCallie build on that through this middle 500?
McCallie overstroking Haverford, saying, let's go now.
Yeah.
This is a short race here with this much tailwind. There's no reason to keep anything in the tanks.
For sure. Here they go.
I kind of feel like LaSalle's almost gotten on level terms right now with Haverford as well.
Credit to them. I mean, I think McCallie's looking great. And, yeah, for some reason, Haverford's just not finding that base speed there the same way these other crews are.
They're getting a little bit short. Like
They
if you
are.
just
I
kind of
just
take a
don't-
look at like where their blades are connecting relative to their hull. They're just getting a little bit short. And again, like, time for the coxswain to feel what's going on and make a call to get them back aligned on length in the water.
Yeah, and again, it's a little bit harder when you're in the bow, but
Yeah,
definitely
it
the
is.
coxswain should be able to feel that and
Yeah.
make some adjustments. Coming into the last 500 now, here you
brother.
have
Here we go,
McCallie.
dude. Here we
McCallie
go.
hungry to get that gold medal, but LaSalle's not going to make it that easy.
No, sir.
And Haverford, are they going to make a push to come back? And here you see St. John's College. Are they going to try and make a move to get a chance at that bronze medal?
They got to be a little bit more aggressive here if they want to be in the medal contention.
Yeah, this is going to be tight,
Lock
though.
in those
I mean,
catches. Lock in those
impressive.
catches.
Look at LaSalle move. I mean,
Right.
LaSalle's decided this last 500 that they want to challenge McCallie.
Yeah.
Look
real
at
strong
that.
push, real strong push. But
Wow.
if St. John's can just find some gearing here and link up like 10, 15 really clean strokes, all of a sudden they're on level terms with Haverford.
And what a coup that would be for them and their crew to come away with the bronze medal. And
Right.
But look at that LaSalle crew. I just look at that. They
that's
are moving
impressive.
as LaSalle and McCallie are moving away with the field. It's LaSalle moving away
They're
the
at a
most of
40.
all.
Yeah, what's their stroke
They're at a-
rating?
They're at
They
a 40
are
right now.
Yeah, they are just cruising. I mean, they are laying it down, and they are leaving it all on the water here. I'm sure that the McCallie crew is just shocked that LaSalle is still moving in this last 500. They are moving. They're taking almost half a seat with each stroke. I mean, they are just slamming the door on the field here in the last 500.
How about
broken
St.
free.
John's?
Wow.
St. John's, does St. John's have enough room to run down Haverford?
If you are a fan that likes sprints, you are a fan of that LaSalle crew, because that LaSalle crew just showed how it's done. Uh-oh.
It's a tough one there.
Yeah, well, I mean, they're pushing hard. With that LaSalle crew, look at that lead they opened up in the last 400 meters.
right
They
open
had two
water.
legs. They
Brother.
picked up 2 full legs in 400 meters.
Really
Wow.
impressive.
Wow.
Looks like Haverford's going to hang on here just enough.
There we go.
But closer than you would have thought.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was an impressive sprint here from St. John's College High School.
Yes. That's some great rowing. But that LaSalle crew, wow, that last 500, holy smokes. That was fast.
Slammed the door.
That was
Absolutely
fast. That
slammed
was
the door.
2 lengths. They took 2 lengths in 400 meters in a sprint when the other crews are sprinting. Like, that is a lot.
Yeah.
Good for them. Good for all those crews.
So we'll switch it up now to the girls' side.
Hopefully they've sorted out that stake boat
Lightweight
issue.
4 with coxswain, yeah. So we move up. About a minute behind schedule at this point here as they work to get the stake boats ready to go. Got some big names here.
Yes, indeed. Girls lightweight varsity. See
So
what they can do here.
these girls have not rowed yet today. They rowed in heats yesterday, and the progression from the heats determined the seeds for the finals. So we've got here George School, lane 3, heat 1, with a time of 6:06.9. Culver had won Heat 2 with a time of 5:58.7. So a lot of speed from Culver. Heat 2, second place, was 6:04, Ocean City. Heat 1, second place, was Brumfield Acton, 6:10. And then third place in Heat 2, Mainland, 6:05. Montclair had 6:14.
Looks like they're doing some more stake boat work here. So there'll be a little bit of a delay before we get going here as they try and fix the stake boats.
So, Chris, what are you thinking about changes in the conditions from this morning to the afternoon?
You know, I feel as though it's come down a little bit, just a little bit. Like particularly here, the final few hundred meters, right? I'm not seeing the capping that I was seeing earlier. And I'm not saying we've got placid waters out there by any stretch of the imagination. But, you know, particularly as we're watching singles heading up to the start, right? Knowing that they're going to have a little bit calmer conditions so that, you know, to your point, John, we can just have some fair racing here that isn't a circus act.
I know, it's more fun for the rowers. And you see that, I mean, to the conditions point, you see with that LaSalle last 400, I mean, if the conditions had been as bad as they were, or we saw earlier, it would have been hard to get that kind of sprint down. But it's so much more exciting for the spectators to be able to see that kind of sprinting, especially as we get into some of these fast boat finals where you can see 8s, 4s, just be able to lay down those kind of strokes in the last 400 and make anything happen. It just makes it more exciting. I hope the conditions stay like this so we can see some of those exciting finishes.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's got a row in it, but, like, come on.
Right, exactly.
Is this what we came here for? You know, I mean, you really want to have ideal conditions for a regatta of this stature.
For sure.
So, you know, hopefully things do just calm down a little bit. They get the issue with the start stake boat up there sorted. True pros down here. This isn't their first rodeo. They know what they're doing.
No, we've got weekend after weekend. We've got championship races on this race course, so they'll have this sorted out very quickly.
Yeah, here. I mean, next weekend we've got the IRAs here, so we'll see if Harvard can pull it off. Harvard hasn't won in 20 years, and they just had a sweep of both the heavies and lights and the Eastern Sprints. We'll see if they could do it in the IRAs. And meanwhile, on the West Coast, Cal looking dominant. So, I mean, those West Coast schools are, of course, so fast. But, you know, a few years ago, I mean, Yale had quite a streak. I mean, you had UW looking almost indestructible for a few years, and then Yale putting it down, and then Cal having a great victory, and Brown, and you've got some other crews. Maybe Harvard creeping in this year. We'll see. So,
good view of the stake boats here. So for those of you who haven't seen a lot of racing, you can see the stake boats here. Volunteers laying down in the stake boats, or in the case of lane 6, just laying down on the seat there. And the tent that you see on the shore is the aligner's tent. So in that tent, there will be a series of wires where they look across at a marker on the other side of the water to line up those bow balls to get them perfectly even. Once they are aligned, the aligner will raise a flag, and the starter, who's going to be in a tower just off to the left of your screen there, will see that everybody's aligned, and when the time comes, we'll raise a flag and say, attention, row. When they drop the flag and say row, everybody's off.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine that, you know, how much those alignments can matter in some of these finals. I mean, you saw that race earlier with that Fours crew where it really did come down to a photo finish. I mean, you have 1,500 meters, you have nearly a mile-long course here, and in a mile-long course, it can come down to thousandths of a second.
100%.
And especially when you have competition like we have this afternoon, and some of these crews will be lining up.
Crew shift there. Yep. It gets tiring holding on to these shells here, and it also gets very chilly.
It's pretty awkward. I mean, the boats aren't super high profile, right? They're very low to the water, but nonetheless, they catch the wind, man. They catch the wind. The wind will grab them, push them over. It is not easy to keep those things pointed in the direction you need them pointed when the wind is up just a little bit.
That said, if next year you have an opportunity to volunteer at one of your local championship races or one of your local dual races, please do, because we always need stake boat volunteers, and it's actually a great vantage point to see these crews at the start just take off.
Yeah, no, I mean, like, insofar as just seeing seeing rowing from a really interesting perspective, watching sort of the pre-race jitters, some of the pre-race ceremony and traditions, superstitions, what have yous, all up there. Just the totality of the human condition and experience, right? All of our emotions at once.
Oh, yeah. All right. Now we've got them backing in, the crew's backing in to get ready for our next race. Again, this girls' lightweight varsity 4. See what they can do. See who's got the fastest lightweight around. I'm excited.
One other thing that you'll see, you can see there in lane 2, Ocean City, that they actually do, once you get locked on, to get your point, you don't want to take a full stroke because that'll just pull you right off the boat. So they actually pass up the handle of the blade to the person next to them so that they can get that boat close to the blade close to the edge of the boat, bring it around. You can see Culver's doing that right now.
Essentially just pushing the boat over, right?
Yeah. Sometimes called pinching or sculling. Good
Whatever
view.
you call it, it's nerve-wracking to not have your oar in your hand.
Well, and you're always worried because who knows? Maybe that starter might say, "Attention, row," and if you've handed up your oar to the person in front of you, how are you going to get it back? So see a good view of the starting platform there as we get lined up.
Well, it looks like the wind, unfortunately, we might have spoken too soon. The wind might be whipping a little bit more here. You can see this double going by here, and the wind whipping.
Officials have done a really nice job to reset the course there. We are only 8 minutes behind on our schedule.
One thing we haven't really felt too much today like we did yesterday was some of the really big gusts.
Right, for sure. I know that. I mean, this tent almost blew away 2 or 3 times.
Holding on to it, right?
All right.
See a slight drift over there towards the port side, meaning towards the coxswain's left or the rower's right, the right side of the screen. So Ocean City, you need to get that bow brought around a little bit there. There you go. Want to be perfectly straight when we're ready to go here.
Also, you see a backup like this, it backs up the rest of the crews. You see all the rest of the crews that are all there. If I were the coxswains, I'd be trying to keep them warm and keep them moving. But there's not a lot of space there to turn around, so you're somewhat limited. But you got to make sure you're ready to go. I'm sure once these boats go and they're off, here we see the finals of the girls' lightweight senior 4.
Need some course correction from Culver there. Responding. Fast start from Ocean City. Montclair out of the blocks cleanly.
Here we go as they settle into their rate off their high strokes. What kind of rhythm can they find here as the water's a little bit calmer? They still have that nice little breeze behind them to give them a little more speed.
Maybe George School out to a slight early lead.
George School looking nice and calm, collected.
OC
looking good.
OC here, right?
Yeah, I think OC's in the lead by a couple seats maybe, 1 or 2 seats.
Skosh.
Not much over Montclair or George School.
Yeah,
Culver seems to have straightened it out there.
Oh, Culver's not out of contention here. Boy, oh boy, look at that.
They had a really fast time yesterday.
All right.
Bromfield also. Mainland, every crew here within a couple feet.
Yep. This is going to be a wait and see where we're at when we get to 500.
Right. Yeah, just to see how these crews settle into their base cadence. I mean, it can make such a difference for crews in terms of how they lengthen and how the coxswains can get them to find that base pace to really, boom, hit that first 10 as you settle down, find that rhythm, find the right rhythm here.
Yeah, Culver looking conditions. Strong.
Find that ba-boom. Oh, there we go.
Exactly, Jim. And yeah, Culver.
Get that. Just don't
get out of there.
Take the message.
I know.
Big push now from Ocean City here. Ocean City having come out, poked their bow ball out ahead of George School and Culver. Culver trying to stop that move. And they may have done that. George School also making a move out of the 500 mark there.
Yeah, we see those top 3 crews all pretty level. all fighting to see who's got the advantage here coming out of the 500 meters. I don't know what you guys are seeing here.
Yeah, I think what you're going to see is each one of these crews putting something together here in the early goings of the second 500 to try and give themselves an advantage that does not really seem to exist right now.
No,
as
I mean,
we
it
look
seems
at this,
pretty
and
level.
It's like a deck, maybe.
Right, for the
part
top
of a
3
deck
crews.
between these 3 crews.
Yeah, I mean, so through the basis course, looks like the conditions are slightly rougher through the center of this course. Is one of the crews here going to find a little bit more rhythm? Are they going to make a move and push together? I wonder what the coxswains are saying to their crews to try and give them that little additional advantage.
Right.
I'd give George School just a slight nudge in terms of the blade work.
I know.
And
I think
that is going to matter in this middle part of the course.
Culver seems to be rolling their blades in just a bit.
A little bit floaty.
Yeah, and that's going to cost them. But we'll see. I mean, they're a powerful crew, and they can settle down.
No, I think they're going to tell you that you're wrong, John.
I hope they do. I hope they do. I mean, that's the good. I mean, throw it in my face, Culver. Let's see what you got.
They didn't come all the way from Indiana just to stick around.
Yeah.
They want a medal here, preferably gold.
Well, here we got George and Culver pulling away now from Ocean City and really establishing themselves. That's what we're looking to see in the Center 500. Which are the crews that have the best base speed, who can find that good rhythm, and certainly Culver and Ocean City making a statement here and moving out.
Where's Mainland in this action?
Mainland.
Okay.
Mainland's right there, but
A little
battling
behind.
By no means
in
out
contention
of-
for
out of
third,
medal
maybe.
contention.
Yeah.
But
So now as we're
George
coming,
School seems to have poked out ahead here as they come towards that last 500-meter mark, just slightly.
these crews are still all pretty close. I mean, and the water's flat enough in this last 500. It's really anyone's race.
Yeah, the conditions over the past few minutes here have settled down very nicely.
There's Culver. Culver's moving out now.
Yep.
Culver's making a big move here, but then, George School is responding too. I mean, these crews are pushing one another.
Keep an eye on George School understroking Culver just a little bit here. These ladies have room to go as they move into the closing hundreds of meters of this piece.
Yeah, but Culver's putting down some strokes here that are giving them a little bit more space. I mean, they're making a little bit more aggressive move, and their boat's moving.
I mean, at the end of the day, you got to make the decision to go higher.
Oh,
right.
without doubt.
You've got to make that decision to say at this point the boat's going to start going faster. And
well, that's George's time right about now. They're coming to the last few hundred meters.
Right.
Culver's made a move here and pushed out from 500 meters to go. They've got a couple seats now, and
George School still bow ball on the coxswain of Culver, has about 8 feet to pull up. They've got 250 meters to do it now as we've moved into the red buoys.
All right, now time for the sprint. Can George sprint? Can Culver hold them off and build the lead? And what about for third place? Is it going to be Ocean City? Is it going to be Mainland? Is it going to be Bromfield Acton? We don't really know. Look, where's Mainland? It's hard to see him. I think Mainland might be close to Ocean City. I don't know.
See him out there. I'd give the advantage from my vantage point likely to OC. Not by a ton, though.
But looks like Culver is continuing to move.
Culver, though.
You think?
Here it comes.
Oh, yeah.
Here it comes. They're
These two
popping
crews pretty
10 more
close.
strokes. Culver's out by about a bow deck here.
Culver's out. Can Culver finish it off?
Got to send those strokes through. Got to finish off
Lock
those
it in
strokes.
and go.
Here we go. Who's going to pull it through to the finish line? Looks like Culver's got it.
Gonna hang on.
Looks like it'll be Culver.
Oh, but look at Mainland.
I know. Mainland's making a great push.
Going to take third.
Going to take third from lane 6. There we go.
Man.
Very impressive racing action. So, John, what was that about Culver?
Well, they put it in my face. I mean, it just goes to show. I mean, they were pulling hard when the blade was in the water, and that boat was moving faster. So that's what happened, Jim.
Really, really great racing. I mean, look at the tightness of the spreads and the time here. 5:51 to 6:02. We've got an less than 11-second spread between first place and sixth place in the girls' lightweight senior 4. That is amazing.
Yeah, well, it's good to see. We'll see what happens as the rest of the races unfold. Here we go. It's another set of 8s. The boys' senior second 8s. The boys' second varsity crews here. Some really fast crews. St. Ignatius Cleveland. What are they going to do? Here we go, and the crews are off. Will
nice
the crew
punch
from
from
St. Ignatius
Iggy Cleveland right off the jump.
Yeah, St. Ignatius Cleveland was looking great in the
Look at
in the
Chaminade,
semis.
though, in lane 1 there. Clean looking.
Yeah, they kept themselves in the conversation well yesterday, right?
All right. So let's see what happens here. You know, Canisius got that very fast boys first varsity and this fast
Doesn't look like
second
much of a
varsity
fall
8 here.
off here for the second varsity.
I know. So, and the wind is picking up a bit. So these crews are propelling themselves down and being all aggressive. I mean, they are all laying it out there. I don't know what the stroke ratings is now, but yeah, it looks like they're...
I'd guess 39.
Though they're tight to that buoy line there. You can see them making a course correction. It's always tempting when you see
I've
that
got
boat
Canisius
next
at
to
40.
you. Oof. Get sucked in. But Canisius pulling out to about a third of a length lead, and then New Trier pretty much dead even with St. Ignatius Cleveland. St. Ignatius Cleveland maybe ahead slightly, but I don't know.
I'd give it to Iggy Cleveland by probably a seat, maybe
All right.
2.
These crews are going fast. Yeah, I mean, Canisius is basing it like a 39 right now.
Chaminade's making a push, though, in this 500. As they come through that buoy.
Wow, already at a 500. Jeez.
Yeah.
Blink of an eye here, man.
I know, these 8s in a tailwind, they're moving right along. And Canisius is making a statement here through the center of the course. Can they continue to pull
Trier
that?
really making a push right now.
Yeah. And
Feels as though they've overtaken St. Ignatius. St. Ignatius and Chaminade likely level at this point.
That bow ball is inching up from Chaminade on the
Into
New Trier. True.
Yeah, right. A big push from Chaminade.
Is New Trier able to make a move into Canisius at this point? I don't know.
New Trier's bow ball, even with the stroke seat.
Those
from
crews
Canisius.
go. Those crews are pushing hard through the center of this course. And New Trier,
750. I think we're seeing a push here from Canisius. Look at that. Look at that surge. The bow ball now was on the stroke seat just a few seconds ago.
Yeah.
Now it's on the coxswain, and it's slipping back halfway down the stern deck.
Finding that gear here, right? It was a little bit wonky to build it up here, right? Like trying to shift gears without using the clutch. And now they've gotten into a really powerful rhythm, Canisius.
do you think these kids know what a clutch is?
I doubt it. I doubt it. It's all right. I don't know what the clutch is either. I just throw it in there. We'll be all right.
Yeah, and here we go. Canisius laying it down.
Iggy's not done yet.
I know. Who's a
They've got more
great fight
gearing
for
to go.
third between Chaminade and St. Ignatius Cleveland, and also
Trier.
New Trier.
Yeah.
Who's can St. Ignatius
Still
Cleveland
a
come
fight for
back?
second, John.
Last 500. Yeah, still fight for seconds. Last 500 here. And how are the crews going to pick it up? Who's making a move through here? St. Ignatius Cleveland going to bring New Trier back. Looks like they are. They're trying to make a move into New Trier. And looks like they're doing it successfully. Almost looks like they're pretty much bringing it almost level.
Almost.
Between.
Almost there.
Not quite. Looks like New Trier's responding.
Yeah, who can just find
Look at that
a couple
Canisius
more
crew
beats,
with
just a
open
couple
water.
more beats.
Oof. They're
Real
rowing
powerful
aggressively.
from Canisius, yeah.
Slightly, the New Trier crew slightly overstroking the St. Ignatius Cleveland boat.
Last 250. Can
Gotta be
St.
clean
Ignatius
here.
Cleveland come through and get silver? Can New Trier hold them off and hold on to silver?
Wind up that rhythm at this point here.
Last
Really gotta be winding
250.
it up.
That's
In that Ignatius Cleveland boat, we need
Here
to
they
tap
come.
down here. Get it over those blades. Get
New
the blades
Trier is
over the
moving up.
waves.
New Trier's making a move here in these last 250
Yep.
and making a strong case for their silver medal. Ignatius
Found the
Cleveland's got to
gear
respond
here.
now
Found the
or
gear
never.
here. Is Iggy going to go with him?
It's now or never for Ignatius Cleveland to see if they
And
can get that silver medal position.
I think they're even right now.
Oof.
I think they're dead even right now, and I
Look
think
at that
Ignatius
race. Look
Cleveland
at that
is
race for
now
second.
lifted,
What a
and
race for
Ignatius
second here.
Cleveland out ahead.
Oh, got to stay clean, fellas.
Who's going to do it? Who's going to
Trier
clean it? Look
responding.
at that move that Ignatius Cleveland is putting
Wow,
on.
look at that lift from
It
New
is
Trier.
Push from Trier, big
right
push from
at the
Trier,
finish.
and
Right at the finish. Who's
Trier
got
gets
it?
it.
Wow.
Gets
New Trier gets it. Holds on for the silver
Wow.
just barely.
Amazing finish.
Wow. That was a
Man.
great third 500 from those top three crews. They were all pushing hard.
Yeah, Canisius, just a commanding piece there from them.
Yeah, because, I mean, those other crews were pushing. I mean, New Trier and Ignatius Cleveland were not giving anything away in that.
No.
And Canisius was just pushing it. Great stroke. That stroke man just laying down fantastic rhythm and showing how it's done. That bodes well for Canisius in their finals.
So we'll be moving on to the girls' senior second 8. Got some speed lined up here. We see Mount St. Joseph in lane 3, New Trier in lane 4, Winter Park lane 5, St. Andrew lane 2, Montclair lane 6, Jackson Reed lane 1. This is a recipe for some exciting racing here.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Some deep programs, right?
Yeah.
Big programs, got the numbers.
So Chris, can you remind us, how does it work, eligibility to have a second 8 here at the SRAA National?
So this really is a testament to a program's depth and speed, because the only way you're getting your second varsity 8 in is, A, they have to qualify at their regional qualifier, but you also need your varsity 8 to qualify, which is, you know, top 3, let's just say. Typically, that's the minimum requirement there. So you've got 2 boats that are finishing in the top 3 of their entire region, which is pretty impressive stuff, Jim.
Yeah. I mean, these are all massive programs here. You look across the lanes from 1 to 6.
Yeah, right? I mean, like, how many of these teams that are in this final right now had boats in the Frosh 8, had boats in the Junior 8, right? It's pretty impressive, man.
And to be able to not only just field all those crews, but have them be so fast.
Yeah. Well, iron sharpens iron, right?
Yep.
And, you know, like John was talking about earlier, you know, doing the pieces with 6/8 out there on the basin, right? Just getting after it. Here we go. Oh, boy. Good start here from Winter Park. I'd say Winter Park kind of poking their bow ball out first.
Nice and clean. Wind has picked up over the course of the past few minutes here. Very, very, very strong tailwind.
Gotten back to some caps here in the final 300 meters.
It's going to favor the crew that can just be a little bit more technical.
Yeah, Montclair. Montclair going with Winter Park right now.
Yeah. Montclair going. Good surge from New Trier. Trying to make sure that they're connected.
Yeah.
Because they don't want to fall behind that pack here.
Yep, big effort right now from Winter Park to really try and create some separation and put a number of these crews out of contention. A few less to worry about.
Mount St. Joseph not making that easy, though.
No, they're not. No, they're not. Still about, I'd say, 6 seats or so down to Winter Park right now. But
Jackson Reed also. Look at them on the right of your screen there.
Yeah. Not far off of Mount and Montclair, keeping it moving. About a half a length down to Winter Park right now. But Trier kind of on the come up here, just ahead of the first 500. Maybe taking a bit of an early move to kind of get back into contention and see if they can't move through some crews here.
If I was that coxswain, that's what I'd be doing here. Even if your race plan was to move at 500, you move at 400 there.
Yeah.
This is a short race today, and you want to get back into the thick of things here.
Yeah, and again, you know, like we've seen it all weekend long. Like you're going into these races with a plan. There's some things that you want to execute, but maybe it doesn't get executed, and you've got to just ad lib. Right?
Yep.
Do some things maybe a little bit sooner than you wanted to do them, but boat responding well to New Trier's efforts here as they're almost on level terms with Mount and it gotten ahead of Montclair. Man, really impressive.
Don't forget about Jackson Reed out there, though.
Yeah, yep. We'll have to kind of get a different view and juxtapose those two crews, see where they're at. Winter Park hammering, absolutely hammering here. Look at those legs going down. Impressive stuff.
They're really keeping clean here with that double bucket in the rough stuff here. This is where it gets really rough in the middle here. This is wind channels down. You can see the waves crashing against the shafts of the oars.
Trier really pushing into Mount still. Almost there, almost on level terms.
Bow balls maybe even with the bow seat there. maybe just a canvas, but they're moving. Let's not forget about Jackson Reed, though.
I feel as though Trier has been able to get back in contact with Winter Park. Do they have the kind of stuffing to run them down here with about 600 meters to go? That's a great question, and I'd love to see the answer.
Here's the last 500. See how the crews are going to move coming out of this 500 meters. Is New Trier making a statement for second place here?
What do you think, John? Do you just start dialing it up for Trier here?
Oh, yeah, you got to. You got to.
Hell bent for leather?
I don't know.
Why not?
I mean, I want to meet. I want the silver. I mean, I want the silver.
Right.
I mean, you just got to go no matter what, and you're going to need Winter Park to have something happen to them to catch them at this point. I'm sorry. I mean, they're just rowing beautifully. They're well in control. It's a tailwind, but you got to get silver. Just lay it down. And those crews have got to start going pretty soon. This is the finals. There's nothing to hold on to. 1,500 meters in a tailwind. You got it in the tanks. Just do it. If you're the coxswain, just start calling it.
Just call it now.
Yeah.
Focus on those entries.
250 to go now.
In, lock in and send.
But Mount not making it easy for New Trier.
They are not.
Woo! Here we go. And what do you think is the difference here between New Trier and Mount St. Joseph? I mean, they are.
I'd say Mount maybe has an advantage here of.
I don't know. I would say New Trier by a few feet.
Again, just the angle of the finish line, right? So I think the crew's closer to us.
And look at how the conditions have worsened here at the finish. Makes it that much harder for them. Blades moving around. All the crews are sprinting here.
Who's got it?
Looks like New Trier. Looks like New Trier's got the silver. Winter Park has got a.
Trier surging.
Yeah, New Trier's surging here. It looks like New Trier's probably got the silver, unless Mount St. Joseph can hold on.
One big one from Trier.
And wow, that was close.
Slight lead from New Trier.
Feet, brother, feet.
Well done for New Trier. Well done, Winter Park. Well done, Mount St. Joseph. Great race across the board. Winter Park's got to be happy with that.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
We'll see.
Great racing there.
See if that translates over to
that wind is picked up again.
The
for
senior
sure.
varsity.
Yeah, well, it's a 1-1 right now between Winter Park and Trier. Trier won the Frosh 8. Winter Park winning the second varsity 8. I'd have to go back and see who got that. Well, it was OC in the junior 8, right? Yeah.
All right. Who's up next? These finals are coming fast and furious.
So we move now to the singles. Varsity single on the boys' side. Up first, followed by the girls' side.
Alrighty.
We've got St. Benedict's over in lane 1, Holy Spirit, lane 2, Germantown Friends lane 3, William Penn Charter, Traverse City, and then Frank W. Cox.
Oh, and that wind is really picked up here at the finish line.
Just in time for the singles.
I know, exactly, exactly.
Now, how would you tackle this if you were in that single, given the race conditions here? Any sort of strategy?
Yeah, for me, I think making the finish certain, right? So like getting locked onto the water, driving the hips to bow, but then really making sure that I'm sending my shoulders through my hips to make sure that I'm getting the most out of my drive, because when the boat is moving fastest, it is more predictable to deal with, right? Mm-hmm. So I want to make sure I've really gotten a very strong drive so that my recovery is as certain and consistent as possible.
Well, Traverse City off to a great start there.
I don't think he showed this card yet this weekend. He's usually been a little bit slower out of the ditch, but boy, oh boy, this is an impressive move from that young man from Traverse City.
And that's important in the single here. Get out to a good lead, and he's got a full length lead almost on the field. Looks like he's got a length lead, and he's just stretching it out.
Well, I'm sure up in northern Michigan, he has a lot of windy days.
Yeah.
So he knows what this type of conditions.
Certainly, they do see their fair bit of rough weather up there.
Yeah, we've got
Holy Spirit looks like is in second place, but Traverse City has broken free.
Yeah.
Open water on Holy Spirit.
And as he settles into his rhythm, can Traverse City hold on to that? Are others going to move into it? It's certainly in this kind of tailwind, especially in a single, incredibly advantageous to have that kind of lead this early on.
Because you just want to be able to cushion yourself for what inevitably is going to happen. A little sticky stroke here or there that's going to throw you off your rhythm, and people are going to move up a little bit. So making sure that you've got that lead that could absorb just the wonkiness of the day here.
Yeah, but also that kind of lead helps you just relax those shoulders a little bit.
Oh, 100%.
So you just get that better connection,
100%.
that better push through the drive sequence, which especially in a single just can really propel your boat down the course. But we got
at 500.
Quite a race here for second and third.
Yeah.
I mean, it's anyone's regatta at this point for second and third. Anyone's race, anyone's event.
Look at William Penn Charter. William Penn Charter has decided to make a move here at that 500-meter mark.
See if he can...
Pulling even almost with Holy Spirit.
Oh, yeah. And then out Frank W. Cox is not out of it either.
Nope.
Frank W. Cox in Germantown.
See what we're saying, right? Catch a sticky one, and you got to build back your rhythm.
Right.
Pretty much dead even now. Lane 6, Frank W. Cox. Lane 4, William Penn Charter. Lane 2, Holy Spirit. Germantown Friends, half a boat length behind.
All right.
See a good push from William Penn Charter here.
Yeah, William Penn Charter is sort of trying to assert himself. Looking over, you can see him glancing over his right shoulder, see where he is in comparison to Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
As they try and build that good rhythm down the center of the course, try and get each good push with each stroke.
Just
Look at
keeping
this
yourself upright.
Frank W. Cox just cranking on it here in lane 6, seeing what he can do, laying down those strokes. Just boom, get those legs down. Boom, get those legs down.
Stay tall while doing it.
Right,
Keep yourself upright. It's going to help you keep your hands nice and flat, level through the recovery here, because where your body goes is where everything else is going to go.
But also, if you're going to be able to get that rating up as you come into the third 500, you gotta stay a little bit vertical there.
Good push from William Penn. Look at that.
That's great. Yeah.
Nearly a length here.
Look at Traverse City.
Oh,
wow,
geez,
he is just. Oh my goodness. I mean, he is. I don't know. I mean, he certainly had his Wheaties this morning. You can say that.
Yes, he did.
I don't know. Red
Took
Bull,
his vitamins and said his prayers like a good Hulkamaniac.
Red Bull gives you wings. I don't know. Maybe he's having Celsius gives you wings. Whatever it is, Traverse City has done it all, and it's just flying away.
For a motor.
But let's watch out there. William Penn Charter close to that buoy there as they cross into the final 500.
I know. This will be quite a fight now to see who gets second and third. I mean, William Penn Charter is certainly in a great position, but, I mean, Holy Spirit and Frank W. Cox and Germantown Friends, all of them are in the mix here for silver and bronze. Oh, there's someone just caught. Oh, there you go.
Man.
William Penn Charter catching that bobble. I mean, that's what happens in these conditions.
Holy
in a
Spirit
single.
responding. He saw that. He saw it, and he goes, I got to go now.
Yeah, Frank W. Cox and Holy Spirit taking advantage of that bobble from William Penn Charter.
The door of opportunity does not stay open forever.
It does not, especially within the last 500 meters of the race.
What's the stroke rating there from Holy Spirit? He seems to have lifted considerably.
Let's see. Oh, look at that breeze. You can feel that breeze in the tent here.
Yeah, you can.
I think Frank W. Cox might be out to a slight lead with 2:50 to go. Half a foot, if anything, be separating these two crews.
Oh, boy.
Oh, look at that race there.
William Penn Charter trying to get it back.
Great race for silver here.
Up, William Penn is lifted now.
They are trying to go for it. They're trying to go for it. Frank W. Cox looks like he's pulling out ahead just slightly. Oh, then Holy Spirit's coming back. I mean, this is a real fight to see who's getting silver.
Yeah, just the psychology of a singles race, too, right?
I mean, Traverse City is just walking away with it, but they're these.
Frank
what
W.
a fight
Cox
now
for Cox moving well. Yeah.
What a fight. William Penn Charter just keeps getting little bobbles here and there in this wind. I don't think he's going to come back. So, yeah, who's got the silver? The two rowers can't really see one another that well, but it looks like Frank W. Cox
can just stay clean here for the final 8
strokes. Oh, he's got great push at Holy Spirit.
Frank W. Cox.
Great push. Look at him pushing there. Holy Spirit. Oh, my goodness.
Was it Spirit?
Was it enough? Was it enough?
No.
I mean,
look at.
I tell you, those last 50 meters by Holy Spirit were just.
Oh, my gosh.
I don't know.
That
was a great last 50 meters there.
Wow. Spirit nips him.
Wow. And literally those last 50 meters. I mean, those last 50 meters, he's just decided to pull it into another gear. I mean,
Yep, 100%.
bumped it up and just sprinted a little bit extra, and that gave him the silver. But
Good
great
lock and
effort.
good send.
Great
Yeah.
effort. What about St. Benedict's coming up and capturing 4th place there? And I still feel bad for William Penn Charter in that.
Yeah, that's tough to
Yeah.
get that little bobble there. And
I know, just throw off your whole rhythm and have those other 2 rowers go through you. But 10-second victory for Traverse City in the boys single. Whew. Leading wire to wire. What a convincing win.
And Chris, I think you're right. He held back in the heats. He did not want to reveal just the kind of speed that he had.
It's a good secret to keep, I guess.
And
Good
we're
for him.
off on the girls' side.
Should be an interesting match here between Gulliver and Parkersburg. A juxtaposition of styles. If we recall from the morning Gulliver prep, this young lady takes it up to God's country with the rating. Whereas Parkersburg, a bit more measured, a bit longer with the strokes that she was trying to take.
And it seems like off the starting blocks, the length of Parkersburg is really helping her because she is now open water.
Oh, yeah.
And we are only 250 meters into this thing.
Well, it's just, I mean, that's even more pronounced than Traverse City. And especially in this tailwind, I mean, I think we're going to see the same kind of thing.
Look at how smooth she is.
I mean, this
in these
tailwind keeps getting stiffer and stiffer, and it's going to be harder and harder for these singles to try and catch up to someone getting that kind of lead.
Technique really matters on a day like today, and Parkersburg has the stuff there.
And looks like, what is that, Gulliver Prep pretty solidly in the silver medal position so far. A long way to go in this race, and certainly Brighton going to be challenging for some sort of medal potentially.
Girls Prep, let's not leave her out.
I know, Gulliver Prep is pushing, not letting Parkersburg get too far away through the middle of this course.
Girls Prep still has contact on Gulliver. But if she wants to, she's going to have to go now because she's facing that challenge from Brighton.
Yeah.
Really lively pace there, lively stroke rating from Gulliver Prep.
Yeah.
Trying to keep that momentum going and really attacking each of those strokes in these tough conditions. She comes through the 500-meter mark. And what's she going to do here coming through the 500-meter mark? Are any of these other girls going to make a move? Let's see if the camera can show us how far.
Oh, but look at that move from Girls Prep, though. She's moving now.
Yeah, the question is Parkersburg continuing to extend the lead, or is Gulliver Prep eating into it slightly? It looks like the Parkersburg is comfortably. Look at that nice smooth run from Parkersburg.
She's lengthened out a bit.
She's lengthened out a bit. The rating is lower than Gulliver Prep, so there's plenty left there if she needs it.
Gulliver Prep is also being pushed from behind by Girls Prep.
Right?
Yeah.
Oh, for sure. And then you see
Brighton. Brighton's also
Brighton.
not out of this thing just yet.
Exactly.
No.
You can have a really tight race, it looks like, for silver and bronze.
Look at how rough that water is, and look at how effortlessly it looks like Parkersburg is handling those rough waves. I mean, certainly it's not effortless. She's working hard.
No, very much
but
so.
she just has that technique to make it look so easy.
I know. And those waves are, you can just see the wind whipping here at the finish line. This
we
is.
can feel it. Well, so much for those gusts.
I know. We had that brief lull about an hour ago, but that brief lull is no longer with us.
Yep.
And what's shaping up for third here? We have
Brighton
Girls Prep and Brighton and Episcopal Collegiate's also making a charge here.
All right.
I think right now, Brighton.
Yeah, I like the position that Brighton's in for third here. Is maybe just a deck or so down to Girls Prep.
Episcopal Collegiate may have even gotten it from Girls Prep. Look at the lock there at the catch from that oarswoman from Parkersburg.
Yeah.
I mean, it just locks in like she's fixing that blade in a picket fence and just prying the boat past that pivot point.
She's at like a 33. I mean, she's not rating very high. I mean, you got Gulliver Prep, it's probably at a 35, and here's Parkersburg. Lower, just pulling it out. That's a great view now of the cruise.
Yeah.
Looks like Gulliver Prep is pretty solidly in that silver medal position. And Brighton solidly in that bronze medal position. In these last few hundred meters, is any of that going to shift?
Yeah, I wouldn't say solidly yet because we still have 300 meters to go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Anything can happen. But
these are singles.
Yeah. Girls
Things
Prep
change.
isn't. I mean, she's in second, but Brighton still has contacts, right?
Gulliver Prep at second. Looks like Girls Prep's a
Gulliver
little,
Prep.
Yeah.
My bad.
And yeah, but Brighton has got the advantage. Brighton sees Episcopal Collegiate right there and is able to row off Episcopal Collegiate and really push her. And that's going to help her stay in that bronze medal position, I think. And
Episcopal Collegiate needs to move now.
oh yeah, if she's going to challenge, but it's going to be tough with Brighton in the last couple hundred meters. In these kind of conditions, it's just harder to get the rating up when you got this much little chop in these singles.
I think Episcopal Collegiate is getting some moves in on Brighton.
We're trying, but I don't know. Brighton's pushing hard. There's Brighton lifting up the rating a bit.
Yeah.
You can see Brighton
Speaking
picking
of
up.
lifting up the rating.
Yeah.
Gulliver Prep.
I know Gulliver Prep is really trying to sprint there.
Yeah.
Bring it up to, that's probably 38 to 40, it looks like. 38 anyway.
Definitely closed the gap there on Parkersburg.
But even Parkersburg is lifting up the rating now.
As she should. Give the crowd a show.
And here is Parkersburg. But Gulliver Prep really pushing hard right through the end. Good for her. Never let Parkersburg get away. Gulliver Prep, nice solid last few hundred meters there.
It's like Brighton's going to hang on here.
Brighton looks like she's going to hang on for that bronze. And there is the women's single.
We next move on to doubles. So we have first the boys' side. Boys have not yet rowed today. They went heats yesterday, directly to the finals today. We had 3 heats yesterday, so the top 2 from the heats yesterday we're going to see this afternoon. Western Albemarle had put the fastest time down in Heat 1 yesterday of 5:06.6. Seattle Prep was the second fastest time. They came in second place in Heat 1 with a time of 5:09. Sliding over to Heat 2, Ridgewood 5:13.8. Conestoga won Heat 3 with a 5:16.6. St. Joseph second place in Heat 3, 5:18.9. Waterford Heat 2 second place, 5:19.8. So we have, in terms of our lanes here, we have Waterford far right to your screen, lane 1. Conestoga, lane 2. Western Albemarle, lane 3. In the lead now, Ridgewood. St. Joseph High School in lane 5. And then Seattle Prep in lane 6. So we're on the doubles, and there you go. There's the lineup. Ridgewood out to about a length lead here, and then Western Albemarle maybe a foot on Seattle Prep.
Yeah, this is where Ridgewood's coach reinforcing what we saw in the singles, that particularly in these races, the singles, the doubles, get out early. That wire-to-wire racing is what you want to see, and certainly easier to happen in these singles and doubles in these conditions. Coming through the 500-meter mark, although I have to say Western Albemarle is making a real move into Ridgewood, as is Seattle Prep.
Yeah.
They're not going to let them just take it.
Yeah, Seattle Prep a beat or 2 lower as well. Have that room to go as the race continues.
Well, I remember that Seattle Prep boat from yesterday in the semis, and they were just honking on it, and they ended up getting rowed through in the end, but they had some real aggression, and I just thought if they could just relax their shoulders a bit more, they certainly had the power and the chutzpah to get that boat moving, and you see that right here. They're moving well making inroads, and Western Albemarle continue to run well, and Ridgewood out there in the lead.
Taking a look, taking stock here, Seattle.
Yeah. There's
Western
all three
Albemarle.
crews pushing each
Really?
other.
Yeah.
Gosh, this
Yeah.
is really
Here
good through the
goes-
middle of the race. I mean, this
Here
is a
goes Western
real.
Albemarle.
That's a lift.
This is a real race here. I mean, all three are pretty level right
and
now.
Seattle Prep going with them.
Yeah. Seattle Prep laying down the strokes.
Ridgewood just getting a little out of rhythm here. Just calm down, settle back in,
Yeah, there's a
make a measured move.
not
think
quite as
Seattle
in sync as
Prep
they were. Looks like
right
the bow
now-
man of Ridgewood rushing a little bit into the stern.
Yeah.
But Seattle Prep's got some great rhythm there. And Western Albemarle making a good move. Those three crews are all, whew. I mean, it is anyone's race for gold medal here in the boys varsity double.
Yeah, yeah.
Coming
Big
into
push
the
from
last
Western
500.
Albemarle
Yeah,
right
Western
now.
Albemarle coming into the last 500. They want to make it their race. They did something similar in the race before, from what I recall. Really making a move, but there's Seattle Prep. I mean, they are right there.
Yeah, they are.
I mean, they are going to try and. This is going to be a real sprint to the finish. I mean, I am super impressed with. I mean, that Seattle Prep crew has really been dogged over in the
Just
end.
throwing down.
Yeah.
Just throwing down.
Western Albemarle super aggressive as well. All right,
Oh
who's gonna
boy,
sprint?
Seattle Prep seeming to take some advantage here.
They are just an aggressive double. I mean, they are just.
Yeah.
Western Albemarle's Bauman taking a peek, taking stock of the circumstances, and I'm sure he had something to say to his stroke seat to find a gear here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. They're taking it up. They are taking it up. Western Albemarle is going to give it all they got, but so is Seattle Prep, and they're just really pressing hard. This is going to be a heck of a race for gold here.
Look at the leg push.
Right?
Oh, great
Yeah,
leg
just
push there.
snapping it to deck. Absolutely snapping it to deck.
But Seattle
But
Prep is
Seattle
really taking
Prep
it up, and they are
finding
sprinting.
another gear.
I know. They have really just, they want this gold medal.
Ah.
They did not come all the way from Seattle for
No.
nothing.
Right? Touching 40 right now out there from Seattle Prep.
Oh, yeah, look at that double move. What a great race from Seattle Prep.
Same from Western Albemarle.
Gosh,
Ridgewood making a push still.
well done with
Yep.
Seattle Prep.
Ridgewood really surging. Ridgewood really surging.
sprinting. Oh, what's going to happen?
Who's going to
Wow.
have his blades in the water?
Wow, wow.
And,
Oh, my goodness. Was it Ridgewood
We'll
for,
have to.
Might
We'll
have
have
for
to.
silver?
Might
That's
have
going to
been
have to be a
Ridgewood.
photo finish there because
Might have been Ridgewood.
from our angle, it could have been Ridgewood. It just as easily could have
Ah,
been Western
West-
Albemarle.
As it was.
Well, let's wait.
Looks like Western Albemarle held on to the silver.
Those are unofficial. So
Well, I have to say, I give Seattle
before you
Prep a lot
roll
of
over to
credit.
the medal dock,
I mean, in the
Oh,
wow,
200ths of a second.
1,000ths of a second.
Yeah.
What a race for those crews. But Seattle Prep, I mean, again, from the heats of the finals, Seattle Prep, and I just remember seeing that crew. They had a lead and they got rode through, and they took a lesson from that. I mean, give them a lot of credit. It's good coaching when you go from the heats to the finals and change around your race plan, able to turn things around like they did there. There are some strong boys in that row, in that boat, and they know how to lay it down, and they laid it down those last 500 meters.
Yeah.
Western Albemarle was pushing them, and they pushed back.
Yep. I mean, again, we saw it start to build in the second 500 as both Seattle and Western Albemarle started making some inroads on Ridgewood's lead. And at that point, it was like everybody's going all at once.
That's what you love about a race like this, where you can have each of those three crews were pushing each other down the course. I mean, each of the three crews forcing them to just dig a little bit deeper to see what they got, and that's why you do competition.
Yeah.
I mean, you just get the fastest results because who wants it more? Is you're going through the middle of the course. That was such a great race to see. Now time to see what the girls can do in their varsity doubles. Looks like we've caught up a little bit on the time. We're only a few minutes behind. Hats off to the race organizers for that. And they're off. Here we go. The girls' senior doubles final for the gold medal. Who's going to take it? And it looks like Marietta's off to a particularly fast start here off the blocks. And let's see what happens as they settle into it. We certainly saw around the 500-meter mark in the last race some separation in the doubles. Let's see if we see the same thing here. Marietta has been able to hold on to that good start as they lengthen out.
Impressive.
Good for them. What's going to happen with some of the other crews as we find their rhythms here?
Man, and you can see this is a finals rhythm right now, right?
Oh,
Everybody's really aggressive with everything.
Why hold back? That's like the last thing you want is to have to come from behind in a double with this kind of tailwind. I mean, it's like, just go out. You know, go out, find an aggressive rhythm.
Yep.
And
Friend Select seems to be finding that aggressive rhythm. They are moving up on Ridgewood, eating into that distance of Albemarle. And Marietta is not pulling away from the pack yet.
No.
There is still contact between those crews.
Yep, you got a lead, but you're not comfortable.
That's where
there's no relaxation.
Yeah, if you're Marietta, though, I mean, I don't think your strategy is to try and pull away from the pack just yet. It's to find your good rhythm and power, because the last thing you want to do is fly and die. I mean, in spite of what I was saying, like, you do want to lead, but you want to lead to do it by creating by power, good rowing, and then save that last push for when you get to the final 500. But you want to be in that position where you're in that front-footed cruise and not lagging behind.
Yeah,
so this is where you
can respond to the race, right?
Exactly, and this is where you have, coming through the 500-meter mark, you're going to have some crews trying to make a move to see whether they're going to be in medal contention or not. So you've got Marietta, Albemarle, you've got Friend Select and Ridgewood all in the mix here for one of the medals. Seattle Prep's got to make a move soon if they're going to be in the mix. Same with Shenandoah. See, this is where I like seeing Marietta not trying to overstroke it, but just finding their rhythm.
Yep.
That's just what they want to do right here. All these crews trying to find that good, fast rhythm through the middle of the race. Ridgewood's doing well here. Ridgewood's really laying down some good strokes. They want to put themselves in that medal contention.
Yeah. They've seen Friend Select making that push, and they responded, stepped up, out to a length over Friend Select. Good contact with Albemarle as we pan over and see the
I want to see where Ridgewood is. I see it. I see Friend Select here. I don't see Ridgewood. I think Ridgewood is...
Ridgewood's right there.
Line 6.
Oh. Albemarle is in the green, the bluish.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, Ridgewood's the one right there. So there we go.
I mean, actually, are they even right now? It's hard to tell from this angle.
Yeah, it is. I'd give the advantage to Ridgewood at this point over Albemarle.
Yeah. But
not by a ton. I mean, we got to keep in mind just sort of the angle of the finish line, right? Which does favor the near shore cruise.
We still got 600 meters to go here.
Seems as though Marietta maybe
made
a bit of a move here to really open up.
Good for them. That's good. They're doing a great job, Marietta. They got out of the blocks first. They found a good rhythm, and
in the lead.
They're just sticking that rhythm.
No, Ridgewood still has, I think, a canvas to go, but they have pushed.
Ridgewood's moving up.
Yeah.
Ridgewood's moving up. I would say
pretty assertive rhythm too
Ridgewood
from Ridgewood.
And Marietta.
If Marietta's got some gearing here, now might be a good time to use it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Maybe Marietta's still in a lead, a slight lead.
But they got to start moving right now because
and they got to get off that buoy line there because they see those blades. Don't want to get them tangled in there.
There you go.
Puddles a bit right there. They got to start getting it together.
Yeah, sticky finish is a great time to build rhythm, build rating here.
Look at those three crews all battling for the gold medal. Who's going to do it as you come down for the last few hundred meters? Can Albemarle put in a sprint to contend?
They've had such a good rhythm up to this point. They just need to execute for the last 300 meters.
I don't know. We look from the shore here.
Yeah.
I don't know who's got the advantage, or Marietta or
I'd
Ridgewood.
go to Marietta. I'd say, again, the near shore crews are going to have the advantage on the finish line. And it's not a massive advantage by any means, but an advantage nonetheless.
About half a length maybe at this stage.
You win by a tenth, you win by 10 seconds. You still win.
All right. So
Oh, man,
last 20
just running
strokes,
into
what are they
some
going to
rough
do?
water here, man.
I know,
Yeah.
some really rough
Battling
water
the
last
water
20 strokes.
here.
Just got to see what they can do, see if they can raise the rating just a bit, raise the pressure just a bit, try and get that boat speed a
So
little
here we
bit
go.
more.
Here we go. Found a gear. Found a gear here. Found a
Little
gear
peak
from
there.
I don't know.
Coming from
Ridgewood's
Marietta.
moving well.
Bouncing,
I
he's
don't know,
looking
turning
for
around
that-
saying, where is the
Where's
flag?
that finish, right?
I don't know.
Just put together a
I don't know
couple
who's
more
got it here.
strokes to
I don't
get
know
it
who's
over
got
the
it
line.
here.
Oh boy!
I think Marietta might still have it, but Ridgewood is pressing.
know.
and
I
they're
think
looking
Ridgewood-
good.
No,
Ridgewood's
Marietta
looking good.
just
Marietta's
by
got
a
it.
foot. Marietta.
Oh
Just have it there.
boy! Probably not the way you draw up those last 15 strokes for Marietta, but
No.
No.
nonetheless,
Hey.
right?
They did it.
I am Macaulay. I love Macaulay. Hey, win for dog, buddy.
All right.
Man, things got interesting there, fellas.
Yeah, for sure. Ooh, this wind. Gosh.
And there goes the white flag. Marietta takes it with a time of 5:55.15. Ridgewood 5:56.6. Albemarle third place, 6 minutes flat, .21. Next event, boys senior quad.
Oh boy. Here we go.
So these boys have not rowed yet. They're taking off.
This Malvern crew was so fast.
Well,
in the
they got to
heats.
get their point.
Oh,
They
gosh,
got to get
Malvern
back in
crew,
their lane now.
Malvern crew.
Come on. Hard now. Bring it around to starboard here. You do not want to get tangled up in the
Yeah.
blades there.
No, that would be disastrous for those two.
You know, and
crews.
actually,
like Shenandoah
if you were
kinda
Shenandoah,
coming
you may
over as
even
well.
move over.
Yep.
Look at them fight. Now Shenandoah's got to get their blades over. It's so easy to get sucked together. It's like magnets, these
Right.
two boats getting pulled
Right.
together.
Oh, look at Malvern Row.
Oh, but
Again, they look so
Shenandoah's coming
great.
out so smooth from that. Look at it.
Malvern crew looked great in the heats, and they just look at their synchronicity there.
Yeah.
Even in this tailwind. But
Looks like
Shenandoah
Malvern's
is not letting them get
settling down
away.
a little bit. Yeah.
Now there's Ridgewood.
Malvern's got to get back off that lane line, though. They keep swerving over there.
I don't know. I just think this Malvern crew is going to be tough to beat in this race. We'll see what happens. But Shenandoah is really pressing them hard. Look at that. They are aggressive. Whew.
Yeah, maybe
is some hard racing.
overstroking by just a beat.
Yeah.
But staying right in contact here.
Oh, yeah.
Malvern had a very impressive win in the heat, but Shenandoah was in a different heat.
Right. Oh,
They
yeah.
also won, and they may have decided, let's not show our cards yet if we know we're going to go into the finals.
Yeah. Oh, these crews are pressing one another through this middle part of the race. Now, here's the question in the middle part of the race. As they settle in a little bit, as they lengthen out a little bit, who's the one that can get the best running speed? Malvern's got great speed here. We already know that from the heats. And here we have both Ridgewood and Shenandoah. These top three crews are really pressing one another
Just
through the middle part of this
stay
race.
tall, guys. Stay tall. Get that shape over these waves here. Clean finishes, down and away. Get those hands out. Malvern really moving strongly through the middle portion of this course here, trying to break free. They have not gotten contact lost, but here is a response from Shenandoah.
Here's a response from Ridgewood.
Ridgewood yeah.
making a move.
Like really surging, coming back up on Shenandoah.
Malvern pushing with each stroke. Oh,
Shenandoah getting close to those buoys there.
Malvern crew just looks so good.
Got some winds gusting. We got some rain starting to fall here.
All right.
Malvern trying to break free, but just not yet successful in doing that.
I know, these other crews not letting them get away. Coming down into this last 500 meters. Last 500 meters for a gold medal. And here's Ridgewood coming again, making a big move through the 500 meters to go. Can they dig into Malvern's lead? Can they shake them a bit? They're certainly trying.
Yes, they can,
Oh,
it looks
boy.
like. Yes, they can is their
Surging
answer
up,
to you, John.
surging up.
Bow ball is even with the middle of the boat,
Ridgewood's
almost to
moving.
the 2-seat.
But is Malvern now going to reply and take it up themselves and take it home?
Big gusts coming now here at the final stretch of the course.
Big push from Ridgewood to take command of that second place.
Look at Haddon Township, though. Haddon Township challenging for third.
Oh, great sprint. Last 250 meters here.
Really just got to stay locked in on
Malvern
your
just
own
now
boat,
taking
your
it
own
up.
rowing.
And Ridgewood's taking it up. It's just straight out, flat out sprint to the finish line. Got to make sure you don't mess up your blades too. But these are experienced rowers. They know what they're doing.
Your rowing. Your rowing is your focus right now.
Look at Malvern go. They are such a fast crew.
Haddon's moving, though. Haddon's moving, too.
Yeah,
Broken
boy.
of free.
These are some great crews. Ridgewood moving beautifully. Malvern moving beautifully.
Haddon's overtaken Shenandoah right now.
Haddon Township having a fantastic
And
500 meters.
surging, absolutely surging right now from Haddon Township.
And there's Malvern.
Don't think they'll
finishing
have enough
out
race
just an
course left to get 'em.
Fantastic race.
Nope. Malvern going to hold on there.
Look at that.
Ridgewood and Haddon.
Great
Nice
racing
job
from
from
Malvern.
Haddon.
Great
Gutsy.
racing from
Yeah.
Ridgewood. Great last 500 meters there from Haddon Township. Shenandoah pushing hard through the middle of the race. Maybe pushing a little bit too hard in the middle of the race and didn't have quite enough left. But these conditions, look at how bad these conditions have gotten. Wow.
Yes.
I mean, these boats are just
getting
being
blown
blown
back to the
right
dock.
into the
Yeah.
shore. It's so
Yeah.
breezy down here. I mean, wow.
Well, at least we got the smaller stuff out of the way, right? Like, we're at a good spot now.
Yes.
Going to be getting into some of the
Singles,
bigger boats.
Singles, doubles.
Right.
Yeah. But great to see that race. That was a great race. Great race between Malvern, Ridgewood, Haddon Township, Shenandoah.
Now-
All great racing.
The girls' senior quad, this is going to be spicy
Yes.
because we have Waterford
Who are so
against Skyline. They each won their heat. They are each essentially repeat crews from crews that had fantastic showings last year. The Skyline crew is identical to the crew that rode in the junior quad last year and won. Waterford turned up a better time by 5 seconds yesterday.
Oh yeah, I remember that. They were fast.
So let's see what we're going to see out of these girls.
Yeah, Waterford really one of the crews I was looking forward to seeing row again today, and hopefully in a circumstance that gets them to show us their very best.
Right.
They were able to just kind of come down the course yesterday in a very controlled fashion, not really revealing what their top end speed looks like. And I've no doubt that we're going to see that here because Skyline is a class outfit and they will ask questions of Waterford that will elicit the best response.
Nice view of the Philly skyline here in Camden, New Jersey as we motor on up to the start of the race. Looks like the wind has shifted around. We're now seeing a little bit of a quartering tailwind from the port side coming from lane 1 to 6. You can see those streaks on the course. It is fast wind here. There's a little bit of light rain. It's gusty too.
I know.
These crews, they are very, very well trained in the quad, but there is nobody paying attention to the steering as their dedicated job.
Yeah.
So how is that going to affect things? Remains to be seen.
Well, and this is going to be with the strength of this tailwind and the roughness of these conditions.
And it looks like we are
Wow.
10 seconds into this race.
That start is crucial.
Let's see what we have in terms of positioning. I think the wind is taking out a couple of our drones here.
All right.
Skyline and Waterford out of the ditch.
Yep. And Skyline's laying it down as fast as they can. Looks like Skyline wants to make sure they're making a statement, not letting Waterford get too far ahead. But
And
Waterford is pushing.
Seems to be out to a little bit of a lead. Looks like something must have happened there to Agnes Irwin. But we're not restarting this race, it looks like.
Oh, look at those conditions. Holy smokes.
Yep.
Those are rough conditions. Well, let's see. Look at that.
Again.
Almost white capping there. Look at that.
Yeah.
White caps coming down the center of that course, along with some rain. Whew. That is
just the way you draw it up, John.
Exactly.
Just the way you draw it up. You really
I mean, how do you
wouldn't want
practice for this
anything
in
different
practice?
for the
They'd be
national
like, oh, just in case
championships.
the grand finals of our race.
No, this is what we were hoping for.
Right.
And now look at these
Oh,
two
boy.
crews battle it out here.
Oh, wow.
Waterford out to about 2/3 of a length lead. But the bow woman in that Skyline crew can still see
Absolutely.
the stern of that boat. She is not going to let that boat get away.
As you said, very
She is
experienced
tough as
racers.
nails.
Very experienced racers in that
I've
crew.
done some coaching of that boat, and I'm afraid of that bow woman because she is that tough.
Well, here we go. These two crews
You know
are
what's-
going to be battling it down this course.
Let me just ask a question here, guys. Are these two crews maybe just playing a little bit of possum right now? I feel as though they've just kind of made this position in a reserved fashion. Neither one of them has really upped the ante insofar as rating and cadence. And we know for a fact that they have got gears to go here. And I think we're going to see a very interesting second 500 here as they begin to ask questions of one another.
But
Look at these.
look at the waves, though. You
have this gale
have
force
to be
wind.
careful with
yeah,
it.
These crews are rowing so well in these conditions, and they're just, I mean, really moving away from the rest of the field. I mean, this really, just as we thought it would be, this is going to be a race for the 1 and 2 are just a class above, and we're seeing that right here in spite of these conditions.
Neither of these crews are going to be happy with this silver medal here.
No.
And look at that push from Skyline.
Both these crews
Wow.
pushing hard. I mean,
Yep.
it's going to come down to the last few hundred meters.
You know, I think you made a good point, John and Jim, in that, given the conditions here, you may just want to be a little bit more conservative with that gearing to make sure you're getting a good lock, a
Right.
good send, and that things are clean, or at least as clean as they can be, between strokes. Because in this sort of circumstance, that sticky oar, that small crab, I mean, that could be the difference maker.
We just saw a little bobble there in Waterford, and
Yes. Skyline seeing that, responding.
but Waterford's still moving out. I mean,
Yep.
they have long, strong strokes here. And the question is, can the experience of that Skyline crew together serve them well as they try and sprint? I mean, they've rowed together so many races. They move as one. Can they pull it up,
Still
or
have
can
third of a
Waterford
length to make up.
pull it
Only
out?
about
Waterford
400 meters to
taking
make
a little
it.
bit of a 10
Look at
here
those
and bringing
two
up
crews.
some gearing.
Yeah.
Look at how good those two crews are in these
And a little
horrible
bobble
conditions.
and Skyline there.
All right.
That's going to cost them, but can they get it back?
On the buoy line here, Waterford. Careful now, careful.
Last few hundred meters.
Come on, ladies. Get back
Uh-oh,
in the
now
center.
Skyline just had another bobble. That's going to be hard to come back from. That is going to be hard to come back from with a few hundred meters left as they're moving.
You got
So
about
Waterford got to
300
take advantage
meters
of
to
it.
go. If you're going to sprint, you got to go now.
I think Waterford really was able to take advantage of that bobble, and that's going to be hard to come back from.
Yeah, strong, really strong rhythm right now from Waterford.
All right, so here's where it's 250 meters to go. Skyline, either it's now or never for them.
Yep, they still have a little bit of contact, but it's slipping away. They
It's
only have
slipping away.
200 meters to go.
Is, Waterford is really showing the kind of closing power they have here. Can Skyline respond? And again, they are just forever ahead of the third place crew.
Yeah.
I mean, it just shows how fast these two quads are. I mean, these quads are so good.
Sort of in just a different class, really.
Ah, such fast girls varsity quads. Oh, that Skyline, you can see the conditions are just hurting their blade work
rough.
there. Another
Waterford's
little
too
bobble.
struggling, but they just seem to just recover just
Yeah.
slightly better.
Able to keep those hands together. Really nice finishes right now out of Waterford.
It's just amazing rowing
Yeah.
here
Yeah.
as they
Great
cross
job.
the line.
And
And
just
it's
terrific
Waterford by
conditions.
about 1.5 lengths over
Wow.
Skyline.
Yeah.
Skyline
Wow.
getting the silver medal. Who's in it for bronze?
Seattle Prep. Seattle Prep on the come up.
Yeah. Look at these conditions. Oh,
Man, oh,
well,
man.
there we go. And look at how big a margin it is between second
Yeah,
and third.
yeah.
I mean, that big a margin and this strong a tailwind, that just shows how talented those top two crews are.
Yeah, I mean, just look at these waves cresting.
Oh, I know. Well, I think the question for the Skyline girls is going to be, what do those conditions do? I mean, they had those two bobbles in the last few hundred meters. It's pretty hard to bring up your rating and mount a charge when that happens to you.
Yeah,
You know?
and I mean, that Waterford crew
I give
was
all credit to
lightning
them.
fast.
All credit to them. They are an incredibly fast crew.
Yeah.
And they handled the conditions better in the last 500 meters. Let's just be honest. I mean, those conditions, both crews are the same conditions, and Waterford handled them better. And in the end, that allowed them to hold off Skyline, a very strong Skyline crew. And look at that, a 20-second margin from second to third. A 20-second margin.
I mean, guys,
you
don't see that.
Unbelievable.
At a national championship final, that does not happen.
Unbelievable. It just shows those two crews are just a cut above.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. A 20-second margin between second and third.
A cut above some other very, very, very fast and talented
very fast crews.
right? You don't end up in the final in the women's quad at the national championship by just happenstance.
Right.
And we have caught back up with our times. 4 different boat classes to go. We have the varsity
dudes.
4s. This is the petite final.
Oh, my God.
So they are battling for spots 6 through 12.
Wow.
Well, this is where Upper Arlington, I'm sure, is unhappy that they're in this race and have something to prove. Same thing University. I mean, these crews are...
But again, man, like you're putting on the uni, you're getting into the boat, and you're rowing your blade, you're throwing down. It doesn't matter
also the fourth race.
circumstance.
This is their 4th race that they've had. So these crews are...
Hey, getting your money's worth, kid.
They are getting their money's worth. They are getting their money's worth.
Dude.
And look at these conditions already challenging to the crews.
Yeah.
Look
University,
at that.
though. University is making a charge. Same thing from McLean.
Yeah.
Look at these conditions. I mean, these blades just trying to do their best to get in the water, but it is hard to row cleanly. Look at McLean
Real tight
having
pack
a
here.
really
Real
good
tight pack.
McLean having a really good start here.
McLean's starting to push out a bit here. Get themselves maybe a couple of feet over UA. Maybe.
Yeah, maybe.
Again,
University
UA
right in
is
it.
seeming to respond right now. Here we go. Taking that 10 just ahead of the 500.
There we go. 500 meters down. Oh, there's a bobble in that McLean crew. Again, these conditions wreaking havoc on all these crews. So we've got Upper Arlington coming out of that 500 meter in the best position.
Yeah.
But look at that. I mean, again, now there we go. Stretching out a little bit, trying to just maintain the quality of rowing in these conditions. But
Looking good here.
Great
Really
move for Upper
nice
Arlington
rhythm.
coming out of that 500. But here's McLean coming back. You know, McLean had a little bobble there, cost them a little bit, and now they're pushing back, trying to reassert themselves.
Yep. UA seeming to push out to a nice lead here. Really sustainable, long-looking rhythm. Hooking in, staying leveraged, and got themselves in a position here, John, where they can respond to the field.
Yeah, well, it looks like UA has a slight lead over McLean, but not much. So McLean is making a push, and looks like Upper Arlington pushed back and now seem to be taking control of this race through the middle part of the course.
Oh, yeah, McLean coming on strong right now.
Things look like they might have come down from that gale force winds before. Not quite so big gusts. We don't see quite as many white caps.
McLean pushing hard on UA right now. UA maybe waiting to respond, maybe waiting to see if they can just get this push from McLean to just fizzle out a little bit.
All right.
But that's a big maybe, brother, and I don't think we're in the business of maybes.
No, and now we're coming into the final 500. Final
Here it
500.
comes.
All right, now who's going to start making a move?
Yep.
Whose race is it going to be?
A duel right now between UA and McLean. Who's going to flinch first?
Yeah. Who wants that?
Oh, man, you see how much water's just getting thrown around right now.
These conditions are suboptimal, as
Boats
I
are
might
going
say.
to be full of water when they take them out.
Yeah, I know, exactly. Those coxswains soaking wet.
Yeah.
And, here's McLean making a move here in the last few hundred meters.
Oh,
McLean really asserting themselves.
Big surge from McLean.
Can Upper Arlington respond? Both of them are putting University behind.
Here comes UA. Here comes UA.
Yeah,
gearing
UA
up
is
a
responding back. Coming into the last 250. All right, with 250 to go.
Really getting
it's
on it with
anyone's
the
race
legs.
with 250 to go. Who's able to lay down a better sprint in these rough
UA.
conditions?
Really pushing UA right now.
All right, this is it.
Found
There we
yet
go,
another
UA.
gear.
making those catches, getting a little bit sharper on those catches, UA, and that is propelling them slightly ahead of McLean.
Oh,
and McLean's not going to give up, though. McLean's lifting up. They're lifting to try and respond, and McLean's moving now. It's anyone's race with
McLean,
just the last 15, 20 strokes to go.
Scenario, who's going to have their blades in at the right time?
I don't know. I mean, one boat pushes, the other boat pushes back.
McLean had an awesome
Oh, here's
wrap
McLean.
yesterday.
McLean is coming through really strong.
Oh,
but these
look at those
conditions, I know, but these conditions are not making it easy for you to crew, but it looks like McLean might have it. Looks like McLean might have it.
If they can just get the blade in now. Oh, McLean got him.
McLean got him. Wow.
but who's third?
What racing?
Oh, University holds on.
Ah, wow. There we go. That was some excellent racing in some very challenging conditions for the
impressive stuff.
7th place in this very competitive boys varsity 4.
Now, I'm sure McLean and Upper Arlington are going to be comparing those times to the ones that we see in the grand final here.
For
So we
sure.
move on to the grand final of the boys varsity 4. This is for the gold, silver, bronze positions 1 through 6.
Yeah. And Haverford Christian Brothers both look so good in the semis. Northville, McCallie, just some great crews across the board.
Remember that great sprint from Northville yesterday?
Yeah.
Great crews, top to bottom right here. I mean, I think the Christian Brothers crew, I think, was particularly impressive in the semis, but who knows what happens in the finals? Particularly in conditions like this, anything can happen. These are well-matched crews, top to bottom.
Oh my God, is that our 1B?
I think we're going to see some really great racing.
Waiting for 3 o'clock.
Stop sinking the stern!
Kids are excited this weekend. The kids are excited.
As they should be. I would be too. All right, waiting for this to begin. Due to begin right
Less
at
than a
3
minute to
o'clock.
go. Here. Marquee men's 4 event for a national championship medal.
Boys varsity 4.
Final adjustments here, making sure that that bow is right in the middle of the lane so that they can go off with absolute abandon out of the ditch.
And the organizers
There goes the
have gotten us
flag.
back on time. So we are right on schedule and off on the boys varsity 4 final for the gold medal.
First few strokes tend to be a little bit shorter, get the boat up to speed, and you typically take about 20 strokes super high, really to get the boat accelerating as fast as possible, and then you stride out to a more comfortable rhythm. I wouldn't be surprised if we see these crews not bringing the rating down too much, given how fast the wind is blowing today.
Doubt we'll see much of a stride out. I'm anticipating the ratings here being 36, 38 down the course from these crews. Looks like Episcopal pushing their bow out first, making their first offering to the crowd. Haverford
Haverford
on
at
the come
about
up.
40.
Along with Christian Brothers.
McCallie also making things spicy there.
Yeah. Man, oh man. Really tight pack here.
Yeah, Christian Brothers about 38.
Haverford pulling away now at about half of a length ahead of Christian Brothers and McCallie.
Impressive to see Haverford really getting some sort of move here in the first 500. Can someone respond before Haverford gets too far ahead?
Right. But at the same time, John, like the whole field is pretty much still in contact. I mean,
oh yeah, it was a stacked field. I mean, this is the
no
kind of
one's
final
really
here.
been able to create any convincing sort of separation.
It looks like Christian Brothers and Northville making a move back into Haverford.
Culver's making a move back in to McCallie. McCallie just ahead.
And McCallie, 3, maybe 4 seats down to Haverford right now. Haverford maybe a deck
Maybe.
over Christian Brothers. And Northville nearly level, just a little bit down to Christian Brothers.
Yeah.
But Northville seems like they're surging.
Well, here they are trying to move through the middle of this course.
Yeah.
Look at the run on each one of these strokes here.
Right.
The boat is just moving.
These are some dudes, man. These are some dudes.
Oh, and it looks like maybe something happened over there with Episcopal Academy.
Yeah.
Maybe hit a little bobble there, disrupted the rhythm.
This is where Haverford Christian Brothers and Northville seem to be asserting themselves in the middle of the race.
Yep.
And
Don't
Christian
count
Brothers,
out Culver yet, or
Christian-
McCallie.
Christian Brothers is not letting Haverford get away. Haverford's
take
trying
the
to
deep
push,
breath.
and Christian Brothers keeps pushing back.
Yep. Time to take the deep breath. We're nearly to 500 to go. And I think that we're going to see a concerted effort from these three crews to try and do something to differentiate
This is
themselves.
going to be a monster sprint
Yeah.
from these three crews.
Yeah.
All three crews show they can move. All three crews show they can sprint. These conditions aren't great for it, but they're going to lay it down.
Northville. Look out.
All right.
You know,
Look out.
Northville seems to be moving.
Northville's going for it now.
Yep.
Northville's moving. Is Christian Brothers going to respond? Northville
They're
keeps
gonna
moving
need to.
through.
They're going to need to. 'Cause
Blade works a little better on Christian Brothers, but Northville's decided we need to go now.
Yep.
There's no point in waiting.
Look at these three
And
crews.
look at that surge.
level
Man, oh,
crews,
man.
more or less level with about 350 meters to go.
Northville, I'd give them the edge here.
Yep.
Slight edge here.
Slight edge.
And Northville knows how to sprint.
Wow.
Yep.
Gold,
They're going to still
silver,
need to find
bronze
another gear, though. They're still going to
in the
need
boys
to find
varsity
another gear.
4 right there.
Yeah, because these are very mature crews.
Yep.
Oh, look at that. Look at how
Dead
close
even
those
now. Dead
crews
even.
are in the last 250 meters to go.
CBA surging.
Wow.
CBA surging right now.
Christian Brothers pushing, but Northville responding.
Has to find another gear. Every one of these crews is going to have to find another gear to get that separation.
Northville and Christian Brothers pushing. Haverford's going to have to respond if they want to have a chance to stay with it. Here you have these crews, and
Dead
it's
even
anybody's
right now, man.
race.
You got
Anybody's
15
race right now.
15
Anybody's
strokes.
race for the gold
Haverford
medal at the
trying to
boys
push
varsity
here.
4.
Here it comes. Here it
Northville,
comes.
Christian Brothers, Haverford, all pushing one another
last.
to the line, all trying to take the rating up. Everything they've got in the tanks to see who's got the gold medal.
Who's got
And
this
I
gear?
don't
Who's
know
got
who's
this
got
gear?
it. Looks like Northville might have it. I can't tell. I just don't
Northville
know.
got it.
Wow.
Northville.
Wow. Wow.
Yep.
Let's-
I mean,
wow.
brother, you're talking.
Three crews crossing
Mary.
We'll have to see.
within just a
the
fraction of a
exact
second of
review
one
of that.
another.
I'm calling,
Because you think it's Northville?
not like I'm the guy here, but I'm calling Northville, Christian Brothers, Haverford.
Northville, Haverford, Christian Brothers. Wow. All separated by just a quarter
Oh, my God.
of a second. A quarter of a
Absolutely
second separating
remarkable.
those three crews. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like,
What a finish. We knew that
Tip of
this
the
was going to be
cap.
competitive. I mean, this event has been competitive
Yeah.
the last 2 days. We knew these crews are going to be close at hand with each other.
Yeah.
And, wow, they did not disappoint. Those three crews fought from the first stroke to the last stroke,
Yeah.
literally to the last stroke.
Yep.
And what a race. But Northville, I mean, again, as we saw yesterday, Northville just having a better last 500. I mean,
Yeah.
that 500 came, and they just started to lay it down,
Yes,
and
they
they put
did.
themselves in a position. But then Haverford was down, and they came back. And then, I mean, wow.
to see how many gears each of those crews was able to elevate. It was just
Right.
lift after lift after lift after lift.
Well, that's what you like to see in the finals. I mean, this is the grand finals of the boys varsity 4. I mean,
That's why we got
and-
these expensive seats, John.
Exactly. I mean, talk about getting our money's worth here. Front row seat at racing of that caliber. Love it.
Getting
Absolutely
locked
love it.
on
So
for
here's
the women's
petite final.
petite final of the 4.
All right.
So this is for positions 7 through 12.
Just a few races left.
Waiting for 3:08 to roll around. About a minute and a half to go. And we've seen some really impressive racing on the men's side. Let's see that repeat on the women's side.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we will. I mean, these are some great crews. So we'll see how these crews do. How much do they have left? How much hunger do they have in this petite final?
About another
It's a
minute
chance
to go. here.
make a statement on your season for these crews. Real capstone. I'm sure all these crews would prefer to be in the grand final, obviously, but they can show their speed.
But this is for bragging rights right now.
Oh, for sure. Oh, without a doubt. Are you kidding me? They've been training all season, training all year. Chance to race with your teammates one last time. And we got 1 minute left until the start of this.
See these crews
girls
getting buffeted around by the wind. Still a strong tailwind, swinging around from the lane 1 side to the lane 6 side. Pretty much direct tailwind, but gusting from either side, making it spicy for these coxswains.
But Jim, it looks like at least the waves have calmed down a little bit.
Yeah,
I don't see the white caps that we saw maybe half an hour, 40 minutes ago. So I don't know. Well, just as I speak, the wind picks up a bit. Yeah.
Don't jinx us.
I know exactly. So we'll see these two women's premier 4 events, and then we move to the 8s. All right.
Flag is down, and they are off.
And they're off. Here we go.
And look at the wind just pummeling these crews.
And Norfolk Academy off to a particularly swift start there in lane 6. We see Holy Spirit moving really fast now as they're in their high strokes, trying to get some sort of advantage as they take these high strokes. Oh, whoa, Holy Spirit. I mean, going really fast and caught one of those waves. Lost that brief advantage. It's going to happen. So Norfolk Academy has a slight edge here on these high strokes. What happens when they all lengthen out?
Yeah, but watch out for Egg Harbor there. Egg Harbor has poked its bow ball ahead of Holy Spirit, and it's gunning down Norfolk Academy.
Here we have them just lengthen out a bit now as they're coming off their high strokes.
Looking right now, I'd give it to Egg Harbor. Right now, Norfolk Academy, and then Holy Spirit.
Yeah.
Good lock in.
What sort of base rhythm can they find here as the crews come down the course with this ripping tailwind? Can they make sure they keep their length, get those good catches in spite of the challenging conditions? Find that good running speed. Try and not get too tense in the upper body in this part of the race.
I'm getting a push now from Holy Spirit.
Yeah, Holy Spirit trying to...
Not wanting to cede that first place in this petite final.
So crossing the 500-meter mark, who's going to try and make a move here at 500 meters down?
And we've seen it all day, right? This is a point where crews really try to distinguish themselves and take some command over what's going on within the race.
Looks like Egg Harbor is trying to move out, but Holy Spirit's not letting them.
Yep.
Norfolk Academy still holding in there.
Still hanging around.
3rd place. But we have overlap with Robinson, overlap with them with South Country.
And Norfolk Academy, having closed in that gap.
Yeah, they made a nice move
pretty much
there.
Dead even now across these 3 crews.
Yeah, it's. I mean, that's what we saw in the boys' varsity event.
Yeah.
Those 3 crews across. Here we're seeing 3 crews across in this petite final for the girls.
But Egg Harbor's making a move now.
Yep.
A strong
push. Work that blade work there. Get the blade in the water. Holy Spirit responding.
Are all fighting.
Look at the aggression from these ladies. Look at that heat.
Norfolk still pushing here. If they could just stack up some clean strokes.
Oh, yeah.
Easier said than done. I'm well aware.
All
big
right,
ask
and here's Egg
today.
Harbor making a big move right here.
A big move.
Making a big move as they're approaching the 500 meters to go. Oh, gosh, they've taken, wow. Looks like in the last 100 meters, they've taken half a length on Holy Spirit. But they had a little bobble there.
Robinson making a push, too. Kind of squeezing up in between Holy Spirit and Norfolk.
Look at Egg Harbor, their move.
Yeah.
They are trying to make it their race now as they
really
go into
strong,
500
man.
meters to go. They are really opening it up.
Yep. Great send right now from these ladies.
Yeah, fantastic. A real statement piece here from Egg Harbor as they come into the last 500. Gosh. Egg Harbor continuing to move on the field. Holy Spirit now trying to move back. And Norfolk Academy also challenging.
Norfolk on the come up.
It's getting a little bit tighter as we come into the last few hundred meters.
Look at that. Oh, here comes Spirit.
Wow, yeah, Holy Spirit really laying it down.
Really starting to
Egg Harbor had just a little bit of open, it looked like, and not anymore.
Nope.
But now Egg Harbor's responding back. I don't know whether or not there's enough course left, even if Holy Spirit had it. Egg Harbor was trying to push them back right now.
They still got 200
meters
to go.
Coming into the last 250.
But do they have the gearing, right?
Yeah.
That's always the struggle. I mean, this point in the race,
look at Norfolk now. Look at Norfolk. They've found another gear.
Norfolk trying to get that silver medal from Holy Spirit. Looks like Egg Harbor is going to close in on the gold unless something happens. And now it's a race for silver between.
They're looking for the. This is the petite, John.
Oh yeah, sorry, petite. Seventh place, and 8th place.
But 7th is better than 8th. We'll take
7th,
that.
definitely.
Look at that push there from Norfolk.
Yeah.
Look at it unwind there.
Oh man.
Oh, that just.
This day.
They had that momentum and the bobble there from those waves.
But there's time. There's certainly time and space left on the course for them to regain their rhythm and get that boat moving again.
Here we go. Coming in.
Here it
looks
comes.
like Egg Harbor will have victory in the petite final here. And Norfolk Academy pushing hard.
Norfolk pushing hard. Got to close it out there, ladies.
Can
close
Norfolk
it
get
out.
8th?
Oh, Holy Spirit.
Oh, wow.
Norfolk.
Oh, wow. Who has it?
Norfolk nipped him.
All right, Chris thinks it's Norfolk. Did Norfolk?
Very thin margins. Very thin margins. Come on.
Oh, look at that. 5/1000ths of a second. Holy Spirit getting 8th place for the women's varsity 4, Norfolk, right behind.
Wow. Man, oh man. Great effort from those ladies.
Yeah.
Absolutely great effort.
Yeah, fantastic race.
Tight margins separating the first couple crews. We now switch over to the grand final here of the Marquee Fours women's event here at the SRAA Championship Regatta. Lined up, ready to go. Look at these names here.
Yeah.
We got Blair, we got Gwynedd Mercy, Unionville, St. Joseph Academy, Villa Maria, St. Thomas Aquinas. We could see medals out of any of these crews.
Yeah, should be pretty interesting here. Gwynedd Mercy, I thought, has demonstrated some real aplomb so far this weekend.
Yeah.
Are able to put down some real speed and make it look easy. Blair has been impressive as well. I think you made a good point there, Jim, that, any one of these crews could be walking away with a medal. We've seen speed out of all of them.
Waiting for the starter to raise the flag and send us off.
Just a minute to go before the start of this race. Women's varsity finals, grand finals.
Looks like everybody's got a good point here. Let's get on with it before that changes.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Waiting for 3:16. And there we go. Flag is up, I believe. There we are.
And we're off.
Here it is. The grand finals for the women's varsity 4s.
Need a little bit of a correction here from Blair.
Slick
Cost
start
them
from
just a
Thomas
slight
Aquinas. And Gwynedd Mercy.
Yeah, it looks like Gwynedd Mercy's got a little slight lead on these high strokes.
Yep.
St. Joseph Academy also had a good start there.
Be interesting to see what sort of rhythm these crews choose to settle down into. Are they going to look to really push this base cadence? Are they going to look to make good connection, sustain that connection, be a bit more conservative with that cadence. Gwynedd Mercy really looking strong as they're coming off the high stuff here. I'd guess somewhere around 35, maybe 36.
Yeah, but look at those purple blades of St. Joseph Academy, also very strong. Maybe 2-3 feet behind.
So 36 for Gwynedd Mercy right now.
I'd give Gwynedd Mercy a little bit more of an advantage than that. 2-3 feet behind Blair? Yeah, I'd buy that. Yeah, that's a tight one there. No one's breathing in lanes 2 or 3.
Blair's making a push now. Had a little bit of a rocky start there, but found its rhythm. These women now have drawn even almost with Gwynedd Mercy.
About another seat to go. But let's see what they choose to do as they come into the 500 here.
I think they're dead even at that 500 there.
It's gotten tight. It's really gotten tight.
Do we see anyone making a move to push forward? Certainly Blair is trying to assert themselves and trying to push out ahead of Gwynedd Mercy. Can Gwynedd Mercy respond here?
Oh, Gwynedd Mercy has just slightly better blade work here.
Yeah.
They do.
A little bit more aligned, a little bit more uniform.
Will that help them through the middle of the course? Can they take advantage of that?
But look at that Blair crew. They are fast.
They are. These two crews, we knew these two crews would be neck and neck in this race.
You can just see the surge coming out of the boat each and every stroke.
Blair continuing to move, though. Through the middle part. Up, they just had a little bit of a bobble there. Just
moved away,
these conditions.
Kind of feel like Gwynedd Mercy has absorbed this. And I'm not saying that they're maybe not down by a little bit right now, but they have definitely observed this and maybe are on the come up right now.
Yes,
a little bit
now
of
is their
surge
move.
from Gwynedd Mercy, just waiting for the opportune time. Let them make their move and counter strike.
Right.
Just hold.
Right.
Now go.
Yes, yes.
Is that another Braveheart reference for us? Hold. And here's
big push right now from Gwynedd Mercy.
Exactly, just as you said, they're
Push
getting
that bow
a
deck
good
out.
push back.
Yep.
As these two crews battle it out down the center of this course.
And
As
now
you
we
said,
really
just the
come
blade
into
work
it.
a little bit cleaner with Gwynedd Mercy, and is that going to pay dividends as they come
Final 500.
into
Got
the
some
final
gusts
500?
picking
On
up
the
here.
precipice.
Last
About
500.
to dive into it. Yep, here we go. Here we
Time
go,
to start
fellas.
dialing it up now. Who wants the gold medal in this girls varsity 4? Gwynedd Mercy putting the
Really
pressure on
looking
right
smooth.
now.
Yeah, really looking smooth, Gwynedd Mercy. Maybe has given it another beat or two on the rating here, and just such uniform blade work.
Yeah.
And the shoulders also matching up really, really nicely.
They're giving no mercy over there to that Blair crew. Look at that surge. We are at almost a boat length now between these two crews.
Well, they're certainly moving fast and moving well. Gwynedd Mercy
Yep.
asserting themselves in this race, in this girls varsity 4. We have Blair
Here you can see the rougher winds here.
falling
as it
behind.
opens
Can
up.
Blair respond?
Yeah.
And who do we have challenging
For
maybe
third,
Blair for a bronze medal? Do we know? Can we see anything from Unionville or St. Thomas Aquinas? It's hard to tell whether
Unionville.
anyone else is
I don't
going to
think
challenge Blair.
St.
Who's gonna-
Joseph probably in a great position here for third.
Looks like that.
They're pushing too.
And Gwynedd Mercy, look at this final 500.
Yeah,
I mean,
right.
they really were just sitting on in their tanks, and
Laying
they
it
just
down.
opened it up.
Laying it down.
Just opened it up in this final 500.
Impressive work from those
Oh,
ladies.
look at them just pull away, and this is a varsity grand final.
But look at St. Joseph. St. Joseph is trying to eat into that second place. I don't think they're going to end up having enough race course to do it. I think Blair is going to walk away with the silver, but St. Joseph is not making it easy for that crew.
There's Gwynedd Mercy about to cross the finish line
Or
for their gold
Unionville.
medal.
Unionville, SJA, this could get interesting.
Unionville is really pushing hard.
Big sprint from Unionville.
Who's got the
So,
blades in at the right time?
Blair's got silver. Who's got
and
bronze?
Looks like it's, I think SJA got him, you think?
I would say so. I would
I'd
say.
give the advantage to the near side crew.
Yeah, SJA. St. Joe's Academy looks
Yeah.
like they got bronze. We'll find out when the results come up.
Yep, SJA got it.
Yeah. So there we go. Gwynn and Mercy with an impressive last 500 to really assert themselves. I mean, they were neck and neck with 500 to go, and then they just dropped the hammer and ended up winning by 5.5 seconds there over a very fast Blair crew who held on to get silver over these other crews charging
you're
up.
you're talking those crews were pretty much level, level, coming into about 600 meters to go, and then over the course of those last 600 meters, you opened up a 5-second lead.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Gwynn and Mercy, as you said, through the middle of that race, they were rowing cleaner.
Yeah.
And they had a little more in the tanks, and so when it was time to take it up, those little cleaner catches, sharper rowing paid off.
4 more races left. We have the petite final of the men's varsity 8. So this is for positions 7 to 12 in the men's varsity 8. After this, we'll have the grand final of the men, and then the petites and grand on the women's side, the 8s. Two minutes to go here in Camden, New Jersey.
Exciting to see these last 4 races.
Looks like the wind, at least at the start, has maybe died down a bit.
For sure.
We don't see as much streaking on the water, though there still seems to be some good chop out there.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing how these crews step up.
I mean, some pretty talented crews here, man. Like,
no doubt.
I know it's the second final. I know all these guys, really had ambitions of being in the grand and making a move on some medals, but these are some class outfits here. Some really, really quick crews.
To get into the grand final, you really need to make everything work. You need to have a good heat. You need to have a good semi, maybe a rep. Not in the 8s this year, but you need to have repeated performance. And if you have just one small mistake here, that can be the point.
And they're off for the petite final for the boys varsity 8. Clean start. All the crews looking pretty strong.
Peters, Jackson Reed, out early.
All right, so now as the crews are in their high strokes.
Really sharp out of the ditch, those 2 crews.
Man, who can gain a little advantage on these high strokes before they settle out?
Walt Whitman also.
Looks like all the crews are pretty level except for Loyola Academy, just a slight bit behind on these high strokes. Can they have a good settle and catch back up?
Right.
Here we go. These crews are pushing pretty hard here.
Seton Hall pushing up right now. Seton Hall almost level with St. Peter's. Likely striking in the neighborhood of 39.40, and they're going to have to excuse themselves from some geese.
Don't forget the right side of the screen there. I mean, look at Walt Whitman.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Walt Whitman and St. Andrews pretty much on level terms right now.
Yeah,
St. Peter's peeking out just ahead of Seton Hall Prep. But maybe a credit card between the 2. I mean, honestly.
Yeah, that is some pretty close racing. Position 7, 8, 9, 10 right there.
Yeah. Striking at the same cadence as well.
St. Peter's making a move now.
Yeah.
Through the 500. That's where we've seen moves made. St. Andrew, though, responding.
Yeah, it looks like maybe those crews are starting to assert themselves. St. Andrews, Seton Hall, and St. Peter's Prep. St. Peter's Prep making a good move. Can Seton Hall respond? Can St. Andrews respond?
Right. That kind of looks like Seton Hall making a bit of a move, as is St. Andrews. Again, wanting to give credence and deference to those near side crews, as they're going to have the advantage there on the finish line.
Oh, look at those crews. All pretty level here, coming through the center of the race.
Man, great effort from these boys.
All rating pretty high. I'm guessing they're all at least at 37.
We're only halfway through this race as well.
Oh, St. Peter's. St. Peter's peeking out a little bit more here. Trying to get that bow ball edged out.
Look at these crews all battling one another very closely. As we come through the center part of the race.
I mean, look at the composure from these guys here. be right next to him, and then they are executing very well.
Good blade work. Last 500 now. These top 3 crews in this petite final all pretty much neck and neck.
Wow.
St. Andrew might be out a little bit to a lead.
Yep.
St. Andrew just making a move. That might be their first lead of the race so far. But St. Peter's now seems to be responding.
Yep.
Yeah.
Look at that surge from them. They've shifted out. What's their stroke rating now? I mean, it's got to be high.
40, 41.
Look at that move right now.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, heartbreaking for St. Andrews there. Heartbreaking crab.
Get it back, fella. Get it back.
Get it back.
Come on. Come on.
You hate to see that here, but
I had
that's what happens in these
38-39 in
conditions.
Seton Hall. I bet St. Peter's is right around the same.
Yeah.
St. Peter's 39-40 as they come into the finish. Great job from St. Peter's. Great finish for St. Peter's.
Yep.
Here we come into the last few hundred meters, and St. Peter's is trying to open it up in the last 250. Will Seton Hall respond? Will Seton Hall try and bring them back?
Well, they're responding. It's
bringing
just,
it up.
Are they going to have enough race course to be able to
St. Peter's is really
change
pressing
the
here in
outcome?
this last couple hundred meters, these last 15, 20 strokes.
Great
Look at that
speed through the
aggression
water.
from these guys.
Look at the
Legs
speed
down,
through the water.
firing.
Man.
Great racing right to the end here. And here's St. Peter's really
St. Peter's gonna
rowing
hang on
such
here.
a great piece today.
Yep.
And they're going to cross finish line
Yep.
for 7th place, 8th place for Seton Hall, and a real
And
battle for
Loyola.
9th. Who got it?
I think Lane 1 got it here. I think Walt Whitman got it.
Walt Whitman.
There we go. St. Andrews, I feel bad for them. Those crabs in the last 500 meters are always tough. But, that is what happens sometimes. Yeah, Walt Whitman got it by less than half a second over
Got
Loyola Academy.
Some wind picking up here
I know, jeez, these conditions.
for the final.
you don't like the conditions, just wait a minute.
8 events.
Seriously.
This is wild. I mean,
Schizophrenic.
it's like, oh, the boys varsity 8's coming up, grand final. Let's add another 5-10 miles an hour wind and see what happens.
You kept saying earlier, John, that the bigger boats will handle it easily. So we're getting more weather now thrown at them.
Well, great race there in the petite final for the boys senior 8s.
3 more races to go here at the SRAAs.
All right, here we go.
Grand final on the men's side. Look at these crews here. We've got Canisius, we've got New Trier, Montclair, Gonzaga, LaSalle, Saratoga, all in the mix here, battling off rain, battling off wind. Come on.
This is going to be a great race.
That's
This
a
is going to be a great race. Clearly, from what we've seen before, Canisius is the favorite crew to win. They've looked great. But in that semifinal, they are being pressed harder than I think they probably aren't even pressed all year. But you saw the Canisius second 8 have a convincing win. They had a fantastic race in that boys senior second 8. Can the varsity 8 do the same thing in this race? Can New Trier come Montclair? Can Gonzaga, which had such a great sprint there in the semi.
Right.
Can
Really
Gonzaga lay it
A
down?
great piece.
And if these conditions continue to be as bad as they are, I mean, anything can happen. I mean, just saw what happened to St. Andrews in those last 500 meters. Talented crews. I mean, these
Rough
things
conditions.
happen. Rough
And
So if
conditions.
you are not
Anything
here
happen.
yet,
Yeah.
it's kind of hard to see on the screen. We now have really strong winds. We have pounding rain that is basically going to be hitting these rowers in the face as they're sitting there at the start.
We got some white caps here at the finish line, which is going to make any kind of sprint tough if they maintain themselves. But again, just 15, 20 minutes ago, it was a different story.
Sun was out. I was thinking about taking my coat off.
I know.
Gone are the days.
I mean, this really is about as fickle as it
And
gets.
they're off.
All right.
Here we go. The boys varsity 8 grand final here at the SRAA. Who is going to take home the championship medal? And all these crews giving it their all.
Early edge, Montclair.
Yeah,
Early edge,
Montclair out.
Montclair.
Look at those high strokes from the Montclair crew.
Look at the racing
Digging
here.
into it.
Look at the racing here.
Oh, New Trier.
No, I think they saw some lightning, so they might have called it.
No, they wouldn't.
No?
They stopped the
breaking.
race. They stopped the race.
Something happened. Race was stopped. Boys varsity 8 was stopped for some reason.
That might have
Unclear.
been a lightning strike.
Yeah, I thought I saw some lightning strikes there.
Normally they would Normally they would just have them row because it's faster to get back to safety.
Right. What are they going to do here?
We will
Oh,
find
maybe
out.
they're going to pull them right into the boathouse there.
Yeah. Good contingency there.
Let's see. Look at these conditions here. It's these eights that just rode their race, rowing back to the starting line, and these white caps. I mean, like aggressive white caps to the finish line here, and driving rain. I imagine this weather will be fairly short-lived, considering the fact that you can see blue sky to the west, not too far away.
Yeah.
So this could be just a short delay, hopefully, before we get the grand final for the boys varsity 8.
Boy, oh boy.
But it's pretty remarkable to see how quickly these conditions have changed. I wish all you at home could see this at the finish line here. You're looking at the starting line, but the finish line here
driving rain
looks practically biblical.
I mean, there's a good view right there. You can see it on the camera now.
Yeah. I mean, you can see what that looks like. Those are the conditions we're looking at the finish line.
Absolute wreck.
I'd love to see it calm down because I want to see a good solid sprint here at the finish. I want to see
I tell you what, again, like we talked about this yesterday when there was some breakage and you had to have a restart. And if you're Montclair and you just came out of the ditch with just a really nice start to your piece, like, look, you can't look at this as a negative. You got to say, yo, we got this. This is automatic for us. We're going to go in here. We're going to lay low. We're going to listen to what the race officials have to say. And when we come back out here, we're doing the same thing, fellas.
And I'm not sure what's going on here because it looks like they are going back to the starting line.
Yeah, well, because, I mean, there's blue sky right there. I mean, I don't know. I think the refs called it, and
let me see if I can. I'll go see if I can get some information, fellas.
And we're just waiting to get the official word of what's going on here.
Looks like the crews are all going back to the starting line. And hopefully this, it's almost like you have, I mean, the weather just changing so rapidly minute to minute. So, but there's some nice blue sky there as I look to the west. I mean, towards the starting line. Again, the starting line about a mile away. It's like and even just looking at the screen here, you can see how much calmer the conditions are there on the screen than they were, or than they are here at the finish line.
It's getting soggy down here.
Okay, so apparently up at the start there was a false start for the boys varsity, and they're going to move on to the next event.
So that'll be
them in the blocks.
Which is the petite final for the girls.
Petite.
Yes, the girls petite. So we'll go back-to-back grand. Can't wait.
Ah, that'll be great. It'll be great to see. So, conditions at the finish line here continue to be biblical. I mean, I imagine this is what Noah saw as he looked out his windows being like, oh gosh, thank God I built that ark. Here we are staring at the finish line being like, thank God we have this tent they provide for us.
Yeah, right.
So we have, Chris,
Yeah.
refresh us on what happens with this false start.
So the crew that would have been given the false start is given a warning. You get one of those, and then the next time something like this happens, it would be exclusion from the race. So don't know who was guilty of the false start, but they're kind of on their last straw here. So they're going to really need to make sure that they are starting fairly for this final here in a moment.
All right, here are the girls' petite final for the varsity 8s. Getting into the stake boats. Do you think they'll start a little early? They're scheduled for 3:40. It's 3:35 now. I doubt they're going to have them sitting on the stake boats for 5 minutes.
Yeah, I agree.
So I think once they get them set, they might set them off, and then we'll have the back-to-back grand finals to finish off the racing for the varsity 8s.
Yeah, no sense in standing on ceremony if everybody's there and ready to go.
Oh, for sure. You're just going to cool them down. It's disadvantageous to the crews.
Yeah.
So once they get ready.
So in the petite finals here, we've got Loyola, St. Ignatius, San Francisco, Walt Whitman, St. Andrew, Alexandria City, and Atlantic City, all getting their points, getting ready to go.
Copy.
right.
And
They are
the rain
getting all
has
set.
died down here, at least at the finish line. That blue sky that we were seeing at the start seems to be moving its way down towards the finish, though the water here is still rough.
Yeah, there was quite a crowd here a little while ago, but that crowd is dispersed courtesy of the weather.
Yeah.
But I'm
Yours
sure they'll
truly,
be back
the
out.
rain.
Right. I'm sure they will be back out for what are sure to be some amazing last 3 races
This is just
here at the
silly.
SRAA.
Crews are lined up.
Can you see a
And,
flag there, Jim? Do we got a flag raised?
No, I don't see the flag raised yet. Hope they're not waiting until 3:40, but
Yeah, amen.
they may have to.
I don't know. I don't see the benefit, although the only downside is there'll be people watching online that want to see the races. But, hey, I mean, they should be tuning into all of it, shouldn't they? I mean, they're missing some great racing here.
Right? The dulcet tones of Jim, John, and Chris.
I know. Who would want to miss that? I mean, please.
You're mad if you do. Come on, fellas. What do we say?
Crews getting those points.
All right, let's get this
Sculling
rolling.
it around. St. Ignatius, San Francisco, getting its point there.
Let's get the show on the road. All right, let's see what they can do. Ah, look at
And
that.
they're off.
And the sun's out, too. They're off. Sun's shining down here at the finish line. Still rough at the finish line, but not quite as rough.
Alexandria City. The hot start here.
All these crews pretty level off those first strokes. And they're in their high strokes now. Seeing if they can get a slight advantage, get those boats, get those 8-person shells up and moving. See which crew settles into it. And there's not much separating those 6 crews right now. All very skilled rowers, skilled athletes.
Good clean start.
Yep.
Pretty much dead even on the speed here.
All right. And we see Alexandria City establish themselves pretty well.
Yeah.
Same with St. Andrews. What's going to happen as they lengthen out and find that base cadence?
Pretty tight for third right now between AC, Whitman, and Ignatius San Francisco.
And here the crews lengthening out. But again, this is a petite final. They're not going to leave anything on the line.
Good push coming from St. Andrew here. Trying to separate out.
Oh, wow.
St. Andrews moving here early.
It's weird.
See if they can find a little bit smoother rowing, though, in this weather.
Whitman looks like they're going with them as well.
Yeah.
As well as Ignatius San Francisco.
And Alexandria City holding on there, too. After their really strong start, their coxswain's not going to let St. Andrews move up on them through the 500-meter mark. Now, is someone going to make a move with the 500-meter mark? Are we going to start to see some separation among these crews? Certainly, St. Andrews keeps moving out.
Attacking. Absolutely attacking this piece.
St. Andrews is not leaving anything to chance.
Nope.
They want to have that lead as they come into the middle of the race.
But look at that surge from Walt Whitman.
Yeah, Whitman is not letting them go anywhere. They're coming right back.
Alexandria City still looking to hold on.
But Whitman's looking nice and smooth there. St. Andrews looking maybe slightly more frantic on these strokes. But St. Andrews still moving well.
Yeah. I mean, again,
base
lots
speed.
of ways. Lots of
Right.
ways to make that boat move.
For sure. And right behind them in what would be 8th and 9th place in this girls' varsity
Alexandria
event.
City showing some really nice rhythm.
For sure. Alexandria City and Walt Whitman. And Alexandria City starting to move out.
Almost back up on level terms right now with St. Andrew. About a seat, maybe 2.
St. Andrews seems to have a more relaxed cadence now than they had a little bit earlier.
Right.
Seems like they settled into the rhythm.
Good call from the coxswain, I'll bet.
Exactly. Something that settled that crew down, and good solid 10 strokes, and now moving really nicely through the middle of this race.
Waves are coming up here now. This is where you got to be clean.
Yeah.
Finishing strong, extracting the blade out of the water.
Here you see
Getting it
in
up
the
to the
final
catch.
500 now. Whitman seems to be trying to ease up. Can Alexandria City respond to St. Andrews' strong push here? I mean,
The
St.
final
Andrews,
5.
St.
If
Andrews
they got a
is,
response, I think we're going to see it.
yeah, well, you got to do it pretty soon. St. Andrews is
As
in
is
control
Whitman.
of this
Whitman
race.
pushing.
And St. Andrews keeps pushing it. They're looking good.
Yeah,
They have
but
a strong cadence. They are not letting these other crews creep up.
Whitman's got something to say about that, John, I
Yeah.
think.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know. Whitman's got a lot of ground to make up on St. Andrews, but Whitman certainly
almost.
wants to see if they can nab Alexandria City.
Yeah. Alexandria City probably has I'd say probably 3, maybe 4 seats right now over Whitman.
I don't know. Whitman's moving, though.
Yeah.
And St. Andrews continuing to just show their speed as we get into the last 250 meters of this race. There is the St. Andrew girls varsity. Oop.
Right,
Hitting
little
some
bobble.
bobbles.
Yep.
You don't want the same thing to happen to the St. Andrews boys happen to them. Oh, here's Alexandria City coming up strong, but I don't think St. Andrews is going to let them. They're going to respond, but Alexandria City's giving it all they got.
About
in
10
these
strokes
last
to go here.
10, 15 strokes.
Just keep those blades close. Keep those blades tight to the water so that connection can be instantaneous.
And here we come to the finish. It looks like St. Andrews is going to hold on to
Gonna
get
hang
their
on there.
7th place
Yeah.
finish.
Good with them.
And Alexandria City will be right behind them,
Yes.
followed by Walt Whitman.
Yes.
And that was a great race by the St. Andrews.
St. Ignatius, San Francisco crossing.
Here we go. Really aggressive racing there from St. Andrews. They went after it hard at the beginning, and they just found their rhythm. I was impressed. They
Yeah.
found their rhythm halfway through and
Yeah.
then just kept extending it. And then even when they were pushed at the end there by Alexandria City, they didn't give anything up. They
Yeah, no,
pushed
that
right
was-
back. So
Would love to hear what that call was from the
Yeah.
coxswain to just kind of get them to settle down a little bit, be a little bit looser, a little bit more fluid with the movements.
oh, so they're going the girls
Okay.
Looks like we're going to go with
varsity 8's grand final first, and then
Okay,
we'll finish off
okay.
with the boys varsity 8. It looks like.
And the boys are in timeout because they got in trouble.
All right. Oh, nope.
no, we
Take
just-
that back.
maybe just-
nope.
just
they
cycling
As
through
in
the
the
names
boys?
here.
All
just cycling
right.
through the names. They are doing the boys first.
Here we go.
So, as we
Try
said
this
before, Kinesis is the favored crew here, but Montclair had that great start before, and here they're off again. Second try now for the boys varsity 8 grand final to see who is the champion.
Another great start from Montclair.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. But Kinesis is not letting them get too far ahead.
Nope.
And Saratoga pushing
Trier.
hard there.
Big push from Trier on this one.
Yeah, New Trier is not letting anyone get away from them. They want this boys varsity 8 gold medal around their necks, but look at Montclair.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Montclair
Excellent
out
high
to about
strokes.
a quarter of a length lead.
Yeah.
Here off.
Look at how clean those high strokes are. I mean, they are rowing very well. They know that Kinesis is fast. They don't want to give them that lead and let them sit on it. They want to jump out on them. They did. That's clearly part of their race plan. And now, as they settle into it, can they find that rhythm to maintain that lead and maybe even expand it a bit? But in a race like this, you can't lengthen too much.
No. That means
And this is the grand final with a tailwind. I mean,
Look also, you've got 4 crews here that are basically within half a length of each other.
Yeah.
oh yeah,
Yeah.
in the grand final for the gold medal.
Kind of feel like Trier's making a bit of a push here,
Oh yes.
finding a little bit more speed, a little bit more distance every stroke. And here we go.
Whew, coming
Let's
through
see
500.
who's got
Here we
what.
go.
Got it.
Let's see who's got what.
Boys varsity grand final.
Canisius almost level now with Montclair.
Look at these crews. And then Saratoga over in lane 1, very much in the mix here for a medal. Oh, there's New Trier making a great move through the 500-meter mark, establishing themselves. Who's in the lead? I do not know.
Look at the power in those legs. All these guys just firing those legs
Yeah.
to deck.
Wow, I mean,
They
these
look
crews
composed.
Right?
are pretty level. Looks like New Trier, though, making a great move through the 500-meter mark.
Saratoga. Saratoga
don't forget about
quietly
them
going
on the
about
end.
their business in lane 1.
Look at these
Quietly
crews,
going about their
top 4
business.
crews in the boys varsity grand final. This is just what you would expect from a boys varsity grand final.
Oh, yeah.
I think right now Montclair and New Trier are dead even. I think it's kind of hard to tell from this angle, but
Yep.
then I think Saratoga and I think Canisius right there. Canisius making a big push right now. Almost even.
I don't know. New Trier seems to be.
I think that's the angle, John. I think that if you were to look across.
That's not just the angle there. New Trier's making a great
that's
move.
just the angle. They're making a great move, but don't rule out Canisius yet because look at that
no, of
push
course
there
not.
from
Rule
these
out
guys.
anybody.
Not ruling
just yet,
anyone.
Jim, this is
This is the boys varsity grand final. So 500 meters to go. Looks like New Trier with a
Trier,
slight lead
edge,
on the field.
Slight edge here.
But this is where everyone's just laying it out. This
Yep.
is.
Yeah.
There's no reason to save anything up at this point. Look at those crews.
As things are gonna
Oh, my
wind up.
goodness. Look
Things
at
are gonna
those crews in the
wind up here.
boys varsity grand final. New Trier with a slight edge over Canisius, with a slight edge over Montclair, with a slight edge over Saratoga. Who's got it on the sprint?
Canisius picking up.
Yep.
Canisius picking up here.
Look at him sit up and go.
Moving out over Montclair, pushing into New Trier.
300
Yikes.
meters to go.
Move coming up on the turf, but here's New Trier responding. New Trier's not going to let them go through them. They're picking up their pace. 250 meters to go. Who is
man.
going to be the champion?
Look at that bowman in the New Trier boat. That blade is just disappearing at that catch. So quick.
Here we go. New Trier Canisius in a
Canisius,
battle for the gold
Canisius.
medal. Who is going to win the gold medal?
Canisius just edged out.
Canisius is sprinting hard here. Is New Trier going to respond? Canisius maybe has a seat, maybe two
a seat.
here.
Maybe a seat.
Both crews
If that.
at absolute
Finding
max
gears.
speed.
Half a canvas maybe here.
Up. Canisius
Last 20
taking the
strokes.
day. Canisius taking the day here.
Lifting.
What a race now from these crews. Oh,
Canisius will not be denied. Will not be denied. It's Canisius's day.
There we
Canisius
go.
champions.
Wow.
And then who's got this? Who's got the bronze?
Looks
Montclair.
like Montclair holds on for the bronze, but
Nothing
Saratoga
like a
is
crowd
right
to
there.
celebrate, eh?
Wow. Wow. What a last 300 meters from Canisius. They really laid it down.
Yeah.
Went from about 1 or 2 seats down to a few seats up just in the last 250 meters.
Man.
Well rowed across the board. Canisius sat behind for a good portion of that race and then just laid it down in the last 250
Lots
meters.
of composure from those guys.
Last 250, but like honestly, like I thought they made a pretty strong push somewhere around like 700-800, right, to kind of get back up on level terms there,
Right.
and then really find that gearing in the final 500 meters as they and
Oh, yeah.
Trier just
Yeah.
went for broke,
Yeah, because you had that great start from Montclair, then you had that really strong move at 500 meters down from New Trier.
Yeah.
And then they started to extend that to the 1,000, and then Canisius came back. And
Brave
then
efforts all the way
last
around.
250, just a barn burner of a sprint.
Yeah.
Last race of the day, folks. The women's senior 8 grand final. We've got Wakefield, New Trier, Winter Park, Montclair, Mount St. Joseph, and then Bethesda Chevy Chase. Expect a real tight race between this Winter Park and Montclair crews in the center of your screen here.
tell
They've
you
both
what.
been turning up fast times in the heats and the semis.
It's a real bad day to be an oar handle. Oof. Lord have mercy.
And the
Alrighty,
sun
here
has
we go.
come out at the start.
Yeah, it's a little bit calmer here at the
Right?
finish. A big
Yeah.
difference. I mean, you think about it. You think about what the finish looked like a half
Right.
hour ago and what it looks like today.
Dare I
or what it
say
looks
a
like now.
pleasant Saturday afternoon
I know.
here in South Jersey.
At least for the next 5 minutes, hopefully.
Don't turn away, right? Drink this in while it lasts.
And they're off. The women's varsity 8 grand final, the final event of the day at this SRAA.
Let's see what we got here.
Clean start. All crews moving quickly as they go into their high strokes.
Very high strokes from Winter Park there.
Yeah.
Who is going to get the edge here?
Interested to see what kind of cadence Winter Park lengthens out to. We've seen them be really quick off the ditch, but it's their base speed that seems to be just
it's been
lethal,
incredible.
Absolutely lethal.
Yeah, they've had phenomenal base speed, but haven't based it, I think, as high as they could. And so will they try and push it a little bit higher for the base
really
speed here?
You want to talk about pushing it. Montclair is pushing it.
Montclair is indeed pushing. They want to assert themselves in the first part of this race. Don't want to give anything to Winter Park.
No.
And here's New Trier pushing hard too.
Yep.
Let's go, Winter Park! Come on, come on!
But so far, Montclair with a slight advantage
Montclair
here
with the edge.
as
Winter
we come
Park.
into the first 500 meters down.
Winter Park looks like it's a really nice rhythm, though.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they row so smoothly, that crew.
That's like 3-4 seats there for Montclair.
Yeah. Well, Montclair's being aggressive. They don't want to give anything away. They know if they give too much away to this Winter Park crew, they're not going to look back.
But look at Winter Park moving now.
As we come into the 500-meter mark.
A little calmer base cadence here from Winter Park. Let's see what kind of move they make as we enter the second 5 here.
Here's Winter Park moving hard. They
Winter
are
Park,
moving
right? Winter Park
through Montclair.
Crosses through the 500 mark, maybe a hair ahead of Montclair.
Can Montclair respond?
What's that HP sauce, brother? That horsepower in that Winter Park crew is really on display here.
For sure.
Just a vicious surge.
Such power, in addition to just graceful rowing.
Yeah, look at the blade work from those
Winter
Park blades.
I mean, Montclair still in a great spot, right?
Yeah.
Still in a great spot
Do not count them out.
Oh, they've got to respond, though. They can't let Winter Park build a lead here through the center of the race.
Yeah,
That's their specialty here. They've got such great base speed. They can't give them that base speed because they got to give them a chance to compete in those last 300 meters. I mean, that's what Canisius did in the last race. They didn't let New Trier get ahead, and then they were able to lay it down. Can Montclair do something similar here? But they can't let Winter Park get ahead, and Winter Park is creeping up.
Nor can they let New Trier or Mount come back into the conversation.
New Trier is not out of the picture yet.
No, they're not. And you know that those girls are game for this, right?
But look at that base speed for Winter Park.
Yeah, man.
Look at them move. That is going to be a very tough crew to beat through the center of this race. I mean,
so uniform.
I just
so
don't know
long.
who's. Yeah, I mean,
good body movements together.
Yep. Nothing extra going on in there. Those heads still and quiet.
Such pretty rowing there from the Winter Park crew through the middle of this race. I mean, that's the way you want to do it.
But hey, Montclair still in a great spot here.
500 meters to go.
Commanding second place here as we come into the final 500 meters.
So in the final 500 meters, how are second and third place going to sort out? I think it's going to be very hard for any crew to catch Winter Park at this point. But what's going to happen between Montclair and New Trier for second? Can one of the other crews
surge here.
sneak in?
Yep.
Winter Park just having a phenomenal day here.
But
their women's varsity 8.
What's going on in second place here? I think New Trier maybe even.
Don't know that they're there yet, Jim, but they're definitely pushing into Montclair and making things uncomfortable.
What's going to happen here? Yeah, look at that. There looks like Montclair and New Trier are almost level here with just a few hundred meters to go. Who's going to get the silver medal here, and who's going to get bronze? Is it going to be
Montclair's going to have to find an extra gear here.
Is it going to be the Chicago suburbs? Chicago suburbs versus New York suburbs.
Right.
Who wants it more, Midwest or Mid-Atlantic?
New Trier's trying to make a push here.
Yeah.
Rapidly running out of race
Montclair is working hard to hold them off.
Only about 150 meters to go here.
Oh, wow, look at this. I mean, maybe Montclair has a seat or two.
Maybe. Yeah, maybe a seat.
What a race here for Winter
Trier
Park
got for
as
us
they
for
get
the
the
final
gold
10
medal.
strokes. What's up their sleeve?
And looks
Montclair
like
going to hang on for second.
Montclair has it for second.
New Trier
third. And that Winter Park varsity crew, what a race. What a race. That was superb rowing.
And on cue, the weather is beautiful.
Exactly. The rowing's over and the
wrap.
sun is out. And it's the best weather of the day. Well, look at that. Winter Park with a 3-second victory in the girls varsity final. in the tailwind. Just shows how strong a crew that is. And that's a wrap on the SRAA for 2025. What great rowing all around in some very challenging conditions that we saw today. Just some wonderful crews. And
So we had a
hats
total
off
of
to all the coaches and all the athletes.
Total of
for a great event.
477 crews raced over the past 2 days here at the SRAA National Championship Regatta.
Yeah.
Pretty impressive rowing that we've seen all around.
Yeah. I
Great
mean,
rowing.
some really remarkable stuff, particularly when you consider, like, these are just high school kids, man. Like, the skill level, the power, the grit, like, just really, really, really gritty efforts all afternoon.
Well, a lot of these athletes are going to be seeing one another in college.
Yeah,
I mean,
on down the line. They're not
I
going
mean,
anywhere, man. But, like, how many races did we see where the sprint was literally starting 500 meters out?
Right.
Yep.
Right? Like, that's not for the faint of heart.
Great job. Great job.
Well, thank you for joining us here in Camden, New Jersey for the 2025 SRAA National Championship Regatta. I'm Jim O'Mardian.
Jonathan Page.
I'm Chris Zarnecki.
And we'll see you next year.